Let's come to order, please. We want to begin by thanking everybody here at Rutland High School and Stafford Technical Center for all the helping and facilitating that you've done to make us feel welcome here. Let us just begin with introductions. Let's just go around the table, starting with you, Sabina.
All right, Sabina, student board non-voting member from Williston.
John O'Keefe from Manchester, Vermont.
Jenna O'Farrell, St. Johnsbury.
Peter Pels from Woodbury.
Kim Gleason from Essex.
Kyle Coutois, Georgia, Vermont, student member.
And I'm John Carroll from Norwich, Vermont. Are there any amendments to today's agenda? Hearing none. We'd like to welcome Dave Walk and Bill Olson to speak with us, please.
Thank you. I'll start, and okay to do it from here?
Wherever you wish.
It'll be really
You
quick.
won't pick up on the phone.
So, welcome to the hub of all things good, Rutland, Vermont, the mecca of the universe. I'm really delighted to have you here. Very proud of this school and this school district, and the people who teach here, the kids who go to school here, the administration. It's a great place, so we're honored to have you here for your meeting and to explore this rather complicated topic. The school's in great shape. We just went through a NEASC review for both the high school and the tech center. Got rave reviews for both. In fact, the NEASC visiting committee in the other room, this is back in the fall, called Rutland High. A couple of them said it was the best school they'd ever been in, one of the best schools in New England, so we are a little biased, I guess. So I was here 26 years ago when we built this school. I was the principal and later the superintendent. And it really warms my heart when I see how Bill Olson and others have corrected all the transgressions of their predecessor from all those years ago. The school's in great shape in every way. And as I said, it really is a pride and joy of Rutland. So we're really delighted that you're here. When we built the school, I'll make this really quick, it's pretty much the same except for the upstairs was added a few years ago, but we did it it was a fifth bond issue, I think, that finally went through. We built the school, everybody pitched in. The night before school was to open, we're bringing in furniture, and some of the furniture is still here, and much of what we did is still here. But I made a lot of mistakes, but one of the mistakes I made was that there was a lot of pressure on me at that time because there had been so many school board members and others, including a longtime secretary of 45 years, and a whole lot of other people for whom people wanted to name things here. So in the rush to get everything going with the architect, I decided the school colors are red and white, so we named that wing the red wing and this wing the white wing. That made it pretty simple, red and white, put it in the computer. But I never bothered to check with the architect because the entire white wing here is red. The floor, the furniture, and for years people have wondered how stupid could they have been? Well, it was how stupid could he have been for not checking. So for those of you students, now you know, I was the one who made that mistake, okay? I'm the one to blame. So I'm really delighted you're here. I do want to say to the board just one quick thing. In case you have a tie vote and the chair needs to break the tie, we go back a long way. So 32 years ago, we were in the Senate together, and we were roommates. We lived together, and I know a lot about John Carroll. So if you get to that point and you need that tie-breaking vote, let me know. So be glad to help. So great to see you. I guess that goes both ways, though, now that I think about it, doesn't it?
Keep that in mind.
Yeah. So Bill Olson's a Rutland High principal and a phenomenal leader.
Thank you, Dave.
I'll just say welcome. Thank you for coming. I think you were here 2 years ago?
Yes, when it was Connor Solimano's last meeting.
His last meeting, right?
Yes.
So that was a great learning experience for us. We were able we prepared a presentation about how the school has transformed over a number of years. I think the topic you're hitting today at the end of your meeting is part of what we were doing in that. So we hope to have a good learning experience as well. So we appreciate the chance to at least listen and to see what people have to say about it. So thank you. And personally, if you need any help today with facilities or whatever, just let me know.
Thank you. Your staff has been very supportive, Bill. Thank you very much. Thanks for having us. I think thank you both, David and Bill. I think we're ready to move to the consent agenda. The consent agenda consists only of the minutes of the 18 December meeting. Is there a motion?
Move that we accept the consent agenda.
It's been moved. Is there a second? Is the motion going to die for want of a second?
I will second.
It's been
We're
moved.
still asleep.
It's been moved and seconded that we shall adopt the consent agenda as presented. Any discussion? Hearing none, are you ready to vote? Those in favor of adopting the consent agenda as written, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it.
Abstain.
And
Was that?
one abstention. We have one abstention, a member who was not present at the meeting. Are there any board announcements? Any individuals wish to make any announcements? Hearing none?
That way you and I attended the Act 46 Supreme Court hearing.
Yes.
I'm not going to bet on the ponies here
No,
as to who's
yeah.
going to win this,
Yeah.
but I found it very interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, it was high theater.
It was.
It's quite neat. It's sort of inspiring to see that element of our democracy at work. We don't normally see the judicial leg of this three-legged stool we call democracy, but it was a very impressive proceeding. The justices were very well informed about the materials at hand, asked very good questions, and the two attorneys did, each in their own way, a good job representing their points of view. So it was really neat to see. Any other comments or announcements from the members? Students, do you have a report? No?
I
Sabina?
met with my school's ACLC club and kind of talked to them about what their thoughts were on proficiency-based learning to kind of gather their views on it, and kind of so I could come to this meeting bringing the ideas that were shared at that meeting. And I do have a document. Someone was kind enough to take notes and write down some things. So if at any point anyone would like to see that, or I can bring that up in the second half when we go to proficiency-based learning, I have that information.
Good, good. And it may be during the questioning, you can use some of the perspective that you gathered to frame some of the questions to the witnesses. Very good, thank you. Kyle, anything?
I think I've had enough of my own experience with proficiency-based grading. I should be fine with the proceedings.
All right, good. We'll hear your perspective along the way, I'm
Okay.
sure.
And
Good.
Plenty of perspectives from other students, knowing that on the state board, I've had a lot of students come with their thoughts on how proficiency-based grading has gone for them, so.
Good. Well, we'll hear more about that. So just very briefly, the chair's report. The board, in the person of its two-person committee that the board appointed, conducted a review of the hearing in connection with a guidance counselor in Chittenden County whose license had been revoked. That revocation was appealed. The appeal was heard, and then that licensee or appellee appealed to the next level. And by statute, the next level of appeal of that sort is to this board. And so back in, I'm just guessing, it was October maybe, the board appointed two members to hear the appeal. Or actually, technically, we're not hearing an appeal, we're reviewing an appeal procedure. The chair of that two-person committee was Mr. O'Keefe here, and I was the other member. We met on Friday. Our findings and conclusions are being drafted by the attorney that was assigned to the case. And in due course, the findings and conclusions will be brought to you for review and presumably adoption, and then ultimately action. The action being to send or not to send the results to the parties who should receive our assessment. So that will happen probably at the next meeting if we get the documents soon enough. And that conversation, by the way, we expect that that will be in deliberative session, because this is a quasi-judicial proceeding. Deliberative session means that the board meets in private. It's not the same as an executive session, but for practical purposes, it works out the same. So that will either be next meeting or the meeting thereafter. You've gotten a report from me about the development and introduction of legislation that would reform the state board, essentially make it become independent of the agency, and would perhaps more focus its activities. Then there's one just plain fun thing to do. Connor, are you able to come forward and leave the camera on? Yeah, just come right down. No, I don't want you to run the camera.
Sure? I can do it.
Come on down front, Connor.
He makes it look so easy.
Exactly. Yeah, the focus is right about here. That's where you're standing. This, come on, this is, look at that camera. So this is a resolution of appreciation. Wow. Yeah. And I'm going to read it. Whereas Connor Vandegrift has served as the trusted videographer for the Vermont State Board of Education from August of 2016, longer than many of us have served, I think only Peter and Bill were here at the beginning, to the present, January 2020. And whereas he arrived at every State Board of Education meeting at a time when most of us were just getting out of bed, and on most nights likely returned to Chittenden County long after most of us had eaten dinner. And whereas Connor has dutifully traveled the state from one end to the other, from Chester to Newark, from St. Johnsburg to Middlebury, to make sure that the hard work of the State Board was recorded and available to the Vermont public. And whereas he saw the State Board through 3 different chairs, wow, and 3 secretaries of education, amazing, amazing. And whereas he is always professional, competent, conscientious, extremely accommodating, thorough, and generally delightful to interact with. And whereas he fearlessly navigated protesters and security to videotape the historic year-long decision-making process of Act 46. And whereas he was consistently enthusiastic in sharing his knowledge and passion for videography with interested students, who often managed to seek him out. And whereas the State Board of Education is pleased to have worked with him and agrees that RETN should be proud to have Connor to represent them and their organization. And whereas Connor has conditioned himself to remove his headphones and or adjust the volume before Chair Carroll utilizes his strong-armed gavel. Yes. Now therefore be it resolved that the Vermont State Board of Education recognizes the extraordinary service and dedication, commitment, and superior video productions of Connor Vandegrift to the State Board of Education and in turn to the state of Vermont. Dated at Rutland in Vermont this 21st day of January 2020. Thank you all for your forbearance while I read that whole thing. But I do kind of like that stuff.
We should have been singing.
Yes, exactly. It could have been worse, Connor. We could have sung your alma mater. The last time we were here, you remember this, we sang
Yes.
Fair Harvard.
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
Well, we tried to.
Well, we tried to, right. That concludes, oh, yes, yes.
Will we be discussing the bill that's come out of Senate Ed
that you and Senator Booth have worked on?
Hasn't come out of Senate.
No, but I know, but at some point, we
Yeah.
will.
Yeah, for sure,
Okay.
yeah.
About reorganization before we are.
Yes.
That's the one you're talking about.
Yeah, it's 113 pages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think sooner is better than later, and I think the whole board needs to be involved in
Sure,
this.
sure. So the next thing on the agenda then is to, let's see how our time is doing. We're right on schedule. We have a period for public to be heard. I should have announced this at the beginning. If you are here, you're asked to sign in. There's two sign-up sheets. One is, it says everyone, and you're asked to sign in. And if you wish to speak, you're asked to sign in to the second sign-up sheet as well. So we will have 10 minutes for public to be heard. I see one person who'd like to speak. Is there anybody else? Please, the microphone is all yours. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, we have two. Jody, you'd like to speak also? Okay, so try to keep it to half the 10 minutes, if you would, please.
Sure. So my name is Shawn Marie Oler. I live in Bennington. I have had the pleasure of being on this board for 6 years, and I have, I won't give you my resume, but I'm here today, one, to listen to the proficiencies and your presentation for the afternoon into evening, but also to talk a little bit about transparency. And in reading through the SBE minutes from the December meeting, I noticed the annual report is taking shape and being delivered January 3rd. The only report I could find in the last 3 to 4 months that looked like an annual report was a draft from the October packet titled "The State Board of Education Vermont's Independent Overseer and Advocate for PK-12 Education." That particular one-pager seemed more like an opinion, but this morning, very early, Maureen from AOE sent me the link, which says draft, and it is 4 pages long. And what I noticed in reading the minutes from October, November, and December was really, I would encourage this board to all speak, because the voice in the minutes is predominantly the presenter and maybe 1 or 2 other voices. And so the report that was sent to me, which is 4 pages, talks about this independent state board, which in fact it is, and the 4-page report is signed by all of you around this table, but nowhere in the minutes does it reflect a vote from this entire board. The statute, which was approved and signed by Governor Shumlin in May 2012, did talk about evaluating policy proposals, including timely evaluation of policies presented by the governor and the secretary, engage local community board members and the broader education community, and establish and advance education policy for the state of Vermont, which was the end of that sentence. In addition, cover other duties, like commenting on the agency budget prepared for the governor. So in talking about transparency in this report and in other places, I see no transparency of this board to have voted on this in public or had any discussion other than the October introduction of it at Burton when Mark Tajian talked about what Burton was doing. And so I really am perplexed at the juxtaposition of talking about transparency and then going ahead and sending a document to the executive branch and the, as it's called, the legislature, without a full board vote and without comments from this board. For historic purposes, this board has asked every single year since 2012 for money for its own staffing. It is a bit of a quandary since none of the board is actually interviewed as if it was a position. Everyone comes with different strengths. And to duplicate the agency in staff as proposed in this, I think would be creating another agency. So I also take exception to the minutes of December, where the chair states that the climate in the state, this is a quote, "The climate in the State House is that there have been some reservations of the board in its performance over years past." While this is not backed up by any specific comments from any specific legislators, it goes on to say that in question of the independent school rules and the legislature's unprecedented directive to cease work on them. Well, I have to say, you have Bill and Peter and myself here, and the legislature never asked us to cease work on those. They went through ICAR, they went through LCAR, the process was in place with a draft, just as you're going to do today, without it being fully vetted. Today, you're going to do the same thing we did back in whatever year it was. You're going to vote on a draft proposal that will go through the rules process. And if you look back, it was actually under my suggestion that we put every single piece of documentation from the independent school rules. You'll see letters from Mill Moore, you'll see letters, the list is about this long. And every single piece of document, including the rules, including what Donna Savage did, including what all the attorneys worked for us did, are there. In the end, the board ended up hiring its own attorney so that we could proceed. I left the board. The board went on to do what it's doing. And I just want to caution this board on, if you are mistakenly saying that the previous boards did mistaken process, I would caution you not to do the same thing. And I add to that that transparency for this state is very important. And I really take exception to the fact that this report is not a voted on by the full board.
Good.
Thank you
very
for
much.
your time.
Jody Normando, Dummerston, or otherwise called the Banana Belt, as we jokingly call it. I also want to thank Connor, because I watch you guys all the time, and other than 46, I haven't been to any of your meetings. I'm here because I'm interested in learning about the proficiency-based learning and how other high schools are handling it. I did talk to some of our representatives from the high school, and I have found out how pretty much they're handling it, and they're not here today. I'm here to let you know that there really is interest from other towns south of Route 4 in what happens in education, other than 46. You don't often see us because it's a long way to travel, and I got lost even coming here today because my gadget didn't talk to me. And I'm also here to tell you that I'm really appreciating the new Board of Ed and the new direction you're trying to go, as well as being interested in what the public has to say. Thank you, and keep it up, and please come down and visit us. I know it's a long way for you guys, too, but we've gone as far as up to Franklin County several times, and this is the closest at an hour and a half. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody. All right, board, let's turn to item E. This is about the draft rules. We'd like to get this done in about 55 minutes if we possibly can, or at least do what it is we might be able to do today. Will you come forward from the agency, please? Board, our colleague Dan French is attending the governor's budget address this afternoon, so I think that explains his absence, if I'm not mistaken. But it doesn't change the expertise that's available to us. We thank you both for being here. Will you speak into the phone for the record, please?
Yes, Emily Simmons, Agency of Education. Judy Cutler, Agency of Education. Hoping I don't roll out of here. Actually,
we
I
got
actually need
a
some
lot
stoppers under
momentum
these
here.
chairs.
Right.
So we have for you today summaries of the changes being made in 2 chapters of rules. The new chapter 1300, which represents the proposed funding rules, as well as the substantive special education rules through Rule 2300. I would propose that we go through the substantive special education rules first because there aren't that many substantive changes. I think unless you have very many questions, we can do that rather quickly.
Yeah, I think if we can get through kind of just your presentation in 10 or 15 minutes, that would be great, because I think there's perspective from stakeholders that we'd also want to be
Right.
hearing.
So
Thank
I'm
you.
going to invite Judy to walk you through a quick summary of what you have in front of you, which is the very large packet that has this image on the front, but yours is white, not pink.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So some of you, I think most of you probably remember, we did a walkthrough of these changes back in June of 2019. It seems like a long time ago, though. I prepared a summary for you of the things that have changed substantively since that time when we reviewed the proposed changes in June.
What document number is that, please?
E2
E2.
and, correct, oh, I'm sorry.
E2 is the summary, is that right?
E2 is the summary,
Okay.
and that includes all of the substantive changes that we're proposing, and I've highlighted the changes that have occurred since the last time we talked about
Thank
it.
you.
So as you can see, there are only 3. Most of the members, I think, are pretty familiar with 2 of those issues, which are the changes to the definition of special education. There's been a lot of discussion about that change and involvement by this board in that process. So I guess what I'd like to say first is just a reminder that the agency's approach to this work has been to keep the revisions to the programmatic rules as narrow as possible. Those that are necessary to implement the act, any technical or stylistic edits that
You're
of
speaking now about
incorrect.
2360?
That's right,
Yeah.
2360. Anything that, incorrect page references or rule references or typos, and anything that is significantly inconsistent with IDEA. So we recognize and anticipate that there will be a lot of stakeholders who would like to see more broader changes to the rule series, but we've kept our focus very narrow, and that's on purpose. So I guess what I'd like to know is if you'd like me to quickly review all of the substantive changes as outlined in the summary, or if you'd like me to focus on the 3 changes since the last time we walked through.
Well, I think I'd like to just ask a question.
Sure.
At the last board meeting in December, the board endorsed by vote the recommendations of the advisory group, Census-Based Funding Advisory Group. And the board asked the secretary to be sure to incorporate those recommendations, that language, in the next draft that we would see. I don't believe that's happened.
So the chair's referring to changes to Rule Series 1300.
That's correct.
The advisory group does not have for you recommendations as of this date to Rule Series 2360,
I'm
which is
speaking
what
about
Judy's
1300.
discussing. So you're not interested in us answering that. I'll tell you that at your December meeting, which was a Wednesday, the agency had not yet responded to the advisory group's recommended changes. The agency had received those on a Monday afternoon, and you met on a Wednesday morning. So we had not had any internal discussions agency-wide about our response, and you weren't able to hear our response
I'm speaking about a document
that day.
that was present at the 18 December meeting.
Correct.
And you've had 30 days since then to incorporate the changes proposed in that document. That's the document that the board looked at and said that those changes are changes we want to see in the agency's rules for 1300.
And you asked the agency to strongly consider them
No,
and
we
respond.
said, no, we did not. We directed, to the extent that we're able to direct, we directed that they should be included. Your own minutes will show that. So just to begin with, we're disappointed that the agency seems not to have taken to heart the very clear intentions of this board.
So I was at that meeting, and I'm surprised to hear this, and I'll just apologize. And notice I'm using I, not we. This is just Emily, who works at the agency. That was not the feeling that I got from attentively listening to your conversation. It's not the feeling that I got from reviewing the motion that you voted. And it's also, I'll say, surprising that you would adopt substantive changes to a rule without considering the agency's view on the wisdom of each of those changes or not.
Well, you may be surprised, but it's,
So I'll just, in order to move us forward, because it's easy enough for us to act as scriveners and produce a draft with the language that you want. Of course, we'll do that staff work for you. They're your rules, after all. We wouldn't ask you to adopt rules that you don't support. But we also wouldn't recommend rules to you that we don't think are the best draft rules
we
that
understand
we can give
you are recommending, but you do understand that we decide what is in the rules.
That's what I just said, yes, sir.
Yeah. So, and we also are paying close attention to the advisory group, since that was clearly the legislature's intent when it wrote the 177 that would require, 173, excuse me, that established the advisory group and requires by statute this board and your agency to be advised by that
Yes.
advisory group. So we are advised.
And the agency was advised by those recommendations as well. And we've since actually presented the draft that you have today. We went over those changes. We did not have a draft ready to present the text, but we did go over those changes with the advisory group at their January meeting and had a productive conversation.
Well, you've seen those changes. Those have been before you now for 40 days.
Those have been before us for the same number of days as they have been before you, yes.
Well, we'd like to see them
So
part of the
would you
sta-
like
part of
Judy
the
to
proposal.
present the information
Why don't you
about the
g-
substantive special education rules, or would you like to turn to
Yes,
the
comments,
funding
please.
Well,
rules?
just on page 5 of our minutes, it's clearly written that we voted on it. And that's, there it is, it's black and white, it's not. So it's on record.
I'd like to add to that, the question of not having the rules, but also getting on Thursday afternoon 400 pages of paper that we're going to review before Tuesday. And we've been working on this for 8 months or so. And that just does not strike me as responsive to a good governance principle.
Right, Bill, we've presented the, this substantive rule packet to you 3 times this year, and Judy was about to summarize the 3 pages where there are changes. She made you a summary, and you also have a complete new copy incorporating those changes that she's happy to summarize for you now.
I don't know that we do need to have the summary, but it would have been better to have a summary of the changes we asked for.
You didn't ask us for any changes to Rule Series 2360.
That's true. We did ask for changes in 1300. Other comments or questions? Yes, please.
I remember back in June being sort of like deer in the headlights with this huge package and just being appointed and trying to understand the rules process in general. And I remember at that time, that set of rules coming to us with very little input from the advisory group and otherwise. And then the delay happened and everything was able to sort of go on hold, so we might incorporate the feedback from advisory groups and otherwise. And I think that's when we somewhat took control of the process in terms of trying to navigate the advisory group and the agency. So all of that focus and what I experienced was on 13.6, whatever that set of
Right, the
rules
1300
is.
set.
So coming back to the big body, I'm hoping that I am seeing incorporation of some very substantial changes to definition of special ed and other things that if we're opening the rules, we're opening the rules. So my hope is that we're capturing what's important to be done in that work. And it is a huge document. It was a little bit challenging for me to figure out which was the most current. I read through both of them, but I think the one that I was marking up was the one, like E1 or something, but I'm not sure. You guys sent us 2 sets, and they just
And
had
they were
different.
version numbered, 1 and 2.
Yeah, I didn't.
I
It was hard
sent
for me
you
to
all a
find it.
roadmap about what
How to
document
find the
pertains to
stuff.
what, which I
So,
might say
anyway.
you might have done for us. It was just a wad of documents presented in a random sequence of numbers that took, just to figure out which is the new one, which is the old one, was not even clear. Just a simple explanation of what it is we're getting and what to compare to what would have just been very helpful. But apparently people figured that out eventually.
I was certainly able to figure it out. I just, it was, it coming back to the broader document. I'm appreciating that we're going to go over whatever changes are happening with it because we've been so focused on the funding document. So anyway, that's my perspective.
Thank you. Any other comments? Board, something that I have found very useful is a side-by-side comparison that was prepared by Mil Moore, who is a member of the advisory group, that just shows you what is in the present proposal, I think, for this, I'm talking 1,300 only, and what it is that the advisory group had recommended and that we had adopted as our preferred language for inclusion. So if you haven't looked at this, perhaps you might find it useful.
Bill sent it to me also. I need to conduct a review of that because I think there's one change in that document that is not reflected in the advisory group's draft that they presented to you last month.
Okay.
But I don't have a printed copy with me because I received it last night.
So what's your druthers, board? Shall we go on now to hear what's proposed in the 2360 set? As Judy said, I think it's 3 pieces. I personally, I think I gave you a list of where you could find those changes. So let's do that.
Okay.
And see where we go with that.
Are we going to return to 1,300?
We can return now, or you can continue on the topic if
Whatever,
you
but
wish.
I do think we should return to it.
Thank you. Let's hear about the 2360 and see if we can get some agreement on that.
Sure.
So you want us to be looking at E2, is that
I
correct?
do, yes.
And
And
E1.
I was not aware that 2 of these were sent, but it's your packet. I don't know what the number is, but it has, it's this one?
It's E1.
E1, okay. So that is the draft that we're working with, the most current draft. And I think procedurally, it's important to, I guess, clarify that in the administrative rulemaking process, these 2 bodies of rules are separate. They will be going in parallel, but they are 2 separate bodies of rules that will have to be adopted separately.
Understood.
So I think that's why we're treating them in I guess 2 different conversations in a way.
Just a question about that. Procedurally, would it be your expectation or your recommendation that the board file simultaneously its proposed rules for the 1300 series and separately the 2360 series and have them move forward simultaneously with ICAR?
That has been our intention,
Yeah.
and the reason that we've kept our focus so narrow on the programmatic rules so that we can accomplish this sort of dissection of the funding rules out of the programmatic rules, and then at a later date come back and revisit some of the very important substantive programmatic issues that should be addressed at some point, but in order to,
But are unrelated to
to-
the funding? Is that correct?
we would argue that,
Yeah.
yes.
Well, can I just ask one question?
Yeah, please.
What would happen if one of the rules was promulgated and put into effect and the other one got tripped up for some reason? Would there be a practical? So I think what the chair is saying is file them separately as 2 separate documents.
Right,
We're obliged to file them as separate documents, are they not?
yes, right.
And I'm only trying to say, but we want them both to go forward simultaneously.
Yes.
I think that we would have to address the issue of 2 very different sets of funding rules. One that exists now and one that needs to change in order to implement census-based funding. So it might, if we went forward with Rule 1300 and the programmatic rules got held up for some reason, I think we would somehow need to address, and maybe there's a different way than through the entire rulemaking process, but we would have to address how we remove the funding rules from the programmatic rules.
Right.
Otherwise, we have two very conflicting sets of,
And you're arguing that they couldn't be filed as a package.
Well, they're telling us that
Together.
we can't. That I didn't know, but I'm willing to accept their advice. They are two separate rules, and I guess
because we're proposing brand-new rules. So
Yeah.
it's not a revision to an existing body, it's more than that. It's a
Right.
revision plus new rules, plus a new series.
Understood.
Okay.
Understood. And do you see any reason to think that there will be a problem filing them simultaneously and in parallel with one another,
I don't, no,
so long as they're both ready for prime time, as it were?
that's
Yeah.
right.
Okay. So, Board, are you comfortable with having the agency brief us then on the changes in the so-called programmatic rules, the 2360 series?
Okay.
Please.
So I'll focus on the three that are new, and if you have questions about the old, maybe we can do it that way. Page 24 of E1. You'll see there that we have revised the definition of the special education, special education services, and this revision is necessary to reflect the work that was done in the Rule 1300 series.
Okay.
So these two rules should be consistent, 2360.2.12 and the definition of special education in the 1300 series. Now, the 1300 series is an abbreviated definition that refers back
Right.
to the programmatic rules.
Right.
So 2360.2.12 reflects the entire federal definition of special education.
Okay.
It's important to note that structurally, it's a little bit different because in the than the current rule, right? Because in the existing rule, while much of the content was there, I don't know how to describe what happened, and I cannot provide any enlightenment on why this decision was made, but it almost looks like the federal rule is just kind of shaken up and like spilled out in a different format. So much of the content is there, but the format is much different than the federal rule.
And the proposal that you're making
And the
aligns
proposal-
this with
the
the
pro-
federal rule, and it makes it identical to the abbreviated form in the 1300 rule.
That's right.
Is that
So
correct?
the subsection A
Yep.
in the rule is the same as the abbreviated rule in 1300, and then it continues on for the rest of the content in the federal rule. Now, one provision in Vermont's current special education rule does not appear in the federal rules, and that is co-teaching. Throughout the discussion that many of you were part of regarding whether or not to change the special education definition to align with the federal rule, the idea of whether or not to keep co-teaching there wasn't really examined. The agency is not opposed to keeping it there, and it's a rule that the field is familiar with. We're recommending that it remains in the rules as a point of clarification that of an activity that can be considered special education.
Okay.
It's not a pure reflection of the federal rule, but we're not proposing any changes to the current co-teaching rule.
Okay.
We're just,
In the interest of time,
yep,
let me just,
Can I
yes,
get
Peter.
clarification? Co-education is special and regular ed combined?
It's co-teaching.
co-teaching.
That's, I just want to clarify that.
That's
Thank
right.
you.
And in addition, the definition for transition services currently appears,
Where's that, Judy?
that is subsection D.
Yep.
currently appears in the definition of special education services. In the federal rule, it's a separate rule, but the content is exactly the same. So we're not proposing that we add another rule, we're just proposing to keep that in there. It's the same as the federal rule, but
We expect that users in the field will want to know where is the language on transition services, and they should be able to go to the same place unless there's a reason not to. We don't see a reason not to.
Understood. And were you saying that the co-teaching is not in the federal rule,
not.
but it's been in our rules?
And we've received no commentary from the advisory group or other stakeholders about co-teaching. It just hasn't been brought up, so we weren't in a place to recommend striking it.
Good, thank you. Bill?
I keep looking at these things and saying, how will this affect services to children? Or how will it affect cost? And by looking at this, I can't tell.
I'm not sure I can tell.
And that's for good legal reason, right? The federal definition, although it has not appeared in the text of the Vermont rules, has been binding on Vermont nonetheless. So you might not see a change. We're not in a position to prognosticate about whether you will or you won't.
For practical purposes,
It's
we've been doing
applied.
this anyhow.
I don't know if we've been doing it. The law has applied.
The law is applied, right, thank you. Right. Any, just in the interest of moving on, Judy, are there other questions on this pages 20, whatever, 24, 25? All the rest of the pages are just strikeouts in this section. Can we move on to the number 4 in the overview sheet?
Yes.
Would that be
Yep,
okay?
Absolutely. So
Board
that's
members, are you okay with that?
It'd be nice if we had page.
page 79, Peter.
Thank you.
So this is another,
Can we just go back to the other,
Yeah,
just
okay.
to, if you distributed this more, just make sure that the typo in federal real should be rule,
Oh,
Sure, thank you.
just when you post it publicly.
absolutely. So page 79.
Yep,
Again, kind of was a restatement of the
okay.
problem, I'll call it the problematic paragraph.
right. So you're going back to that.
So all that we've done is strike the language and just referred
Real good.
simply to the rule. That
Real good.
way there's no
Yeah.
confusion.
Yeah, that's a great simplification, that's a clarification. And then number 14 in Judy's overview sheet.
Right, page 203. So this is the Rule 2369 for educational surrogate parents. It appears in the current rules. Back in 2017, so there's a bit of a background on why this is appearing here. Back in 2017, there was, and I don't know if some of you who are involved in special education may remember this, there was a discovery that rules that were filed by the agency weren't the rules that were being used. And as a result, it was due to some version control the last time the rules were revised in 2013. It wasn't discovered until 2017. The legislature had to adopt a provision that allowed the agency to file a corrective set of rules. And essentially what had happened is a draft version was filed with the Secretary of State's office. The agency presented to the board the correct version. Everybody was using the correct version in the field, but the wrong version was on file. It was a bit of a mess, but in the course of the corrective filing, Rule 2369, to the best of our ability to track that back to 2018 when the corrective filing took place, Rule 2369 was inadvertently cut. Because at that time, there was a section of the rules called Rules Related to Special Education that appear elsewhere in different state bodies of state board rules, and I think it was intended to be helpful. but the Secretary of State didn't want that to appear in the filing, and I believe that what happened is they just deleted this rule off the end. Striking this rule has not gone through the rulemaking process. There's no reason to remove the educational surrogate parent rule. It shouldn't happen. It should be in here.
Okay.
So we've reinserted it.
So this is just a technical correction of
That's right.
scramble.
But
in the
wanted
past.
to address that
thank
because
you.
it was a mystery.
Okay. That's very helpful. Any questions, Board, about what we've seen with regard to 2360? These are the only proposed changes. Is that correct, with regard to 2360?
Well, these are
Well,
the
your
only,
earlier
yes.
changes, pardon me. All
These
the,
are the only agency proposed changes.
I'm sorry?
These are the only agency of education proposed
Understood.
changes.
Thank you, yes. And there were earlier changes that you briefed us on in June.
that's right.
That's right.
And they're summarized.
Right. This is
They
very
all,
helpful.
yes, they all appear in the summary.
So what you're seeing here, panel, is all of the changes that the agency is proposing with regard to 2360. And you've seen and talked about all of those except the ones in yellow. And just now, we've talked about the highlighted ones, the yellow ones. So that means that everything you're proposing, this board has been brought up to speed on.
Correct. Yes.
Maybe if you'll just stay right there, I want to just ask the two members of the advisory committee who are here to just tell us, have you, we've seen what you've done, is it two or maybe three? I'm sorry.
There's 5 of us.
5, pardon me.
We're sitting back here worried about a quorum.
So anyway, what are your thoughts about what we've just gone over in 2360? Do you have you studied, have you seen this before? Marilyn, do you want to come forward and speak?
Sure.
Identify yourself, please,
Do I
Marilyn.
need to be in front of the mic?
Just move the mic over a little.
Okay. So,
Will you identify yourself, please?
yeah, hi, I'm Marilyn Mahusky, and I am the Assistant Chair of the Census-Based Funding Advisory Group. And when I'm wearing my other hat, I'm an attorney with Vermont Legal Aid's Disability Law Project. So this draft is a little bit different than what we've seen in terms of the 2360. So I just was looking at it in this rule, for example, the educational surrogate parent was not in the draft that had
Okay.
been previously filed
Okay.
with the board. So I can't say for sure that there weren't other changes, but that's
They're yellow
new.
highlighted on this summary. So
Right. Well,
gray
but
highlighted.
but this is the first time seeing it. So I
Okay.
can't tell you that I have gone back and double checked to make sure. So relative to the 2360, I think the consensus of the advisory group is that the definition of special education needs to be changed, right? It needs to be consistent with 1300. So that is a change that needs to be made.
So that if we were to use the advisory group's definition of special ed in 1300, there would need to be a corresponding change in 2360? Is that what
That's
you're saying?
correct. That's correct. So
That's-
you were having a discussion earlier
yeah.
about, do
Yeah,
you
yeah.
do this simultaneously? But I
Right.
think that to some degree, they have to be considered in tandem, only because we are changing the
Right.
definition in
Right.
1300, and so it's important that that be reflected
Right.
in 2360. And, just in response to, the definition of special education in Vermont actually has not been consistent with the federal rules for quite some time, so it is important that it be changed. It actually had limiting language in there that children with disabilities could only access special education if they couldn't get their services otherwise in our system.
Right, just-
And that would be a conflict.
Let me
So it
just-
is important to change that.
Let me just see if this is so for you. The 2360.2.12 on page 24 and 5. It seems to me that am I right in thinking that only the first paragraph, paragraph A, is the one that matches precisely to what's in 1300? And that all the rest is additional language, which is a kind of reconstruction of all that used to be there, but organized in the way that it is in CFR.
Well, I don't know that I'd agree that all of it was there, but
Okay, but it's all there
the new
now.
definition there is now consistent with the federal definition, and the 1300 series is not the full definition, but it
Understood,
references back
understood.
to this
So-
definition.
So you don't have any problem with B, C, D, BCD?
No.
Okay, so your issue is only to point out that A does not corresponds with the agency's proposal,
Yes.
but it does not correspond with yours, which this board had endorsed. Is that correct?
No, this definition of special education is, the advisory group is in support of this definition. The agency has properly taken the 1300 definition
Okay.
and put it in the
Okay.
2360.
So you're all
We're good
signed
with
off on that?
We are good with that, yes.
So you're voicing support for.
We are voicing
matching
support.
language in both.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Definition.
Good, thank you, thank you.
Yes,
All right,
yes.
that's helpful. So,
Yeah, that's an important rule
so
change.
far as you know, this 22, 24, 25 is likely to be just fine with you guys.
Yes.
Is that right?
Do you
Yes.
want an out because you've only seen it for the first time today?
He said likely, so that's why I said
Yeah,
yes. I with the
yeah, I'm-
qualifier likely.
It's just trying to see how close we're coming.
I think so. I mean, I'll go back and I'll double check it,
All right.
and I would
Since
agree.
I have Marilyn here, Mr. Chair, one moment. Judy and I made some decisions about formatting and word use because our former rule did its best job of paraphrasing, and
Mm-hmm.
we would just prefer to use the same exact language as the federal rule.
I think our position has been that it should mirror the federal rule. So to that extent, we would agree. Yeah, I mean, I'll
Okay.
go back and take a look at it. And I agree that with the co-teaching, we didn't have I know that the folks at VCSEA and my group spoke about that, and there seems to be some support that in the field that remain.
Okay.
The effect on children.
It will have a positive effect on children because our prior rule arguably had a limiting effect on children who could qualify. Because the Vermont definition qualified the federal definition and was narrower than the federal definition. So this is a positive change, and it will positively impact children, and it reflects the federal rules.
All right.
Thank you.
So, thank you. So, Marilyn, can we move on to number 4 in the, which is on page 79, where this must be a no-brainer, this simply refers you back to what we've just been talking about.
Right. I would think that's fine.
Okay.
Because it is saying it's just
That's just good
Reiterating.
drafting. If you ever have to
Yeah.
make a change in the future,
Right.
you don't have to.
Right.
You don't run the risk of getting it wrong or
Good
missing
point.
it in the second
Good
place.
point.
Okay.
Right.
And so then can we speak about 2369 surrogate parents?
So
That's a return of something that once was.
And I can't speak to that because this is the first I've seen that.
Yeah, yeah.
So I would need to go back and look at that. I have also, just as an aside, and I'm going to put on my Disability Law Project hat, have had conversations with the Office of Public Guardian in the past because this rule impacts them. So there are times that it has been problematic where the Vermont rules say that if you are under a public guardianship and you turn 18, then you still need an educational surrogate appointed, and that has created problems. So we've alerted the Office of Public Guardian to say they might want to come in and speak to that. And I would argue that to require the guardians not to serve when private guardians can serve as educational surrogate is actually inconsistent with Title 18. Which is the public guardianship
Okay.
law. But that's an issue for another day, but I'm just highlighting it. I've not been able to go back and look at this today to
okay.
see whether that reflects the rule or not.
Okay. So I think what we've heard is the advisory group has not studied these, but probably, except for this third one about the public guardian, probably going to be okay with these. So now I want, just because I'm very concerned about time, I just want to ask the board, how do you want to proceed from here? Maybe I could offer some options. One option is to have the board essentially do a kind of a figurative cut and paste and say, for 1300, we like what the advisory group has done, and we'd like that incorporated in the final draft. And we'd like, on 2360, provisionally to do the same pending ratification from the advisory group of these changes.
So I just want to say, in terms of 2360, the advisory group had previously indicated that it wasn't going to go into a lot of discussion about the 2360. I don't know if that's an issue that is going to be revisited or not, so I just want to put it out there that I don't know that that the advisory group is intending to do that,
all right.
okay?
Well, then I'll simplify the proposition. We could say, let's go ahead with the board's preferences about 1,300, and let's go ahead with the agency's proposals with regard to 2360, all of them. And let's submit that as the proposed rule to start rulemaking. Yes,
I thought we were going to discuss 1,300.
sure, let's come back to that. Go
Okay,
ahead.
so I think
Sure,
before
I'm
we
willing-
maybe ask for an
I-
opinion
okay.
on how we do
Yeah,
it,
yeah, yeah.
it would be great for us to discuss
Go ahead.
1,300. And then I do have one more question. I apologize that I don't know that it's changed at all since June, but the monitoring component, which is new and required by 173, is this sort of currently in practice and being codified? Is it something the agency has capacity for? Is the one-year time frame adequate for students in terms of timeline? And in the school board had, is it adequate for a district to make modifications? Not being a practitioner, I don't know those things, but those are the questions that come to mind on a monitoring component of a law and a set of rules. I just don't know. So
Can I
either the
piggyback
agency or
on-
somebody respond?
Can I piggyback and ask, what does that mean in terms of documentation?
So this has been a conversation since 173 was passed, and the process of rulemaking has required the agency to look at its internal practices, especially around monitoring. And so our monitoring team is actually in the process of, I mean, it's my understanding that.
We should say, this is the programmatic monitoring. There's
Right.
a fiscal monitoring rule in 1,300, so just to wrap your head around which staff that is. Yeah.
So they are in the process of restructuring their internal monitoring program, and what we have tried to do in the rules and internally is take a closer look at the required fiscal monitoring and the programmatic monitoring, and in any way that we can overlap those to reduce administrative burden, we're trying to do that. These rules, the monitoring rules are fairly broad. They don't go into a lot about what is specifically required for documentation, and we're hoping that that will help us with reducing that administrative burden, but we are still working on the structure. But monitoring does happen. I believe I can say this, it has been inconsistent in the past, and we are trying to bolster that process.
So I guess to the question, is this codifying practice currently in place? Is
It's a
it
little hard for us-
informed in terms of timeline by
So
best practice? I just don't know.
describing practices that are, you could say, in flight, that the agency is in the process of putting into practice, but we can't tell you right now, this is what we do, because we're still bringing that online. And so when Judy is saying this is written in a broad way, we're trying to not make the current practice as it's sort of being piloted immediately non-compliant with the rule. We're trying to have that level, that appropriate level of language that's not too detailed.
Peter, you had wanted more discussion about 1,300?
Well, just relative to the vote we took at the last meeting.
Yep.
And we're going to do it again, I think. Are we sure that we're not going to return to it?
Good question. I think if the board adopts a rule as its proposed rule for rulemaking, then that's the rule. And either they write it for us or we write it for ourselves, but that's what you have decided you want to push forward into the rulemaking process.
Well, I'm not that familiar with the rulemaking process to know how that works.
Well, I can give you a quick overview. We put together the proposed rule, whatever you all say you want to be our rule. Some documentation that the agency knows how to do is put together, and that all goes to the interagency Committee on Administrative Rules. And it involves an economic impact statement and a bunch of other things that the agency knows how to prepare. And that, once that's accepted and processed by them, that kicks off the 6 to 8 month rulemaking process, which is all laid out in the Administrative Procedures Act. In that process, one of the early things that happens is that notice of the new rule is posted, and then later, about early April, a public comment period would begin. It's about an 8-week period, during which we conduct at least 2 public hearings, probably in different parts of the state. Then ultimately, and that's the time when, for example, the Disability Law Project, which has some particular concerns about pieces of 2360, would present those, and others, any stakeholder, any member of the public can come in. And then finally, we then adopt our proposed final rule, or not our proposed final rule, our final rule. And then that goes to the Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules, LCAR. And for that, also, there's some paperwork that has to go with that. And then if they sign off on it as proposed, it goes to the Secretary of State, becomes final, and becomes effective. Elapsed time is somewhere between 6 and 8 months. So what we're at the threshold of is kicking off that process.
I know.
I'm concerned about, Sean Marie had mentioned the troubles we'd had with the previous set of rules, which weren't properly vetted or complete when they went through the ICAR process. I don't want to repeat that mistake. I think it harms our credibility and it doesn't do things properly. And there are some omissions here that I think need to be addressed.
What are those omissions?
Particularly the independent schools piece seems to be a part of the law, but I don't see it addressed here.
Well, would you comment on that, please? That's a good question. Mill, yeah. Would you identify yourself, please, Mill?
I did not hear the question.
Would you identify yourself?
Yes, I'm Mill Moore, Executive Director of the Vermont Independent Schools Association and a member of the Census-Based Funding Advisory Group.
Thank you. Bill, pose your question, please, to Mill.
The question is the law says that we need to deal with the independent schools question, says so specifically. These proposed rules appear not to address it at all. And this, to me, leaves us vulnerable to a 2200 series kind of controversy that we've been through before that I would like to avoid.
I certainly would as well. I don't understand the connection that you're making between these rules.
The question becomes, should we move forward with a set of rules that has a gaping hole here, or should we not?
I think, maybe I could, I think we're under the timeline set by the legislature, I think we have to move forward. And certainly Judy and Emily could weigh in here, but I believe that the intent is for the agency to present a 2200 series to the advisory group for review. But certainly there were some very, very early preliminary conversations quite a long time ago that I wasn't involved in. So I think that the advisory group certainly hasn't seen anything in quite some time, and I believe it's sort of to be to be presented at some point that we would begin to see the 2200 series.
The plan, as I understand it, is that the secretary was going to arrange a subgroup discussion because not all members of the advisory group have a direct interest in the independent school portion of the rules. So that decision, that suggestion by the secretary has been pending for a long time. And I presume now that we're nearing the end on the other rules that the secretary is about ready to go forward.
Emily, can I just, we were advised earlier that the 2360 and the 1300 need to be filed separately. 2200, any change to the 2200 would have to be filed separately as well?
Yes.
So,
Remember that 2200 is a rule series that needs to be amended because the legislature changed the statute in Act 173, but with a delayed implementation date of 2022 as it stands now. So the statute that would authorize new rules will not be effective until July 1, 2022. We've discussed several times at this board that you'd want your rules to become effective not later than that same summer, so that they are wed to, the statute and the rules are wed
but
together.
I guess I don't agree with Bill, though, that we should hold up these other sets of rules on a set of rules that have to be amended separately anyways. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
I don't believe that you should. I think Act 173 has an intentional phased implementation that requires the census-based funding to shift first, which is these rules.
Yep.
And the independent school rules, which are connected in some ways, but independent in many ways as well, to be the next phase of work.
That's very
Yeah,
clear
okay.
in 173. It's a totally separate schedule for the independent school rules.
And if I could just point out, there are a couple of places where there is reference to to independent schools. So in the version of 1300 that the advisory group recommended, there is language, and if you look at what Mill prepared on that very first sheet, there is language that we felt was important, which addressed, and we're not saying this is the best place for it, but it's an important concept, which is that if an IEP team makes a decision to place a child at an independent school that's a special education independent school, that those services, all of those costs would be reimbursed. So there are, a number of special education only schools where IEP teams place students, and we wanted to make sure that those were reimbursable expenses.
It sounds like despite, a little bit of crunch here, it sounds like the rule process is on track with 173 as
Yeah.
far as independent schools and census funding.
Yep.
Is
That's
that
with,
what I'm hearing?
Yeah, the piece that's in here, in the 1300 rules, is about funding-related matters for independent schools. The whole section 20 and 22 in 173 about independent schools isn't about funding, it's about the
oversight.
conditions they have to meet for approval. And that's quite a different matter. And so it seems very logical to address the funding piece as part of the 1300 draft, just as minimally as necessary to obviate any problems there with the funding. And then, because we are on a separate schedule, and by the way, I may be misunderstanding this, but my reading of 173 is that we need to initiate rules, 2200 rules, by the 1st of November of this year.
Of 2020, yes.
Yeah, initiate. That means, look, we're just about ready
This
to
meeting,
initiate this after 8 months. So that means we probably need to get going on the 2200 rules real soon if we're going to be ready to initiate on the 1st of November. I would just point out, however, that then the implementation doesn't need to happen for 2 years. So I wonder if, you don't need 2 years to go from initiation to implementation, or taking effect. So we might consider talking to the General Assembly and saying, if you want these to go effect in 2022, which is what they say, do we have to initiate this year, or couldn't we initiate next year and give people a little space, because you all have other things to do?
Can I
Yeah.
just, we're going sort of a big overview of this whole situation with, and 2200 including. Am I not correct that it was Governor Shumlin that pulled the plug on the 2200 series issue?
Well, he did while he was governor, and then the legislature pulled the plug finally.
Right. So, but we're still under
Well, no,
a time.
no, I can tell you.
Can you help me
Sorry.
clarify that?
Yeah, Act 49 is where much of this, pardon me, it's 177. 173 provides that, it says, essentially it says the the state board may now resume its work on Rule 2200. Instead of a get-out-of-jail-free card, we've been prevented from doing anything. It now says, with the guidance that's provided in 173, we may adopt rules that will implement that guidance. And so we would resume the Rule 2200 process, which has been in suspension. And we wouldn't start from where you left off. We would start with a new set of proposed rules to implement what's provided here in 173.
Which is just special ed.
It's related, that precisely, it's 2200 rules pertaining to special education.
And I would add that.
Is that a fair characterization?
Yes, that is very, very fair. The final sections of Act 173 originated as a separate bill dealing with independent school governance alone. They were combined by the General Assembly prior to passage. So when you go to those final sections, you'll see they're quite prescriptive about independent school oversight matters. And those statutes merely have to be translated into rules in the new 2200 series work.
So we're entitled to go back to them, not back to where we were, but back to 2200 and implement what's proposed here.
The statute has been changed quite substantially, wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
Yeah.
It becomes effective in 2022 than the statute that existed when Rule 2200 was
Right.
picked up previously.
Right. So I think that's a fair answer to your question, Bill. Yeah, it's all part of the same deal, but it's on a slightly different schedule.
Pushing against initiation of 2200 here in terms of time.
It's going to be very crowded.
I mean, to keep this here as an endpoint when we're pushing up hard here, it's going to compress us again later on.
Well, I think the only thing that we might seek relief on would be starting, relief from the obligation to initiate the special ed independent school rules in November. That means we should have started our work on it by now, because it's taken us, what, 8 months to get to this point for the 1300 and 2360. It'll probably take us at least 6 months to get to a similar point with the independent school rules.
When you say initiate, what do you?
Initiate is adopt a proposed final rule
Okay.
and send it to the ICAR people.
okay,
That sort of kicks off that 6 to 8 month process. So we actually have some elbow room if we had an extension on the time we need to initiate. We'd still have it ready for the year 2022. But that's another matter. I think we're pretty clear that it's a separate process, and that brings us back, I'm mindful of the time, that brings us back to where we are now with 1300.
Can I just quickly clarify? It's a separate object. Is the advisory group still going to be engaged in that process?
Yes,
In the 2200
Yes.
series? Yes, I believe so.
yeah.
But a smaller subset, you're saying?
Well, I believe there was a
Possibly.
smaller subset that started having conversations
Okay.
about it, but I believe at some point the whole advisory group would weigh in
Got
on
it,
it.
okay.
Yes, the
Yeah.
advisory group's mandate covers all of Act 173.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you're comfortable with all of that, then the question to you is, how do you want to proceed from here? We could, if you wanted to, say, here's how we'd like 1300 to look, and here's how we'd like 2360 to look. Please, and this would be a request to the agency to please draft a rule that reflects those wishes of the board. And I'm sure the agency would do as we request. I think about the only sort of pending thing about that is the advisory group signed off yet on the 2360 changes? And the answer is not yet.
Correct.
So there'd have to be kind of a window of time for the advisory group to meet, discuss, hopefully agree with 2360s, and then you would know what it is we've asked you to do.
Well, we would not. I'm a little worried about that because you'd be giving us a conditional request, conditional on what a different body will do at their publicly aware meeting.
So maybe what we could do is,
Do we think that 2360 is, besides the input from the advisory committee, is perhaps a final product?
Well, that's a good question. Do you?
If I could just state that we've asked the advisory group many times to give us their feedback on Rule Series 2360, and the 3 changes that Judy proposed to you today, one was as a direct result of conversations. So the first change, the definition of special education, is exactly what the advisory group has asked for in their written documentation that you've reviewed last month. And the other 2 changes are technical and what we found in our final scrub to bring to you today.
Isn't the only issue that's out there still hanging is the surrogate parents
And
portion?
and I'll represent to you today working in the education field, I think the field has believed that that rule has been in effect for the past 3 years, exactly as it appears in this draft.
And we're just proposing to put it back in as is. So we're back to status quo.
I'm seeing Marilyn, I'm seeing some nodding out back there.
Okay.
What do you think?
It's probably correct, but I would want to go back and verify, because again, I'm just seeing that draft for the first time. It looks consistent, but I haven't had a chance to compare it. I would also point out that they added a rule.
Would Russell Schillingard please come to the main office? Russell Schillingard to the main office, please.
They moved a rule. So the other thing I don't think that you mentioned today was on residential placements. And that there is a reference in this draft that you're presenting today on the 2360 series that you've taken a rule and moved it. That was in the draft that I looked at, and I just want to point out but that also was a change that was not in the 2360 series. And we have some concerns about that it conflicts actually with the statute.
I don't believe that's entirely accurate. So the rule that you're referring to, residential placements, has been renumbered only since June.
Board, one possible approach for you to think about is to proceed with what we have in front of us today, i.e. your request that the 1,300 rules align with the recommendations of the advisory group and the agency's proposals with regard to 2360 as presented today. And ask for a document that does just those 2 things, knowing that if there are particulars around surrogate parenthood or other things, there is an 8-week period at which we can receive testimony and can make changes. We don't want to make big changes, as Bill has advised us, and I'm sure we all agree with that. We'd like to have it about 98% right.
So let's get that as a motion then.
And please.
It was the first part that I was, first felt senses that you, in terms
Sort
of.
of what he said, huh?
Yeah, what he said, yeah.
Anybody wish to articulate that?
So to move 1,300 with alignment with the comments from the advisory committee and 2360.
Not comments.
1,300 language?
Yeah, language, yeah. Yep.
All right, thank you.
And then what with 2360?
And then 2360 as proposed by the agency today. And the specific motion that I think we're after is a motion to adopt those as the proposed rules for rulemaking. And then there would be a second motion to initiate rulemaking. 2 parts. So are you comfortable with the motion in front of us? And I think it's to the effect of, shall the board adopt the language advocated by the advisory group for 1,300 in whole as laid out in their December proposal, and shall it also adopt the 2360 rules as presented by the agency today? And shall we adopt those as the board's proposed rules?
I'll make that motion.
Motion has been made. Is there a second?
I'm not going to paraphrase.
Second. And Suzanne, do you have it?
No, who made the motion?
And Peter Pelt seconded. Is there further discussion? Is there clarity on what we're voting on?
Clear as mud. Yeah.
I think so.
You think so?
Yeah.
Can I
Yeah,
just
please.
clarify who's responsible? Do we expect, and is it is it fine that the agency is going to incorporate the advisory group's language in what we're moving forward.
let us put it
Who's
this
doing
way.
it? Are we doing it?
Let us put it this way. This is what the board wants the rule to say.
Okay.
Let's get that clear.
Yeah.
And then we can work out whether they will cooperate with drafting the rule to that effect, or we'll have to figure some other way to get it drafted the way we want.
There need to be no doubt that the agency will staff the work that the board
Great.
approves.
Exactly.
Yes.
And
So-
the only thing I don't know that we've discussed, and we may not have time for it, but I think we indicated clearly in our motion from the last meeting that we expected the recommendations of the advisory group to be incorporated in the next version we would get
Right.
from the AOE.
Right.
And if they were not to be, then we expected there to be some explanation of why that wasn't happening. And so I don't think we did that part. There are some things that were not incorporated, and I don't know if we've heard what that explanation is.
And that is what I came prepared, to be totally transparent with you. I think you can tell I was pretty upset to hear that I had disappointed the board, essentially, is what you said
I
to
don't
me at
think
the
of you as
beginning of this
personally.
meeting.
It was the secretary that we communicated with.
So, well, I take full responsibility. So I came prepared with 2 documents today, a red line copy and a clean version, because things were getting a little tricky, to show you where we have accepted, and we think that the advisory group's comments in that December draft are well taken. We want you to adopt a rule that says as much, and some places where we get their idea, and we think some different language would accomplish the result better. And one place where we do not think that their change is consistent with the federal regulation and would be ill-advised.
Would you be able to do that for us? I mean, we're really hurting on time now, and I wish this question had come up earlier in our discussion. Could you do that for us using this?
No, I cannot.
You can't.
No, the document, Mill, that you helpfully sent me actually has language in the first block that is not in the advisory group's draft that you have articulated to support. So there's at least some confusion among the advisory group about what's in their draft and what's not.
Well, no, there's not confusion about what's in the draft. There might be confusion as to what's in this side by side.
Okay.
So I think we should
We're
discard
working
the
from
side
the
by
draft.
side.
We're working
So the
from the
draft,
December
right.
draft.
Okay.
What is your
Is this your
thought?
comment?
Yes.
No, we
Too much.
made the motion and seconded it, right?
That's right.
Now we're having discussion. And I'd like to hear the motion again. I shared Kim's concerns here, is we were supposed to be delivered, and I'd like something that gives us some degree of assurance that this will happen.
Right, and I do think it's reasonable to understand what the concern was and why the AOE couldn't do what was asked. So
Fair enough.
And can
Fair
I
enough.
just please read your minutes, Mr. Chair, from the last meeting? I think that it's important to get in the record the motion that you voted on for people who watch the video later.
Yeah. Suzanne, can you find the
I-
minutes, or do you have them?
I have it.
We have them.
So, on page 5 of your minutes, I won't read the full first paragraph on the top of that page, that's too much. Chair Carroll asked for a motion. O'Farrell moved to endorse the recommendations of the advisory group and urge the AOE to incorporate these changes in their next draft, which will be provided in advance and voted on in the next meeting. Gleason seconded, the motion passed.
This
The
is the next
sentence
one?
right before that was not the motion, so I didn't want to read that as part of the motion. But Chair Carroll proposed that unless the AOE came back with compelling reasons not to consent to the proposals, then these proposals should be in the final draft. I think that's where the agency and the board became confused with one another, in all fairness.
Okay.
I've got compelling reasons.
All right, fair enough. That's a fair point. I'm just thinking about all the people who've come here for a meeting that starts at 2 o'clock. Board, what is your wish? Do you want to postpone this to another time, or do you want to proceed? Sorry?
I think the motion covered this issue.
Well, I think that what the agency is saying, correct me if I'm wrong, is that you haven't heard from us as to why we don't concur with the advisory group's recommendations. And that they intentionally made these recommendations knowing full well that they were not aligned with the advisory group's recommendations, and they would like an opportunity to explain why.
You know what, I wouldn't even go so far to say we would like an opportunity to explain why. As long as it's on the record that we had reasons why, it's the will of the board what you do next.
Of course.
Could we have the motion read back to us?
Please.
I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry, you're doing fine. Suzanne? Understood.
Shall the board adopt the language advocated by the advisory group in whole from the December meeting and the 2360 rules as presented by the Agency of Education and adopt them as proposed rules? As your rules.
Yep, exactly, as the board's rules.
I think, are we all covered here?
No.
I continue to have the curiosity, but I imagine, as I look at those differences in this, I guess frankly, I wouldn't find the AOE's and my notes on it, description of the process they will do with the technical manual, that was not especially satisfying to imagine that the feedback from the field will be incorporated. So that is an area of difference between the two.
Right.
And I, personally found the clarity in the advisory group's language to be more
I felt the same way.
more clearly linked to the feedback
Yep.
that was being sought.
Yep.
So, and the other component of addressing the costs of an independent placement in a special ed only school,
Yeah.
I think is really important. So I guess personally, unless we're hearing otherwise, or there was no cover to the AOE proposed language that explained where the differences were and why they took the position they did, in the absence of time to discuss further, or I guess I would need to lean in the favor of what the motion is suggesting.
Or is there another motion?
Yeah, no, I
Uh,
feel like we spent a lot of time on
Yeah, we have.
the logistics that maybe we would have gotten the
I
answer.
feel like
Right, I
in
don't know.
fairness to the agency, I'd like to give them a chance to make their case. As much as I'm eager to get this thing moving, it just feels like we would be short-circuiting a process if we didn't do that. So what I suggest we do is leave this matter exactly where it stands with the motion pending. I think we can do that, if you're willing, so that we come back to this, and I guess it'll have to be at either a special meeting or at our next meeting, which is very frustrating because we're eager to get moving, but.
Can we withdraw the motion?
No, I don't think you need to withdraw it. I think we can just leave it on the table.
In order to be withdrawn, the whole board would have to consent, because it's the board's
Yeah,
motion now.
Yeah, and I think we could just leave it on the table and suspend this discussion for now and schedule to a time yet to be determined.
And in so doing, are we clear on the expectations?
The expectation is that the agency will do what they don't feel they had time to do here,
If we could change
which is to
it-
walk us through those changes and why they did not concur with them.
If we could change the expectations to the agency agrees to present these things in and develop the language, then I think we could do something with it.
How does that go, Bill? I'm sorry?
Emily was saying that they didn't have a strong commitment to do what we had asked, but if we put this in and based on what Emily said, that it will in fact comport with that, then I become happier.
Please?
I think what might be most helpful for the agency to prepare for whenever you get together next, we'll find out, is to prepare two versions of Draft 1300. One that is reflective of the advisory group's changes, and one that we would be advocating for you to adopt, realizing that you're probably not going to, listening to your conversation so far. But we'll give it a shot.
Can we ask that that be accompanied with your rationale? Because I think that is really what we
Yeah,
were looking
that-
for last
yeah.
time, and not hearing it and not having the time for the conversation that I know
It's
you were
what we
prepared
thought
for.
we were giving you in this
but-
hour today.
That's right, no, understood. So if
I
it
know.
were to be coming to us in written form for our consideration
Right.
of A or B, which
Right.
is what we were not hoping
We
would
might
end
even
up
be able to have-
happening, but is.
If we got that, we might even be able to do it over the phone in a warned meeting.
If I could, Megan sent you a document
Yes.
labeled
Yes.
E5-A.
Yeah.
And that just, if this is going to be postponed, folks could look at this because
Oh,
I
yeah,
think it
that's-
captures what the conversation was at the last meeting. So when the agency came to us with the new 1300,
we didn't see the actual language, but we discussed it, and Megan did do a pretty good job, I think, of summarizing the conversation. That might be helpful to each
All right.
of you to understand,
All right.
maybe a little bit better what the agency's rationale was.
So we would then ask that if you would do a kind of this explanation in writing for us in advance, and if you would share that also with the advisory group, and then we'll convene a meeting to continue and conclude this discussion, perhaps by phone, it'll be duly warned, of course, at which we would like to hear from the agency. We have questions of the agency, and we would have questions of the advisory group who would have arrived with their views on the agency's commentary. Is that a fair enough arrangement?
I'll prepare for you a memo explaining the two real substantive areas of difference.
And why?
I'll have to give that to the advisory group before you meet because you'll be expecting them
Precisely.
to comment on my memo
Right.
before your maybe phone
Right.
meeting.
But you don't have to wait for a meeting. You can send it to them, and then they either can meet or do a phone meeting. We can move this forward. You don't have to wait for a meeting to present it. Just write it, send it to us, send a copy to them, please.
So not to complicate things further, but the 2360, if the advisory group has strong feelings that there's something missing in the reflection of the bigger substantive changes, is that
Okay.
reasonable that they
Yeah.
provide us with that?
Yeah, but let's
Okay.
stay within the bounds of what the agency has proposed, if we
All right,
can.
I mean, I will point out that we did have a conversation at the advisory group about an MTSS rule, which you have, that
Right,
I
I've
sent
seen
you.
that.
And the
Yeah.
group is, I believe, intending to talk more about that at its next meeting. So
Yeah,
I'm just
but
putting
if-
that out there.
That kind of thing can come up in the public comment period.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's
I
fine.
think we really want to try to just get sorted through on what's in front of us.
And is that just because it's not been through the
Yeah.
process before, we can expect that even though we're saying it's 98% what we expect to be right, there is still opportunity through the hearing process to make amendments?
It certainly is.
Okay.
That's the whole point.
Just wanted to
Yep.
understand.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay,
Okay.
Thank
well
you.
done, everybody. Thank you all.
Thank you.
And now,
What does
so
that
we're,
mean?
we're only, what, 15 minutes late for us? That's pretty good, y'all. Those of you who have come here for the hearing. Or if you want to just stand and stretch for about 2 minutes, but don't go anywhere. So welcome, everybody. We'll all try to speak loudly so you can hear us. There's a podium being rigged up here. And for any of you who are speaking and are speaking as an individual, that is not part of a panel, it might work best if you speak at the podium. And Bill, if you would turn the podium sort of to address this way, yeah, okay. So you'll be able to address us and be heard because apparently that has a speaker that'll help you be heard. What we suggest to you is everybody has an allotted time, and you all know what that is. Individual speakers, I think typically you'll have 15 minutes. Our counsel to you would be to use no more than 2/3 of your time to make your presentation, so that you're leaving 1/3 of your time for responses, questions, dialogue with us. Recommendation for all of you is, you know more about proficiency-based learning than we do. You don't need to spend a lot of time impressing us with your qualifications or your experience. We're impressed, otherwise we wouldn't have invited you. And just think about, what is it I want these people to learn from me? And focus on that. The 2 or 3 things that you want us to really take away from your time in front of us, all right? So any comments or questions or suggestions from the board? You ready to go? So we're here to listen. And we'll begin with John Downs of the Tarrant Institute. And my colleague here, John O'Keefe, will show you his signs telling you stuff about how much time you have left.
This is red. It's not pink.
Right. Go ahead, John.
Thank you. I appreciate this chance to share with you some thoughts. My name is John Downs. I'm the director of the Tarrant Institute for Innovative Education, and we're with the College of Education and Social Services at the University of Vermont. With 11 of my colleagues, we've spent the last 5 or 6 years helping schools improve.
Let's, John, turn the lectern facing that way more, the whole box, more and more and more.
And I'll try to speak more into the mic. Is that any better? I wonder if we can turn this up a little bit.
You might even turn it even more, even though it'll be sideways for you.
Yeah, okay.
Because the mic will project out toward the folks.
Okay, I'll try to do my best here. For the last 5 or 6 years, since passage of Act 77, my colleagues and I have worked with 50 schools as they've tried to improve education generally, but primarily through implementation of Act 77. Although we've worked mostly with middle grades, that's our area of expertise, grades 5 through 9, because of the configuration of schools in Vermont, we end up in elementary schools and working with younger grades as well as high school grades. I'd like to share a bit about the rationale for our work, the lessons from our implementation work, and maybe some ideas for you to consider as you listen to the rest of the testimony today. I want to start with an anecdote from the very beginning of my work at UVM 13 years ago. And it starts with an assignment from a humanities teacher that every student, this is 7th and 8th grade, should go out into the community and interview someone they admire. One student, who was growing up in a suburban housing development, decided to interview one of his peers, who was growing up on a farm. And he made a video, and in the video, his classmate shows him how to use the milking equipment, shows him how to feed the animals, how to blend antibiotic into the feed, how to compact and deal with silage. And what came out of this, clearly in the video, was how much admiration his classmate had for this kind of work, the amount of responsibility that was entailed in being a 7th grader growing up on a farm. But it's interesting to me that only the one creating the video received any credit for this work. The teachers had never really known what the student growing up on a farm was doing every day, maybe twice a day, and he never received any credit for it. And I wonder what that meant as he went through high school, taking biology, maybe he did some land management kind of learning somewhere along the way, maybe economics. But did he ever have the chance to make the connection between what he was doing in his daily life and that coursework? And if he didn't make that connection, what implications did that have for his performance in high school and whether he even considered college? To me, that summarizes one of the key challenges that we face in improving education in Vermont. Can we close the gap between what's taught in secondary schools and what's really needed for post-secondary success? Can we close the gap in what is taught and what students find engaging enough to learn deeply and persist in the face of challenges? And that anecdote, I think, conveys the opportunities of out-of-school learning that we so often overlooked. When we try to close these challenges, a wide range of researchers and organizations have identified the need for high schools, in particular, to know their students better, to have a keen understanding of individual students, to design flexible pathways that are responsive to who those students are, their interests, what they need, and to develop an assessment system that is formatively rich and that informs that learning and supports that learning. To me, that's exactly what Act 77 tried to lay out. In conjunction with the education quality standards, it said we needed personalized learning plans, flexible pathways to learning, and proficiency-based assessment. To our group, these things can be restated as knowing students well, creating engaging and personally meaningful learning opportunities, and designing assessment to support that kind of learning. Proficiency-based learning entails, in particular, clearly articulated competencies, task-neutral criteria, portfolios and exhibitions that can capture evidence of authentic learning and work, multiple opportunities to achieve proficiency, students taking ownership, and an emphasis on formative assessment and reflection and performance assessment. None of these ideas are new. They are not meant to replace everything else we do, but they do fill critical gaps in our current practice. And yes, we do need to create new systems in order to make them work, and that might have implications for existing systems as well. If there's one thing we've learned in our work so far, it's that these three pillars, if you think of them that way, are interrelated and interdependent. When we've struggled with implementation, when teachers have struggled with implementation, when students have been disappointed by implementation, it's because the three pillars aren't instituted in concert. It's when students are asked to set goals, but only goals related to the learning that teachers value, not that they value. When they are asked to collect authentic evidence and examine it against proficiencies, but that evidence isn't authentic in their minds, or they can't share it with a public audience, students just see it as more work. Students have rebelled against PLPs until they've had a chance to redesign them as vehicles for capturing what they find personally meaningful. Teachers and students have rejected goal setting unless it's about something bigger, something new. This interdependence, to me, is remarkable because it reflects a coherent policy. That if you take out one piece, the rest of it kind of falls apart. And it's more important when you think of all the other benefits that we could have from some of this work. If we're trying to take equity seriously, for instance, it'll call upon us to know students well, to design learning opportunities that are relevant and meaningful to those students, and to design assessment that really supports learning. It comes with challenges too. Implementation takes years. Probably our biggest failing in trying to improve schools is to not sustain implementation over a long enough period of time. Instead, we move on to the next thing. We can expect a J curve, if you're familiar with that term, that in the early stages of implementation, we will struggle. We will wonder if the new implementation is better than the old way. It takes time to get out of that curve and to see the benefits of long-term implementation. I think that's what's happening when we hear about things like people struggling with grades and that they don't capture what they care about and value. It takes a long time to understand what a new form of assessment means. I think it's what we hear when we are talking about people worried about content knowledge, that more project-based learning, more real-world learning doesn't seem to generate the same content knowledge. It takes time to learn to do those practices well in a way that leverages content to its fullest. I think as you listen to the rest of the day, I encourage you to think about a couple things. One is that proficiency-based assessment doesn't need to solve everything. We have other tools, other assessment tools to solve the problems that proficiency-based assessment just isn't good at. I encourage you to listen for the gaps. What are the gaps we're trying to fill? We came up with Act 77 because kids were not getting certain kinds of learning opportunities. And we were worried that it reflected in low post-secondary participation, for instance. We need to fill those gaps. I also encourage you to think about how this could benefit us in the longer term. Our experience with schools is that this work requires coherent and intensive professional development. It requires devoting the necessary time, seeking collective efficacy across a whole faculty engaged in morally important work they value, seeing real changes over time, achieving real milestones in the near term, not just working and working and working, thinking that it's going to pay off in the end. We can intensify the implementation of these practices to solve a lot of other problems. Equity alone is best served by many of these same practices. Let's think about that, please, as we go through the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, questions?
Yes.
Yes, Bill, please.
You talked about proficiencies, but also personalized learning, and it seems like there are two different concepts there. And one leads itself towards a very set-piece curriculum, another leads the personalized instruction to a very open-ended kind of thing. How do you meld the two?
Well, first, I think it's important to clarify what my definition of personalized learning is. So when we listed the things like students having ownership over their learning, out-of-school learning opportunities, self-directed learning, that is my definition of personalized learning, as opposed to sometimes what we see in the literature, personalized learning being plugging kids into computers. So clearly it's about this deeper learning, which is another term we hear. The key is that the evidence that gets generated from truly personal learning is not amenable to teacher tests. It's not amenable to standardized tests. It requires different tools in order to evaluate it. And that's why we originally came up with standards-based assessment, and proficiency-based assessment is simply an extension to it. One of the key extensions to it is this idea of task neutrality, so that the same rubric, for instance, the biology and husbandry and environmental sustainability that was relevant to the farmer's life, could be evaluated whether it was being experienced on a farm, in a zoological experience, or in a lab. The same rubrics, the same criteria, the same expectations. That's what we need if we're going to design learning opportunities that are responsive across the ethnic spectrum, the racial spectrum, the SES spectrum. That's what I mean.
You mentioned gaps in assessment. It's simply relying upon proficiency assessment left gaps. What are the gaps in assessment, and how do we assess? How do we fill those gaps?
Well, I think we're well on our way to that if we take seriously a comprehensive assessment scheme, which we're supposed to be doing.
Right.
And I think we have many of the parts and pieces. Standardized tests, for instance, may still be our best way of raising red flags about particular students' basic performance in literacy and numeracy.
Mm-hmm.
Proficiency-based assessment may not be good at that. But proficiency-based assessment may be good at helping to determine whether all students are getting access to deeper learning opportunities, opportunities to apply knowledge in novel contexts. If we value those outcomes as they predict post-secondary participation, for instance, or deeper learning in general, then we need an assessment tool to help us do that.
So, John, how would you respond to the criticism that, I'm sorry, how would you respond to the criticism that proficiency-based grading, so on the report card, leaves too much gap between different learners? So in the old-fashioned days, an A student and a C student could now be graded as proficient. How do you respond to that, and are there solutions to it to try to break that, to try to give more feedback on the level of learning that each student is obtaining?
Frankly, I have a hard time reconciling that, and here's why. I'm not sure that we should even be talking about proficiency-based grading.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the concept of grading in most of our minds tends to cobble together multiple issues, whether it's student behavior, compliance, and yes, perhaps some achievement information. But it all gets jumbled together. So if what we're trying to do in implementing proficiency-based grading is to replace the old grading system, it's not going to work. We're going to undermine the qualities of proficiencies. I think it's perfectly reasonable to think that we could come up with just as reliable and probably more valid approach to gauging student progress if we were to look at a portfolio of authentic work that's assessed against proficiencies than we have ever had based on the various teacher judgments across multiple classrooms, teachers who barely talk to each other, much less align their expectations, and then jumble the whole student experience into a grade. I think that we can still achieve an end of knowing whether students are getting the kind of learning opportunities and outcomes that we're after. But it would be part of a comprehensive scheme. It's not just proficiency-based assessment that can do that.
Thank you. I think, very good. I think we have to stop there.
Thank you very much. I
Thank you,
appreciate
Tom
this.
Dawson. Thank you very much. Next, we're going to hear from David Ruff, Executive Director of the Great Schools Partnership. Thank you for coming here, David, from Portland, Maine.
That was hard to pull up the plates. I was wondering why that was.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Carroll, for asking me here. And it's actually a lovely drive over this morning, so it was not a problem at all. And I'm really honored to be here and really impressed by all the Vermont educators who are here to, in some way, be a part of this collective work that's going on here. As John said, my name is David Roof. I'm the Executive Director of the Great Schools Partnership. We're a nonprofit. Our offices are located in Portland, Maine, but we're working all over New England and actually outside of New England to an increasing extent. It's there. We envision an equitable, rigorous, and personalized education system that prepares every student for college, for work, and for citizenship. And I would stress that it's college and work and citizenship. It's not one of those ends. And by college, we're specifically looking at four-year programs, two-year programs, quality certificate programs, further learning for kids that are there. And just briefly to note that importance of citizenship, because I fear in some cases we get really caught up in all the academics and we don't remember it's about having good people, not just smart people with us. It's also important to note that we believe strongly in educational equity, meaning that we want to ensure just outcomes for each student. We want to raise marginalized voices, and we want to challenge the imbalance of power and privilege that is in our country today. For us, proficiency is an equity agenda at the core of it. Just a little, briefly to state too, so you know some of our insight on this. We do run the League of Innovative Schools, about 190 schools in New England at this point, 25 members from Vermont. I would say you're second in membership behind Connecticut, only because they have more schools. The Vermonters are heavily, heavily involved in that. So, and I would state, I won't be as able to give you specific examples from Vermont as the people who are going to be following, but I can give you a sense of what we're seeing across the state, across the region, across the country. So quickly, let me talk just a little bit about the country. Proficiency is happening across the country. I would look at two reports for that. One that was put out by the Excel in Ed, or the Foundation for Excellence in Education. They just did a policy analysis, and they found that proficiency is allowable in every state but one. Wyoming does not allow it, for whatever reason, I'm not sure. But it either is an expectation or it's a pathway that can be used in every one of the other 50 states. The other piece that's important is the Aurora Institute. They keep an updated listing on progress in terms of implementation of what they call competency or proficiency. And again, they find that every state has the ability to encourage, support, or require some level of work around proficiency-based learning. I'm interested by a couple of questions you guys asked, and I would love to actually dig into some of those. But to give a perspective there, my sense of the work here in Vermont, I actually think it's probably not right to see it as a proficiency work as much as it is about personalized learning, which combines, to build to your point, proficiency and personalization is in there, and pathways that are in there. And the key thing there is proficiency, simplistically, is simply saying, here's what we want kids to know and be able to do, and we're going to set up our system to make sure they get there. Pathways creates all kinds of learning opportunities for kids. There's problems with both of those approaches. The proficiency approach doesn't actually require that kids take ownership of their learning. It just says, here are the standards, we're going to get there. The pathways approach to the problem is it doesn't actually set any common standards. And so you could create really rich, thoughtful pathways for some students, and not necessarily intentionally, but we have seen it happen, less than rich and thoughtful pathways for other kids. It's only by combining these two pieces where you say, here is a common core set of learning we want for all kids, and we're going to create multiple pathways to get kids to those ends, that we actually reach a deep, equitable learning agenda that's there. I want to actually spend most of my time just talking a little bit about what I would argue are 6 key lessons that we've learned in successful sites that are doing this work. And I'm happy to dig into any of those, and I would say this key lessons came down from about 18 of them, and so there may be others that we can actually share and talk a little bit about. So schools that are doing this well, we see these things. 1, they limit the number of standards required for graduation. Excuse me. So I would make a note. There are a lot of standards that are out there that are needed to develop the curriculum. What do we want kids to experience? What do we want them to go through? There's a smaller subset that is, what are we going to actually assess kids around? What are we going to determine their capacities on? And then there's even a smaller subset that says these are the, we call them level of accountability for students. We're going to hold kids accountable for them. Okay? That is crucially important, because if you hold kids accountable to every one of the standards you've used for curriculum, you get into a checklist mentality. I did this, I did this, I did this, I did this. I had a call from a superintendent who called me and said, I'm really aggravated with you. You told me if we went to proficiency, our kids would be thinking deep thoughts. I went in and I asked them about their work, and all they could tell me was, they checked this, they checked this, they checked this, they checked this. And I said, what was your level of accountability? And he said, we made sure they got every single one of those small standards. And I said, that's why they're doing exactly what you've designed for them to do. They're checking off those things. They're not thinking big thoughts. You need to limit the number of standards, we call them graduation proficiencies, that would be there for kids. 2, you need to personalize learning, but you need to be cautious about individualized and isolated learning. Learning is a joint activity. Okay? Kids, there are some times we all have to sit by ourselves and really think and work hard, but overall, there's significantly more success by bouncing ideas back and forth across people. That is a crucial component of this, and in some cases, schools have moved to an isolated individual learning as opposed to setting up pathways for kids to work collectively to deepen their learning. I would put a little piece aside there about online learning. I think there are uses for online learning. I would not at all support an entirely online program. I think it isolates kids, puts them away from teachers, it puts them away from other students, it puts them away from deeper learning. 3rd, transferable skills matter and are extremely influential to both students and teachers. Vermont has done a lot of work around transferable skills. It's incredibly thoughtful, deep, worthwhile work. But getting to that idea of how do I get kids to think about these ideas and move them forward, those are the skills that employers want, those are the skills that colleges want, those are the skills that lead to success. And far too often we worry about the nuts and bolts and we don't get it to transferable skills. It's not to say that nuts and bolts are important. We want all kids to be able to read well, want them to be able to compute well, but it's about those transferable skills. 4, students should be encouraged to learn beyond the common graduation competencies. And so if you have this set and say this is what's required for graduation, we would want kids to say, here's other things we want to learn. Here are other things we want to engage in. There are things that some students are interested in that others aren't. We need to make sure there's space in the learning day for that to happen. Successful implementation is highly dependent upon giving teachers enough time, resources, and consistency. If I could say one thing to you, and John noted this earlier, the biggest fault that we see in systems level change is not holding on to the change we're talking about. And that doesn't mean making adjustments and making corrections on that, but we see states head off in this direction and then take a left turn this way and a right turn that way, and they don't keep going with their work. Teachers are amazing people. If given the time and resources, they will figure out how to make things better for kids. And then finally, and this is a little bit linked into grading, so it's kind of a bunch in this one. Concerns that we've heard from people. College admissions. I would tell you college admissions has not been the problem that the public thinks it would be. You can go on our website. There's over 80 institutes of higher education there right now who have noted that transcripts that come that are proficiency transcripts will not be a problem for admissions. That actually only makes sense. As a little story, we went down to Harvard. We thought, well, we'll ask Harvard first. And the dean of admissions laughed at us when we walked in. And we thought at first it was because he thought the idea was stupid. He said, no, it's because of course we'll accept those kids. We accept kids who are homeschooled. We accept kids from all across the country. We accept kids internationally. If you think we can't understand a transcript, you don't know what we do. And we went and checked that out with everybody else, and they all said the same. The second piece, the NCAA hasn't probably been a big piece here in Vermont, but the NCAA is a little bit of a sticking point here. Because the NCAA looks and says for kids to be eligible for athletics, they have to get so many quality points. So essentially they take a look at your core courses, English, math, science, social studies, foreign language, and they add those up and they give quality points about those. And you have to get to a certain level of quality points to be athletically eligible. It's actually not a problem with proficiency. The problem is schools have to go onto the NCAA's website and explain their grading system. If you explain your grading system, you are fine. Third piece, scholarships. Scholarships is a little bit, of all these three, I say I'm not worried about admissions, I'm not worried about the NCAA. Scholarships are a little more tricky. And the reason they're a little more tricky is because there are so many of them, and a lot of them are small, local, very tight scholarship requirements. What we have found out, however, is if schools go to the people who are running the scholarship programs and say, what are you trying to understand through, they might say we want a B average, go to them and say, what are you trying to understand by maintaining a B, they have to have a B average. They say we want to make sure our students are academically prepared, and the school says, we are going to show that in this way. I have yet to hear of a place where that's been a problem. So that one is a little trickier, but it's not a real big issue. And then I would finally end with the notion of grading, which is kind of linked into all these pieces here. It's important to know, grading is a communication device. It's a way that we say to parents and kids, here's how students are doing. And there are two things we're trying to get across with that. One is, what is the absolute that your child is learning? The second is, are we okay with that? Is that where we think your child should be? The giving an A, B, or C does the second. It doesn't necessarily do the first. By getting an A, not a problem. But what does your child actually know? It's not clear there. I would be stress. We know schools that use A through F, 0 to 100, 1 through 4, narrative grades, all doing proficiency. I don't think that's a key component of proficiency. The key piece is explaining what it is you're doing. That's the most important piece so that the communication is understood. The bigger issue there is actually not the nomenclature of the grade, but how we're actually coming to an understanding around what that grade is. So let me stop there and turn to you guys for questions.
Paul has a question.
So during the previous presentation, I heard a lot of the mention of this term of authentic work and how it's going to be assessed over time. And it's the understanding that I've gotten from the two presentations is that PLPs are the real main bit of proficiency-based or personalized learning, as you're saying. So how are students going to be assessed? What is your goal for students to be assessed into the future for that's almost like a standardized transcript of some sort when it comes to proficiency-based learning and or personalized learning plans for colleges to look at, for scholarships to look at, that type of thing?
So there's a couple things in your question. Let me try to unpack them. If we look and say we want all students to be able to read well, there's no argument we want kids to read well. The argument is what do we mean by well? Okay? So one of the things that John talked about was this notion of task-neutral scoring criteria. So we would want to take that skill and we would want to very clearly mark out what do we mean by levels of well that's there. If we do that task-neutral, so it's not about this assessment, but about the concept of achieving that skill, then I can look at work that you've done on this assessment, or this assessment, or this assessment, or this assessment. It doesn't matter. So you can actually design the assessment that you, as a student, would want to undertake to demonstrate to me as a teacher you've achieved that standard. Okay? So that opens up the opportunities for different pathways without compromising an equity stance. The second part of your question was a transcript, and is there a way to get a common transcript? So the reality is there isn't a common transcript now that's there. That's a local decision. And I would, at the risk of giving you advice, I think going and trying to describe to local districts what their transcript should look like could be a problem that's there. What we find is the best strategy on that, and we've checked this out with college admissions officers, we've checked this out with the NCAA, is in most cases people do want to see a course grade. They want to see how did you do in English 9, how did you do in biology, and, this is the second piece, how did you do in the science standards that are there? So that I can look at that and say, here are the courses that you did, and the course might be an independent study that you did, and I can see how you're doing on those standards. Simply having the courses can hide the standards. So there, by averaging those pieces in there, it can hide that. And so having a combination is a piece that we're seeing as being most successful, but I'm not sure it's going to be a common strategy that everybody's going to use.
Pops, relative Carnegie units, how are we doing on that? And second, when we were engaged on the New England Secondary School Consortium, there was a big issue about the disengaged young males in terms of what they you know, and the percentages, if you might recall, were pretty high throughout New England. And how are we doing on that front?
So just to unpack that again, a Carnegie unit technically is, there's credits and there's Carnegie units, and the Carnegie units based on time that's there. What we're seeing in most places that are really implementing this work well is they're actually still using a credit system of some type as an accounting mechanism. So they'll still look and say, we want to have 4 English credits, but it's not tied to a time-based system like a Carnegie unit is there, but it's tied to the learning standards that kids are going through. That system seems to be working well with parents, with colleges, with scholarships, et cetera. It's there. And then your second question, Peter.
The concern about disengaged young males.
Oh, yeah, young males. So actually, after you had asked me that when I came in here, I went and looked up some Vermont data that we have. We have a data report. I have copies of it here. I'm happy to leave it with you. That we collect common data across the 6 New England states. We look at 4-year graduation rate, 6-year graduation rate, college enrollment, dropout rates. I think those are the 4. Oh, and college persistence. Actually, we now have college completion, and they're also looking to a 4-year college completion. And we disaggregate those by gender, by race, by ethnicity, by socioeconomic status, special education, ELL. It's in there. The good news is, and I don't have the individual Vermont data, but I'd be happy to get it and send it to you, what we have, that the gap in the 4-year graduation rate and the gap in the 6-year graduation rate between males and females is narrowing. So it is narrowing. I don't want to give you a false impression, geez, where it's about even, but it is decreased, depending on the state, 20 to 25% on that. So we're seeing a narrowing of that, which we're excited about.
So out of the lessons, when you stated the first lesson, it came to my attention, you said that there'd be a limited number of standards which were required for students to meet in order to graduate. And so obviously, we're not going to have a perfect education system, and we are going to have students who are going to be disengaged in class and not wanting to be there. So creating fewer standards for those students to meet, would that almost make them less prepared to go out into the world because there's fewer things that they're required to do in order to graduate? Because there are students who are engaged and are going to thrive with that, but then the students who aren't engaged, what do you do about that?
So I think it's an excellent question to be worried about what happens when kids need this skill to be successful and don't get it. I think that's the crucial thing you've got to figure out when you take your smaller list. You've got to look and say, what are those things that we would be concerned if that student crossed the stage and got a diploma? I don't think that student's ready for that. And I'll say a personal aha that happened to me, being at a high school graduation of a school where I was teaching. I remember a student walked across and I thought, oh, I'm kind of concerned, just like you're talking about. I know this student. There are some things this student doesn't know, but she's averaged out and she's fine. Okay? And then I just happened to glance down the aisle I was in, and I saw a kid on the other end of that who wasn't graduating. Okay? And I thought, I'm actually not worried about that kid at all, because that kid has got these things but didn't jump through all the hoops that we were talking about. So I would argue your point is crucially important, but we have to be clear about what are those things we're going to draw a line in the sand around and ensure that a child has those pieces.
David, we need to stop there. We thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. Next is a panel of 4 teachers. The 4 of you, are you all here? Rachel Duffy, Kate Toland, Chris Whalen, and Jonah Ibsen. I hope you're all here. Come right down to this table, right down front, please. And pull up 2 more chairs. Those of you who are in the way back, there's still some empty seats down front. We'd like you to feel free to use those. And you teachers, we're going to ask you to speak nice and loud. What I'm going to suggest, 2 things. I think since many of you came after the beginning of our meeting, I'm going to ask the board to go around and just state clearly your name and your community, please. Go right ahead. Kyle?
Kyle Coutois, Georgia, Vermont.
Kim Leeson, Essex.
Peter Pelt, Woodbury.
Jenna O'Farrell, St. Johnsbury.
John O'Keefe, Manchester.
Bill Mathis, Goshen.
Sabina Brochu, Williston.
And I'm John Carroll, the chair from Norwich. Just a point of information for you. As you might have inferred, 2 of our members are students. And they're on the board for 2-year cycles, so that we get them usually as a junior, with occasional exceptions for sophomores. And then in their 2nd year, they become the voting member. So Sabina is a non-voting member of the board. Next year, she'll be a voting member. Kyle was non-voting last year, is now a voting member of the board. So they have a pretty significant influence and role, since there are only 9 voting members of the board. We work to get their votes on matters that we care about. So we hope you all can hear, and we encourage you, educators, to speak really very clearly.
Classroom voices.
Yes, yes, the one to get our attention. I'm going to suggest that ostensibly we have 40 minutes, but if we shade that down to 30, we'd be happy. What I would suggest we do is ask each of you to take 5 minutes or so to tell us how it's working in your school, what your experience of it is as a professional. John here will help you stay on track, and he'll show you when you've got 3 minutes, he'll show you when you've got 1 minute, and he'll show you when you ought to wrap it up. And then we'll just go around to the 4 of you, and then we'll have time for some questions and for some, maybe questions among you as well, okay? So let's start.
Great.
Who wants to go first? Will you, please?
Sure.
Give your name and...
I'm Kate Toland. Thank you for having me here today. I'm not sure if you drafted the invitation as a whole board, But when I received the invitation, I was very proud of you because you gave us very clear proficiencies that we should be practicing today. You told us that you would be able to support unsupported assertions, and that you would be able to identify unsupported assertions, and that we should speak clear and effectively and use our time well. So I felt like you were already pretty familiar with proficiency-based learning, even though you might not know it. Thanks for having us here today. I'm Kate Toland. I teach at People's Academy, teach social studies. And I wanted to make 3 points about proficiency-based learning. I do have tremendous enthusiasm for proficiency-based learning, and I fully support the continued implementation. I think we're really just getting our feet wet and beginning to get into having remarkable conversations and getting underway. So very excited, and I would like to talk about just 3 significant shifts in my own practice and experience. My first is that proficiency-based learning, which is defined just on the AOE site, as you know, the focus of proficiency-based learning is on students' demonstration of desired learning outcomes. That seems very easy and very straightforward, but when I think about my first year entering the classroom, and I was handed a textbook and a workbook and a course title and not much else, and when I think about a new teacher starting in any school district right now in Vermont, and they receive all of the proficiencies in their discipline from a team of teachers who have been teaching their craft for a long time and working together to understand the heart of their discipline and outline these proficiencies, that's a great efficiency that's come out of this movement already, is that you people start halfway or more into the conversation of people's career. The first point is about increased clarity. Proficiency-based learning has improved our social studies departments, and our school's clarity about what matters most in learning. We continue to develop clarity about our proficiencies, and we are able to start the curriculum and instruction right with what matters most. It increases excellence in the conversations I've had with my colleagues over the last 3 years. When we sit down to have a conversation, we now think about how can we get better at teaching, identifying rhetorical devices and the use of rhetorical devices in speeches and the effectiveness of those rhetorical devices. Tomorrow in international relations, we will start watching speeches from leaders around the world as they welcome the new year, and students will evaluate how leaders talk to their people. And I just emailed somebody last week for their latest learning scale about rhetorical devices. So if you think about efficiency as a state, when we increase our capacity as educators to understand what we're really going after, what matters most for our learners over 4 years in education, I think that's a tremendous efficiency. In terms of equity, instruction is focused and builds over time, and clarity increases equity. When students understand exactly what's expected of them, and not only that, but teachers are very well versed in knowing what a skill looks like the very first time a student has heard it, and at a more proficient with distinction is what we call it in our school. What does it look like when someone's really, really getting good? And we're able to talk to a student at this right here. I'm able to talk to this student. You've never even heard of it. You just transferred into our district, and I'm talking to you about the skill, and I'm also talking to Kim on the other side of the room. She's been at this for the year, and she's doing really well, and I know what that skill looks like at a variety of cognitive complexities. That increases equity, it increases excellence, and it also increases efficiency. The idea about cognitive complexity, I don't know if any of you know what I'm talking about when I say that in terms of proficiencies. Whoa, okay. All right, great. Yeah, that's wonderful. I'm excited about that. It's great.
Was that it? Was that your end?
Yeah, no. When you think about increasing cognitive complexity, we're working together as a group, as a school, as a district to determine what it looks like when a student is first introduced to a skill, and has tremendous practice with it, and that's what I mean by cognitive complexity, learning progressions. The last point about proficiency-based learning is that standalone, it doesn't do that much, as the earlier speakers talked about, just knowing skills. You also need to know your learners really well, which is the beauty of Act 77 and the educational quality standards together, because you need to know your learners really well so that they can demonstrate their learning in a variety of ways. That's the beauty of personalization and proficiency-based learning together.
Good.
By the way, everybody, you all know that summaries of what people are going to present to us are in your packet. You fast learners have picked that up, but the rest of us are a little slow. So who goes next? Yeah, we're going to let each person present, as Kate
That'll be
just
great
did.
if I can breathe again. That's
Yeah,
good. Give me a
yeah,
couple
yeah.
minutes.
You were really going there.
That's Kate. That's Kate. My name is Rachel Duffy, and I also work at People's Academy, primarily an English teacher, sometimes humanities. And the points I'd like to make are three real pluses with proficiency-based learning. The first, similar to what Kate said, is the clarity, the greater clarity that we've identified proficiencies in our disciplines and then broken those down even further, such as reading, comprehension, analysis, evidence. And that, as teachers, we indicate the target, what level of proficiency we expect students to reach at the end of particular marking periods. And kids often will ask that, what's the target now? What's the target? And then when we report on those proficiencies, it's more clear, I think, to students, to parents, to me. I'm reporting on reading, I'm reporting on argumentative writing, I'm reporting on what we call the writing process rather than one number or letter grade. And the student the other day told me that's one of the things she really appreciates. I love the opportunity for students to get feedback from me, and I find it more powerful when it's actually scores rather than sort of feedback in the middle of an essay. If I give them that final score and then they have the opportunity to work with me one-on-one, which we've built into our day, every day, not everybody to work with me, but anybody to work with teachers and improve that particular piece of work and improve their proficiency level. And I think more and more students are buying into that. And that I see around Rutland High School, flex period, which is what we call ours, and that's an important piece. Regarding equity, I love that students aren't burdened by averages. And I think in particular, students who come from homes where education might not be supervised as much or modeled as much may, if they were to have a test or a first essay, maybe those first scores would not be as high. And in our old system, those averages stay with them throughout, and we no longer have averages. And I really do see that as a big point of equity. Places I'd like us to improve in terms of proficiency-based learning are, we still at People's Academy translate our proficiency grades, so to speak, to numerical grades in the end. And I feel like we're really limiting ourselves going full proficiency when we still have both. That is the end point for some people. What is that final grade? I don't even look at that. I don't even see that. But kids are, sometimes parents are focused on that. I'd love to get away from that, which is what I thought the original plan was, and I believe it was the original plan. I'd like us to work on having those proficiencies similar to, I think the person before was speaking about students able to show their proficiencies more places. We're still a little bit too much siloed in our classrooms. And we need to move away from that. I'd love to extend to the tech center. We have students who might go to the tech center for a year and come back, and proficiencies aren't part of the language there as far as I can tell. And I'd love to see some connection to the early college as well. We were told, time is a variable in proficiency-based learning. That, to me, was one of the big tenets. But we don't treat high school that way yet, at least in my world. Kids come in, parents expect their kids to graduate in 4 years, and if someone were not to, I think it's seen as a failure. And I think true proficiency-based learning, we need to move away from the idea that everybody's going to finish in 4 years. Some may finish sooner, some will finish later. We have a number of kids who come in below the proficiency level of an entering ninth grader, and it's somewhat hard to believe everybody's going to reach full proficiency in 4 years if they start at a lower level. I know these are big things, but it's what I'm saying from my little position. And I think we need to keep working on improving the work ethic. I do think we saw a slip with the lack of our old compliance method of deadlines or I took off points for papers for years, and I think there has been a greater relaxation about getting assignments in on time. We made a change this year at People's Academy that's helped a lot, and I think we just need to keep tweaking it. I agree with people saying we got to stick with this. We have to stick with this. Despite frustrations, I wouldn't say stop. I just think there's a long way to go.
Hi, thanks for the invitation. Really honored to be here. My name is Jonah Ibsen. I'm an English teacher at Harwood Union High School in Duxbury. And I'm speaking from the perspective of a teacher who has spent, I think, hundreds of hours over the last 6 years trying to wrap my head around the philosophy of proficiency-based learning and how to implement it in my classroom and help colleagues do the same. I believe that proficiency-based learning is both radical and long overdue, both simple and complex, and in the best interest of students. And I'll try and keep my remarks focused on just 3 noticings that I've made over the last several years. The first of which is I think that proficiency-based learning compels teachers to see their role in a radically different way, a radically new way. So no longer can teachers really see themselves as disseminators of information and students as passive recipients. We really are facilitators of learning, and we need to sort of own the responsibility of all of our students making growth and progress. So we start off the year in the summer planning for our classes by first identifying the core skills that we want students to be able to demonstrate by the end of our courses. And at Harwood, we've done something sort of interesting, which is to do away with the separation between content skills and transferable skills. So all of our proficiencies or learning expectations are open to any teacher to teach and assess. But it's our responsibility to determine which are the most essential for our courses. Then we identify the content that we think is most relevant and engaging and important for students to learn, and that's what we share with our students. We then design ways for our students to practice those skills, to demonstrate mastery over them by the end of our courses, and it becomes our role to give them really clear, specific, and targeted feedback based on shared rubrics in order to help them both see where they are at any given point in time and make progress. I've noticed in my own, I teach primarily 9th grade, and I've seen real growth and progress in the learning of my students over the last 4 years in terms of reading, writing, speaking, and listening. And I think I can demonstrate that or exemplify that with a particular example. So just last week, a student was in my classroom for an extended learning opportunity. It's a block built into our schedule where students can work with teachers to be retaught or reassessed or just have more time to work on something or to be given an enrichment opportunity. So this student was working on revising an essay about Animal Farm, and she had picked out this perfect quote, the last sentence of the book actually, and she knew that it was a great piece of evidence to support her claim, but she was having a hard time explaining exactly how, and so she asked for help. And she said, "Can you help me figure out exactly how this quote supports my claim?" And I think 5 years ago, that student would have said, "Can you help me figure out how to get an A on this essay?" And while her motivation may have been to get a 4, to be advanced, the conversation was radically different than the conversations I've had with students in the past. And that skill of being able to read critically and form your own ideas and support them with evidence, it's not just important in high school, but really in our democracy, in life beyond school. So I feel like with that really targeted feedback and that clarity of exactly what we're looking for, I just have seen that progress over the last several years. And the last point I want to make is that I believe that this shift to proficiency-based learning really requires teamwork amongst educators. So I was lucky enough 6 years ago to begin serving on a leadership team in my school, established by the principal at the time, Amy Rex, to start to really wrap our heads around what PBL is and how we might adopt it and implement it in our school. After that, I was also and have been continuously able to be a part of a 9th grade team. So all core educators, we meet every week to talk about our students and what we're teaching and what we're noticing, and we share lesson plans and assessments and ideas and questions. And I just think that cooperative model has been really key for me and really beneficial to students and really important.
Thank you very much. Chris?
All right, over to me. My name is Chris Whalen. I'm an English teacher at Harwood Union High School, and I'm happy to offer my observations about proficiency-based learning at my school. So I want to start off with a brief story about a former superintendent at our school. I've been at my school for 28 years. I've seen a lot of educational innovations come and go, as a speaker had said earlier. But Bob McNamara was the superintendent, and he said he really liked to see mental sweat on the part of the students. That meant that they were engaged in their learning, they were trying really hard and making their best effort. Mental sweat meant that the students were doing the hard work of learning and were gaining the benefit from it. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't see as much mental sweat with proficiency-based learning at our school. I see teachers working much, much harder, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment, but I'm not sure I'm seeing students consistently working harder under this new system. Okay, there's my first comment. Some of the speakers had said earlier in looking at proficiencies, and I think I wrote this down in my comments, some students are very much focused on whether a work is formative or summative. When we had a grading system, I think it was something that students would take seriously regardless of what the assignment was. I think when students hear that an assignment is formative, meaning that it's moving toward a summative assessment, it's taken less seriously, it's not done at all, because there's really no consequence. Folks, I believe, contrary to what an earlier speaker was saying, that I think grades or assessment needs to be closely linked to what students are learning, because they care about their grades. So do their parents. They want to know how they're doing. And I think when proficiencies are too complex for them to understand, as in our report card, I think it loses some of its urgency. And I think that's what I'm seeing with some of my students this year and last year as I've started with proficiencies. Folks, I love the theory, and I think some of the practice is really important for us to consider. But I'm going to say that I think good teachers always got to know their students well as learners, and always would work with them individually and would be clear about their expectations. I think that proficiencies might complicate things more than are always necessary, and that's my observation. So I guess I'm going to stop there and would welcome your questions.
So, Sabina.
Okay, quite a few. But
Just one for starters, okay?
the first one, the biggest pressing issue I have with like proficiency-based learning that I've noticed, drew a little graph here. So, if you have a student coming in at the beginning of the year and they're getting 4s on assignments, right? And all throughout the year they're showing they're proficient and they can have good purpose in their essays. But then you have a student come in and doesn't really know how to do that, but throughout the year they get better and they get better. At the end, both students end up here with a 4 and they know how to write a purposeful claim. What happens when these grades here don't matter? All of a sudden this student feels like I don't need to put in effort at the beginning of the year, and then all of your students are doing this trend instead of doing this. So I feel like that is just something that I've noticed, like personally myself. I go in at the beginning of the year and like, my grade here doesn't matter because in a month or two, I'm going to reassess on this. So why should I put in 100% effort right now?
I'd like to respond to that. I hear that all the time. And
I just want to commend the graphical clarity. That's stupendous. Go ahead.
You know, I think students that have struggled in the past are now really well supported through special education, through counseling and so forth. Our struggling students are well supported. I think the academically talented students struggle a little bit more in this system. And some of them have figured out quite early, I don't need to work very hard, particularly at the beginning, especially when I can redo work over and over again. There's a lack of urgency, that lack of mental sweat that Bob McNamara described, because you can get it done later on, you know?
Exactly.
And I think, you know, if you hear about young people having anxiety today, I think part of it is the fact that it's so open-ended, there's so very little deadline or a cut and dry sort of expectations, that it just leaves everything kind of open-ended, and you can get to things when you want to get to them, and I don't know that that's good for young people consistently.
Chris, let's hear from Kate and Rachel and Tony. Thank you.
Okay.
What do you make of what Serena's
Yeah,
asked?
it's a great question, and I think part of the design, the art of design at this point is making sure that doesn't happen. And so there's a narrative that your course has. So right now I'm starting to teach sociology. It's my first time teaching it. And the benefit of proficiency-based learning is that I did start with the proficiencies last summer, read the textbooks, spent a long time really understanding sociology. And so the narrative of the course, what happens every day, has a lot to do with creating an environment that's compelling and where people, you're doing work together, they want to get the work done. I'm just trying to think about today, students had to go out, and I introduced them to the sociological lens. They had to go out and do an observation and come back, write, hand it in, share their thinking together. Tonight they have a homework assignment related to understanding sociology. What is it? Tomorrow is the conversation about that. And we will begin talking about discussion, listening, speaking, public speaking. So I think your point is very well taken. In our school, we had to really we created a deadline and due date policy. The due date is, this is when if you get the work in by this day, and then you can have revisions, we'll get it back to you. It has to be in by the deadline. If you miss the deadline, you may not resubmit on that. And again, there's lots of room within different people, different teachers' professional discretion for that. But I think we're designing learning environments where you're not just doing the same thing every single day, and so you know that in 3 weeks or 4 weeks from now that then you're going to submit something. You will have missed the context where that assignment was your claim and evidence. You're not just going to do one good one at the end. Is that kind of what you're I'm just I'm wondering, so would you show up just with sort of an assignment that wasn't that well done because you don't want to? I would think we want to create environments where people want to show up with their best work and they're ready to get into dialogue with their peers about the text, and they have quotes from the text, and kind of we should create an environment where you want to bring your best work every day, and that's a challenge that we have to.
And yet you're not going to reward her, especially for having done so, if she does it over and over.
I mean, I have.
It sounds like.
Excuse me?
It sounds like you're not going to reward that consistently superior performance. Is that what I'm hearing?
Of course you can.
I think it sort of depends on the grading system that your school has implemented and even the calculations behind it. For example, our first year, or actually our second year of proficiency-based learning, grading, and reporting, we adopted Jump Rope as a reporting
That's what we
platform.
use, yeah.
You probably have as well. And I was on the committee that chose the calculation methods. So there are 8 different calculation methods you can choose from if you choose this grading platform. And we chose one called the Power Law, which sounded, in theory, really amazing. It was designed or based on the work of this educational theorist Marzano, and is this real growth model. It has this complicated mathematical algorithm behind it. But what we didn't really realize was the unintended consequence of, so given your graph, The student who went from, achieving 1s at the beginning of the year to 4s at the end of the year actually got a better score than the student who was consistent at that higher level. And we actually changed mid-year despite the disruption that caused, because students had figured out that this was a system they could game. And so you can game any grading system if that's your intention. So I think it's really incumbent on each school to, first of all, separate proficiency-based grading from proficiency-based learning. I mean, they're hand in hand, but they're not the same. And you need to design a grading system that holds students accountable, yet also reflects what you believe about learning. And so maybe I wonder do you know what your school's calculation method is?
I don't know what our calculation method is, but I do know that I had an essay a few weeks back, a few months back, and now I have a new essay due, and all of those grades are going to be replaced. So none of that work matters.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You can't just have a straight average. I mean, you could.
Yeah, it's not that, yeah, it's the most recent grade is what counts. I think that's how it works.
Yeah. So that's difficult.
Yeah.
I have not seen that, I can't remember, the orange color, the green one on the, I have not seen that happen as much as I feared. The green person decide, why don't I be orange? Because I can. Not as much as I feared, but more than I liked last year. And so we did institute, as Kate mentioned, this due date deadline practice, and I'm really pleased with it so far. For example, our grades are due today. Our grades are due now. And I have a few students in the one class that ended, 2 of mine continue, that will not pass the class at this point. They didn't meet the deadline. They'll probably be coming to me next week to see what they can do, and I will work with them a little bit more on my time than, when it's convenient for me. But those students who met the due dates, then we would work together if they chose to, if they wanted to improve their score. But we don't have jump rope when we don't do a calculation. We do professional judgment at the end for the grade. So if I were to see, let's say I had 4 essays and a student generally, let's say overall was getting basic proficiency in for 3 of the essays, and the 4th one was proficient, I probably would give that person basic proficiency in that particular area.
I think we have to stop there. I really hate to, because it's a very, very rich discussion. I know it, yeah. But I'm thinking of who's next and all that. You've been terrific. Thank you very much, all 4 of you. And
People's Academy, I believe, had the first or second student member of your board many years ago.
oh, wonderful, wonderful.
Yeah.
And we love your diversity as well. Thank you. Thank you very much. So next we have 3 students. No, well, it says 2, but there's 3. And the high schools are wrong, too. That's all my fault. Don't look at Susanna. It's me. We have Hope, Rosanna, and Trevor. Is that correct? And did I get them in the right order? Which is Hope? I'm Hope. You're Hope, and you're the one from Montpelier.
Yes, I am.
Rosanna and Trevor. Am I saying your name correctly?
Rosanna.
Rosanna, sorry. And Trevor are from Rutland High School. And we thank you all 3 for being here. And we'd ask you to do as you saw done before, 5 minutes, just a little background about your experience with this, and then conversation. Yes, Sabina?
Do we have testimonies to follow along?
No, we do not.
Okay.
We do not have last names either. All just because these are young people and they deserve their privacy. So, who would like to start?
Okay. So I'm Trevor McKay. I'm from Rutland High School. So I'm going to begin by just talking about some of the more personal positives that I've seen with the proficiency-based learning and standards-based grading, and then diving into some of the improvements that I think can be made as an overall trend. So the first positive that I've seen is the ability to retake tests. I think that not only helps students that are on the lower end of the achievement spectrum, but also on the higher end. For me personally, if I, for whatever reason, had a bad day, forgot to eat breakfast, stayed up late, and I did badly on a test, that gives me a little bit more leeway and provides a more relaxed learning environment so I don't feel as much stress. And I think that when implemented properly, retakes can also really help students that have struggled with the material with required retakes in order to get to that level of proficiency, and teachers having opportunities to help students with that. And then another positive that I've seen is with the rubrics and the standards that have been given to students. I think, in my experience at least, this has provided students with a more objective way of seeing how they're going to be given a metric to their work, how they're going to be graded, rather than some of the more subjective ways of the past. Kind of another byproduct of this entire system has been more flexible opportunities for students. So that can be seen in the flexible pathways initiatives that allow students, for example, to do early college, or to, in my school at least, we have a flex block period. So that's 45 minutes in the day where students essentially have free to go see any teacher they want. So that really helps students if they're struggling in, for example, calculus, to go to their calculus teacher and touch up on that. And teachers also have the ability to schedule students into their flex block. So if they see a student that's struggling, they can basically tell that student, you need to come see me so I can help you to the best of my ability. And then another thing that I've noticed that's been pretty positive is, I don't know if this is a trend because of standards-based grading and proficiency-based learning, but I've just noticed from at least my middle school, we didn't have any of that. We just had the traditional grading system. I've noticed that there's been a lot less peer-to-peer competition in terms of grades, and a lot more peer-to-peer collaboration and studying for tests and just talking about the class in general. So some areas of improvement that I at least have seen within my school is I think that there needs to be a greater codification of specifically standards-based grading. I think that the way I described it to somebody was standards-based grading needs standards. So, and what I mean by that is that this system is a system that our parents never grew up with, never experienced. It's really hard when, in my school at least, a lot of policies regarding grades and retake policies are at a departmental level. So even within the school, there's different policies and different ways that things are done. So I think that that codification could really help in a system that is a little bit more confusing than the previous system. And going off of that, I think that it's really important moving forward with this kind of learning system that we kind of abandon the 1 foot in, 1 foot out mentality that I think a lot of schools have had, where, for example, we still have converted GPAs out of 100. I don't really think that that is reflective of what standards-based grading is trying to achieve, and same with proficiency-based learning. I think that it's really important that we dedicate ourselves to this new system and not trying to kind of uphold the preservation of the old. And I think that more specifically, something that I've been troubled by is when I'm in a class and I get an assignment that I can only achieve a level 2 proficiency on. I think that all assignments should have the opportunity to exceed the expectations. And then going off of the codification, I think that with anything to do with public education or public government in general, transparency is really important. Transparency helps students know how they're going to get graded. It helps parents know how their kids are going to get graded. And it also kind of provides an oversight function. So if parents see a problem with the system, if students see a problem with the system, because it's transparent, they can try to work to fix it. And that leads to dialogue. And I think that dialogue is something that's really important when we're implementing a new system. That's my third and final area of improvement. I think what we're doing here today is an example of that. Something that's really useful to implementing this new system is having conversations about proficiency-based learning and standards-based grading, having conversations on the ground with students and with teachers and educators. That's really helpful. We can debate a lot at kind of the theoretical and intellectual levels of how this system is going to work, but I think it's the real effects that we really need to be talking about and focusing on. And that'll build trust and lead to conversation about specific issues. So thank you for listening to me. Thank you for inviting me.
So my name is Hope, and I am a senior at Montpelier High School, and I think that the central question of why I'm here today is, who am I as a student, and how have I fared in a high school where proficiency-based learning is all that I've ever known? And I would say that I've thrived. I was struggled to be academically motivated throughout middle school, and upon entering high school, my grades improved dramatically, and I was much more engaged in all of my classes. Like we went from like 2s, 3s to solid 4s, and I have been in a wide range of school systems throughout my life. I was born in Brooklyn, New York, and I moved to Vermont at the age of 12, and I went to a parochial school, and then I went to a large inner city middle school. And I went to 32 for a year, actually, and I've been in the Montpelier school system for five years now. And like I said, proficiency-based learning is all that I've ever known in high school, and I've had a great time with it. It would be useful to also preface with the fact that I'm low income and I was raised by a single mother, which means that I'm one of the types of students who really relies on the infrastructure that's available in her public education. And it's when I speak of infrastructure, I talk of what we mean when we think of an achievement gap. How do we ensure that regardless of the household that students are coming from, they can go to school and get what they need and get the resources they need to succeed? And I think that I've been able to do that. I'm not the type of student who gets tutoring or who can ask my mom a lot of questions about what I'm learning. And most of what I learn is through MHS or through what I teach myself if I need any extra help. I've taken 6 AP classes. Junior year, I took AP Literature and Composition, AP Bio, APUSH, and senior year, I'm taking AP Econ, AP Computer Science, and AP Calc. And I've taken 2 dual enrollment classes. The first one was English Composition for first semester, and the second one is Intro to Cultural Anthropology. And I've also pursued independent studies, and that's often when there's scheduling conflicts or I needed to take a class that my school doesn't offer. And so I've done that in the Italian language. I got a PE credit through playing soccer for my school. I've done French online, and I'm taking a music theory independent study second semester. And the community-based learning program at Montpelier High School is great. I was able to do a community-based learning class in soccer, and I was also able to do a chemistry internship over the summer at the University of Vermont. And what was great even is that bus fare would have totaled around $400 because back and forth each day for 8 weeks adds up, but the community-based learning program was able to provide funding for that, so I didn't have to worry. And I'm involved in student council, and I'm student body president, and I've also been heavily involved in activism at Montpelier High School, and I also play the violin. I play soccer, as I mentioned. It's not anything to do with a resume. It's just me pursuing what I enjoy and understanding that I genuinely do enjoy learning, and that my school is a place where I can really exercise that. And I also am learning what I need to under proficiency-based learning to do well in standardized tests. I got a 1510 on the SAT, and I got a 780 on the U.S. History subject test and a 700 for molecular biology. And I was accepted to Columbia University, so I'll be attending next fall. So I am an academically motivated student, and I think that proficiency-based learning is a system in which I've thrived, and I can see it with my peers as well. And just a little anecdote to sort of illustrate how I've catered my study habits towards proficiency-based learning. Each marking period, we have a learning expectation that teaches us transferable skills, and we also have a content standard that we're supposed to be aligning our marking periods with. And something that I've picked up, especially in math, in my math classes, I picked it up in pre-calc last year, and I continue to use it for AP Calculus, is I'll evaluate, like, what have we learned, and other students do this as well, what have we learned throughout this marking period that aligns with overall, like, what our goals and the learning expectations that we have. For the past marking period in AP Calc, it was optimization and rectilinear motion, but I was able to succeed on my summative assessments by just making a quick study guide, reviewing what have we learned through the marking period and how can I ensure that I do well on the summative assessment, taking into context how I've done on formatives, the subject matter that's been on formatives, and what we've outlined at the beginning of the marking period. And so in using my experience with formative assessments, I've been able to prepare for summative assessments, and I initially struggled with math. Like I said, I struggled in middle school as a student, and I think that I've been able to achieve in my math classes through hard work and through study habits that I've picked up preparing for summative assessments. And when we think of transferable skills, a few that really relate to that one specifically are preparedness, understanding the problem, reflection, and choosing and implementing an approach. And those are ones that we've learned specifically in specific marking periods, whether that's in English or in art classes or music or science, but overall in how and so that might be very related to a course, like how well can you implement differentiation in calculus, but in studying for classes in the way that I do in those study sheets, I've also been able to work on being prepared and choosing and implementing an approach that works for me. And in that sense, proficiency-based learning has provided me these transferable skills that I'll use throughout college and civic life in general. That's it. Thank you.
Rosanna.
Hi, I'm Rosanna. So I guess I'll just start with an outline to my comment with the question, does the system allow you to learn more? And I totally believe that proficiency-based learning does help to boost what you're able to learn. So Flex is a huge asset we have here at Rutland High School. It's a time during the day where we're allowed to go to teachers and conference with them, ask questions, and do retakes. Retakes are another huge asset that we have. And a lot of teachers here, they require you to take a retake if you get under a certain grade. And I feel like that's a super important thing to be able to push us to learn more and to achieve the standards that we're reaching for. Another huge helpful tool that we have here is that a lot of teachers, they give us the rubrics at the beginning of a semester with them, and then we can see specifically what each unit requires of us and how we can achieve a 3 or a 4 in those standards. The other question is, does this system promote equity? And I believe that proficiency-based learning does promote equity in the fact that it allows all students to be able to learn the same things and provides them with the platforms to be able to do so. I do believe that proficiency-based grading, though, does provide a challenge for some students on the high end of the spectrum and the low end of the spectrum in terms of academic motivation and what they're willing to put into their work. That kind of brings me to a number of concerns that I know that the student body does have here at the Rutland High School. I know a lot of times when I'm talking about grades or I'm talking about college admissions, I know this is a really stressful time for students, especially seniors. I just finished my college application process, and that's a huge deal. Like, seniors, they're super excited about it. That's all they're kind of talking about it now. So yeah, grades are huge, and when it comes to standards-based grading, there are a lot of mixed feelings. So for some of the more prestigious programs or programs around the country out of the Northeast, I know that they ask for you to self-report your grades, and that does not necessarily reflect all of the effort you're putting in all of the time, and I'll reiterate on that a little later. And I know I've also contacted a number of admissions offices and have had to send copies of the grading scale that we use at the Rutland High School to make sure that they knew what the proficiency-based grading scale was and how I could compare to a student who's on a 0 to 100 scale or an 8 through F scale. And I just know that the ambiguity of the proficiency-based grading at this point can be a little stressful for students, and I feel like that's something that can provide a bit of a challenge and some stress on the students' learning. Another huge aspect of standards-based grading that I know is concerning for the student body is how our habits of work grades are entirely separate from our academic grades, at least here at the Rutland High School. This is frustrating as a person who is extremely intelligent in their classes, could not be turning in any assignments whatsoever, like on time, or they could be doing it towards like the last day of the marking period or something like that, just to get them in. And they could be getting, the first try around, they can be getting a 3, and they could be doing very, very well on the assignment and showing that they demonstrated all of the standards that they needed to for that marking period. But we have a separate HOW grade, a habits of work grade, and so while their habits of work grade may be suffering, that doesn't necessarily reflect in their academic grade. And I know that that's a bit of a concerning aspect, because the students who are putting in lots and lots of work and studying and making sure everything is on the deadline, they might not be reaching the grade right away, but it's still not being incorporated into their grade overall. And I know that many colleges during the application period with the proficiency grading scale they'll be asking for self-reported academic grades upon application. That does not incorporate any of the habits of work grades that we have here. So that does not seem fair to me until they get the transcript with the habits of work grade on it, saying that maybe somebody doesn't regularly turn assignments in on time or something like that, that's not incorporated into their first initial representation of the person. And I know that some students have and will become a little less motivated to meet the deadlines that are presented to them right at the beginning of the marking period. And while I do not believe that how an academic grade should be averaged equally, I do believe that there should be some consideration of both of the grades during the final grade. And I know that out of high school, late work will not fly in a work setting or a college setting, and I think that that should be accounted for in the grading system now. I think it's really important that we're having this meeting, and I just want to thank you all for letting us speak.
You three have been a real asset to this meeting. It's just a wake-up. It's wonderful to hear you, all three of you. So, questions from the board?
John,
Please.
I have a question. You mentioned there's less focus on competition academically. I think most people, I'll pick on John, most people are horrified to remember back in the days when for every A that you gave out, you had to hand out an F. Was sort of the old college system when, not when I was in school, but other folks that sit to my right. Do some of your colleagues struggle with the lack of competition? You know, when I was in school, everybody would come out of the class, you get your test back, and then you go out into the hallway and see how you did versus your peers. In the school that my daughter goes to, there's only 3 grades. There's proficient, moving towards proficiency, and needs improvement. So the P's, for everybody that goes out in the hallway and says, oh, I got a P, it doesn't really provide for some students that, I know each student is different, so we've moved from a system that's highly competitive to one that seems like it places less focus on competition, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. But do some of your peers or do you guys struggle with that? You know, so in the system that my daughter's in, that's in middle school, when somebody says, how did you do? Basically, you did well. And that's not a lot of feedback as far as, well, I got a P. So how do you guys handle that, or do you have other colleagues that really struggle with that?
Well, at least at Rutland, we can get a grade in 0.5 increments, anywhere from a 0.5 to a 4. So that kind of takes away some of what you're talking about with your daughter's grades.
Yep.
So there's the 3-step model. I think at Rutland, I mentioned that we convert our standards-based grades to a GPA at the end of each semester. So I think that also still provides a little bit sense of, oh, my GPA is, you know, whatever it may be when you're talking to your friends. I think that people are starting to realize, I'm not sure if it's a byproduct of the standards-based or the proficiency-based learning system, or if it's just changing times. I think people are starting to realize that education is really a collaborative effort. It's not so much as a kind of who can be the best, who can, you know, be the smartest, because there are so many different ways that we can measure intelligence and so many different subjects that you can be intelligent in. So I think that standards-based grading may have something to do with that, but I think that the students that are getting a 4 also want to see their friends that are getting 2s or maybe 1s or even 3s also meet that level with them. I'm not sure how it's like at your school.
I mean, there were also stories back in the old-fashioned days of people ripping pages out of the books in libraries to hold back knowledge from the other students so they could beat them on the curve.
I mean, if we check these books, I don't think we'll find that.
They are.
I can speak to that as well. My school uses a 4.0 grading scale, and you can get anywhere from 0 to a 4. And so sometimes I catch myself comparing myself to other students, and I think that what we're trying to teach students and what I think all can hope students learn is how to intrinsically motivate themselves. And so when I do catch myself looking at other people's papers or like wondering, oh, how did I do compared to my other classmates, I stop myself and I remind myself that like what actually matters isn't how well other people are doing, but wherever I'm at, like, can I raise my score by 0.5 depending on by retake week or something of the sort. So I think to an extent it's not really about motivation being super working super connected to that grading scale, but how students can intrinsically motivate themselves. Yeah.
Question about just the linkage between middle school and high school. You mentioned you went to a middle school where there was proficiency-based grading, and I don't know about you guys, but how did that prepare you for high school? Or did it?
I had only spent a year, but I had only spent 8th grade, I think, dealing with proficiency-based learning, and dealing sounds like a harsh term. I had only spent 8th grade in a learning environment where proficiency-based learning was the norm, and I think that I was struggling in school just because I'd moved around a lot in middle school, and I'd moved from New York City, so there was also a cultural and social adjustment as well. I think that having practice and making sure that students are thriving in proficiency-based learning in their middle schools is something that will definitely help them for the transition to high school. So if proficiency-based learning is being implemented really well in high school, then helping students with that transition, I think it would be, as long as teachers know what they're doing with proficiency-based learning is really what matters. I know that at the beginning of my freshman year, some teachers did struggle with it a little bit, but if teachers at both the middle school and high school level are well aware of what proficiency-based learning means and how to effectively implement it, then it should be an easy transition.
Peter?
As a collaborative process, how much does your student voice have an impact on actually the teaching and delivery? Have you seen any kind of interplay that sort of makes it more, worthwhile or appealing?
Well, one thing that I've seen, especially with taking higher level classes like AP classes, is teachers will often ask their class, do you have another test on the same day? Are you studying for another test in another class? So that way they make sure that their assessments aren't on the same day as another class's assessments. And again, I'm not sure if that's entirely a byproduct of proficiency-based learning or if it's just whatever the teacher's mindset is changing, but I think that is kind of increasing as the dialogue, as the teachers are asking the students more questions about their learning and the process.
I also think that the proficiency-based learning gives a kind of flexibility in the classroom that if collectively a teacher doesn't seem that, if collectively the students in a class don't seem to understand a specific topic, the teacher will be able to spend more time on that topic to make sure everybody is able to attain that standard. And I feel like that's definitely an asset to the students, rather than having to take specific chunks of time to work on things that maybe the whole class understands, when we could be spending more time doing something like that.
I think I'm lucky to go to a school where student voice is apparent, and I know that teachers really value and respect it. I know that students were a little disillusioned with PLPs in the first years of implementation, but this year, for goal setting in particular, instead of jotting down my goals in a way that didn't feel super authentic, I was able to have a conversation with my TA where I just listed some of my goals, and she and I talked about them, and that felt much more authentic and helped me think them through a little bit in a way that was more effective and related to what I needed. And I know that students had, in previous years, mentioned their feelings about PLPs, so that's just a specific example. And I'm a student member on my local school board, and so I also have the opportunity to talk about proficiency-based learning and ask questions whenever board members have them.
One last question.
Yeah, so if I may throw myself under the bus here a little, in one of my classes, I'm not extremely motivated to put in a lot of effort because not unfortunately, but I don't put in a lot of effort and still can get a 4 in that class. So recently we had an essay due, just did it the day before, and I got all 4s and then a 2.5 on my gum target, went through, redid the gum, and got all 4s. So my grade in that class was a 4. Now I had friends who'd been preparing for that for the 2 weeks in advance that we had, and they'd been putting in so much effort and doing their best, studying and talking to the teachers, spending their extra time, and then they're getting like 3s on it. So I don't know if this is like happening at your schools and how you guys feel about that. Like, as students, like, how would you feel in a class, like, if you were either that student who doesn't put in a lot of effort and can excel versus a student who puts in so much effort and their effort isn't reflected in any way at all, and instead they're just getting average?
Yeah, I think that is a problem that's been evident, even with the traditional grading system. There are a lot of students, who just got 100s and they didn't really try, and there's still students that, don't need to work as hard to get 4s as other students do. I think that something that Rosanna mentioned earlier was kind of implementing that how grade into the overall grade. If students can demonstrate that, they're working towards getting a 4 and they're working hard consistently, it's not going to negatively impact the students that still get a 4 without having to do that studying, but the teacher could maybe, add in that how grade into their academic grade. So instead of having a 3 on the essay and then nothing to compensate for that and like their habits of work, they could have a 3 on the essay and then a 4 in habits of work. And then, that could also be maybe more of an optional grade, whereas the student who gets a 4 but didn't really demonstrate that they were working really hard towards that, it doesn't have to negatively impact them, but it can positively impact the students that did do that.
Great answer. Thank you. I think we have to leave it there. You guys were just great, each of you. Thank you very, very much. We're now prepared to go to a hearing from the public. We have, let me just run through the list. Yeah, Mr. McMahon is not available.
Okay.
He injured himself skiing yesterday, so, yeah. So the names I have are, I think it's Galen Russo, is that correct? And Helen Beatty, both up from Learning. Do you want to testify together? We can double your time. Or do you want to testify separately?
Together sounds good.
Together.
Yeah.
So we'll and then Jeff Francis, John Pelletier, Ben Freeman, Noel Bryant, and Dan Cunningham. We're all here. So I think we can do 4 minutes for each of you. My partner here will help you keep track. About 1 minute in, you'll get a notice that you've got 3 minutes left. And I would suggest that, so we'll have Galen and Helen come up, please, together. And we'll do this for 8 minutes. And we would suggest that whoever's on deck get themselves up in the front row here so we don't spend a lot of time finding you. So on deck is Jeff Francis. Please. Go right ahead.
All right. So my name is Galen Reese. I'm from Memorial High School. I'm a sophomore. And I'll keep this brief because I think Helen has much more to say than I do. But I'd just like to start by saying I think that proficiencies are, in theory, incredibly beneficial to students.
Can you speak up, please?
Yeah.
That's just for the TV.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want to use the podium mic, you're welcome to.
Okay. I'll just speak up.
All right, just.
But that the way they've been implemented has sort of negated their positive effects, in that they are so diverse in the way they've been implemented that their potential hasn't been seen as much as it could be.
Is it diverse within the school or among schools?
Within all schools. That the way they've been implemented in each different school is so different from each other school that it doesn't work as well.
So what's the problem with that?
That, each school should be able to interpret to a certain degree, that there needs to be guidance so that every school can see the full potential of proficiencies.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So that I think each school needs some more guidance in the future so they can see how they can use proficiencies in the way that they were meant to be used.
Uh-huh. Seeing some heads nodding around here. Yeah.
I also think that students should be as involved in the implementation as anyone else, because this is a system that is being done, as of now, it's being done to students. I think that it should be done with students. I think that students are the main focus of school, but they're not treated as such. I think they're sort of treated as an outcome rather than a system of learning.
Galen, what would that look like?
What would?
Students being more
I think
involved.
they would have an equal seat at the table along with everyone else. Student feedback should be sought more than it is. That students should have as much as a say in the way proficiencies are being introduced as the adults. There would, of course, be, education professionals would have more weight to what they say than the students, but the students would still be heard.
Thank you. Ms. Beatty?
Thanks, Galen. I'm Helen Beatty. I'm here as a prior school psychologist, and subsequent to that became the founder and director of Up for Learning. Recently retired Friday, but continue to believe deeply that shift to personalized learning, proficiency-based learning and assessment is really the linchpin in Vermont to close the achievement gap and promote equity. And so the one point, there were many, but Peter said I had to keep it brief. The one point I want to make is the disconnect between the traditional system of grading and what we know about the neuroscience of learning, and in contrast, how congruent proficiency-based learning and assessment is with the science of learning. And the reason why this is so important to me is, as a school psychologist, how many children I saw damaged by grading, and how fundamentally flawed the grading system is from the get-go. When you consider a system whereby in a class you may be taking pre-calc, you get a 70 and the teacher moves on with the rest of the class, but you missed 30% of the content. You missed 30. And that happens again and again and again, perhaps because you learn differently, or the instruction needs to be shifted some, or perhaps it's because you come from a situation of trauma and learning is really difficult because of that trauma. And additively, that 30%, that 10%, that 20% creates a gap. That means that child is going to hit a wall and they're going to fail. It just is like a crazy way that grading in a traditional system was designed. And I think it hurts most those children who struggle. And what happened was, I would do evaluations with children who were in second grade and in love with learning. And they were struggling, but we were all figuring it out. And then by their reevaluation in fifth grade, they had a social and emotional disability, because suddenly they were seeing grades and they were seeing a system that kept labeling them as deficient. And that was tagged with grades, with numbers that were fundamentally erroneous. And we see that particularly in high school with students who start to get into the cycle of failure and they never can get out. And what it disallows is any of those children realizing and being able to demonstrate their full capacity as learners. Because had they been given more time, more instruction, more ability to fail and achieve and succeed incrementally as learning requires, unless we gave those children that opportunity, they begin to be sort of a victim of a system that labels them as inadequate or deficient, and labels them enough in insidious ways as well as overt ways that they doubt their core capacity as learners. And those are the kids that we lose. Those are the kids in our equity, in terms of equity, in terms of the achievement gap. The prior system perpetuated that. I think when we move to proficiency-based learning, we have guiding principles and practices that are aligned with neuroscience. We know that when young people feel more ownership on learning, when they feel that they can drive their learning, when they can embrace failure and not be marred by it or fearful of it, when they can have like that 2 second graders intrinsic motivation, when that's alive in high school instead of deadened over time by doubt in themselves, when they have skills and capacity, because with proficiency-based learning, incrementally, they built their skills, and they got to a point where they had the space to demonstrate true potential. That margin of potential that we lose, I think, is absolutely, when we know it's based on an erroneous system of assessment, is unforgivable. Like, it is our responsibility to make sure that every student understands and can live into that margin that they deserve in a proficiency system that structures it such that they can demonstrate their full learning.
Thank you. Thank you very much, both of you. Well done. Jeff Francis. Next after Jeff Francis is John Pelletier. Jeff, are you here?
Yeah, but I wasn't scheduled. Did I put my name on the witness list? Oh, he must have been signing.
Oh.
Now he has to speak, right? You can't take.
Pelletier wants to use your time and his. Mr. Pelletier, we've just gained a little time, so you have 5 minutes, sir.
Okay. I don't think I'll need it all. Excuse me. My name's John Pelletier. I am the father of 3 children. 2 are graduates and 1 is in high school at the Stowe School District. This board today, and in the past, has been told about all of the research that shows the benefits of proficiency-based learning, and I'll refer to that as PBL to keep it a little bit shorter. David Freeman's nationally acclaimed 2010 book, Wrong, Why Experts Keep Failing Us, shows that experts usually turn out to be wrong. Why? Nearly 70% of the results of published studies cannot be replicated by independent researchers. It's called the replication crisis. And here's the scary thing. Inside Higher Education notes that less than 1% of all education research published research is ever subject to any replication, the lowest of any field of study. So confidently making radical education reforms based solely on education research is inherently dangerous. I hope that today's hearings will give Vermonters answers to the following 4 questions. 1, is Vermont still the national leader of the PBL education reform movement? And is New Hampshire currently the only other state in the nation mandating PBL graduation? In 2016, with Vermont State House on the cover, INCOL, also Aurora Institute, also Competency Works. If you have multiple names, it looks like 3 people are saying the same thing. It's a PBL advocacy group that's on the AOE's website, all over it, stated in this report that Vermont is the only state in the nation taking a comprehensive statewide policy approach rather than an incremental or piecemeal adoption of proficiency policies. Since 2016, New Hampshire has mandated PBL graduation. They started their project in 1998 and has falling NEAP scores since 2016. 2 other states had PBL graduation mandates, and they eliminated them before they were required. Oregon in 2014 and Maine in 2018. Question 2, has the Agency of Education ever admitted or provided you with any evidence showing that PBL may negatively impact student performance. A 2018 study funded by a major supporter of PBL, Nellie Mae, entitled, "In Theory, It's a Great Idea," found that 10 Maine high schools, students who self-reported higher exposure to proficiency-based education practice had lower predicted SAT scores. This study is saying the more of this you get, the worse your SAT scores are. This study informed Maine's decision to abandon PBL. Since the implementation of PBL, and it started coming in academic year 2017 into the classes and the classrooms in Vermont, SBAC and NAEP scores have dropped. It should be noted that out of, I believe, 12 or 13 SBAC testing states in the nation, Vermont is the only state that has not released its 2019 results, and I don't understand why. It is rumored that this falling trend with the SBAC is continuing. A 2019 Vermont NEA educator survey indicates that 72% of teachers believe that the student work ethic is decreasing, nearly half say content knowledge is decreasing, and 81% are not seeing any improvements in equity. Maine did similar surveys, similar results. The experts were wrong when they assured parents that PBL transcripts would not harm anyone applying to college. Tell that to the kids at U32 and BFA St. Albans. Question 3, how much in taxpayer dollars has been spent on this unfunded regulatory mandate? I'll give you my testimony. I estimate it's $168 million, if you include the cost of teachers doing this work. And then lastly, I ask you, because this is your regulation that put this in place, what clearly defined metrics has the Agency of Education and this board put in place to measure the success or failure of PBL? After 5 years of implementation, the AOE has not sought anonymous feedback from key stakeholders, teachers, students, and parents. This board must hold them accountable and require empirical data on the success or failure of PBL. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pelletier. Ben Freeman.
These are the calculations of the capacity.
So Ben and Noel and Dan, you will all have 5 minutes, not 4. Please.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming today. My name is Ben Freeman, and I'm coming to speak today as a citizen of Vermont. I'm coming as a parent. I'm coming as a local school board member, as a former teacher and educator, administrator for over 20 years, and as a coordinator of a network of people involved in education across the state, looking to try to create greater equity, sustainability, and joy in our schools and in our communities. I'm speaking today in support of proficiency-based learning and of its allies, personalized learning and flexible pathways. Proficiency-based learning is a powerfully transformative tool for shifting the way we reach and engage learners at all levels. It's more than an engagement tool, though. It's a means for helping us reimagine schools from the industrial age to the world of today and the world of tomorrow. And that's reimagining that we desperately need to do. In my professional work supporting a network of educators, community partners, agencies, and allies across Vermont, I get to hear a lot about what's working and what's not working in schools and outside of schools with community partners and across the state. As a parent and a local school board member in the Taconic and Green District, I hear the stories at a local level. I hear concerns about change, about budgets, about too much to do with too few resources, but I also hear about the remarkable work of our teachers and school leaders and the joyous excitement of our kids when they're engaged with their learning and their play. And I think you heard some of that from the students that spoke today, and I think they can probably speak better than most of the adults about what the real experience is. And I encourage you to heed those voices. But in brief, what I hear over and over is that making transition to a personalized proficiency-based system is not easy. It's not easy for teachers, for administrators, for learners, or for parents. but it is best practice. It transforms learning, it transforms the way we engage with all learners, and it's work that must be done, and we must continue that work. In both my work in my work and as a parent and a board member, I'm routinely humbled by the work that teachers and administrators and their allies are doing to reach all learners in their schools, and I'm just as often amazed by the incredible passion and talent of our young leaders, especially when afforded the chance to learn in a student-centered, proficiency-based setting. Importantly, proficiency-based learning and the other complements in Act 77 have allowed for really remarkable transformation of what's happening in schools and some really interesting experimental work. Programs like Lamoille's Epic Academy, Twinfield's Renaissance Program, CVU's Nexus and Think Tank, and Burlington's City and Lake Semester are just a few examples of how schools are innovating under the umbrella of proficiency-based learning. These are standout examples, and they're really quite remarkable, and I encourage you to visit them if you haven't. But the quiet work that's happening in schools locally and across the state is just as important in its own way. By focusing on building proficiency in what matters most for today's learners, as individuals and as members of a new generation, we're building capacity for all of our youth to realize their full potential and to make our society more equitable, more joyful, and more sustainable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up is Noel Bryant, and after Noel is Dan Cunningham. Who is that saying that?
So Dan's up.
So Dan, you're up. 5 minutes, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Cunningham, and I'm a parent of 4 children in the Burlington, Vermont School District. The convoluted road that Vermont's proficiency-based learning has traveled is well known. The dislike from many parents, students, and teachers may not be evident to this board. It simmers below the headlines of students' futures being harmed at U32 and BFA St. Albans. But how such an expensive program was implemented and why this forum itself needs tweaking are my topics today. There is no argument that students should be proficient. That always seemed like common sense, an essential goal of schooling. Our concern lies in the method of change. Dictated by sweeping, grandiose initiatives, it did not let teachers and communities experiment in a careful, organic way. Critically, it did not value compatibility with the United States collegiate system. The scientific method, which stresses the idea of a thesis, a test, and a feedback loop, never found traction here. Instead of blind surveys, small tests with students, and experiments from teachers, the system was rolled out in a euphoric frenzy. No one stopped to say, is there actual data showing improvement or increased parent engagement? No one stopped to ask, given the myriad requests by teachers for funds, is this where we should spend our resources? No one considered that opportunity costs matter, both in terms of money and in focus. Now, today, many Vermont salaries and career reputations depend on the idea, and salaries and staff argue for continuity. The sunk cost fallacy, well known in economics, shows that those engaged in the project will continue to argue for it, committing more and more resources regardless of what the evidence signals. Proficiency-based learning arrived without a quantitative process to demonstrate value versus other ideas. We need to change direction. I commend Secretary French for stating publicly last month the most accurate description of PBL laws and requirements that I have seen in 7 years. It was based on facts. And I commend you for the effort here today to build a feedback loop in this hearing. But this hearing is not going to give you accurate insight. The list of witnesses has many known proponents of PBL, but contains no skeptical parents. As Warren Buffett once said, don't ask the barber if you need a haircut. Far more important is the idea of the silent constituent. If you want an accurate picture, this must be addressed. Over and over, teachers have emailed or spoken with parents, expressing their dislike or confusion over PBL and refusing to go public for fear of retribution from their bosses. Students and parents even say they fear speaking out against zealous school administrators on this idea. This Orwellian scenario is real, and if you want good government, you must address it. You need to allow teachers, parents, and students to submit feedback anonymously, statewide, without having to travel. I strongly urge a well-advertised, anonymous poll and a system to collect feedback online. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. Next is Emily Rinkema and Stan Williams. You here? Okay. After these folks, we will take a break for a light supper. We'll be having supper after this presentation, and any and all of you are welcome to stay.
Not only have you been sitting for 4 hours, now we're holding you for food. All right,
Sorry. It's okay, just take your time.
Just for clarity, I'm Emily, he's Stan.
Thank you.
Just in case there's any confusion there.
So thank you first of all for putting this together, and thank you for everybody here in attendance from the board and the student reps and the students that have been here and the parents and the other teachers and educators and just interested parties. It's great to have this opportunity to bring so many voices together. What we're hoping to do was about three things, but I think maybe potentially against our better judgment, we're going to toss some of those aside and spend more time trying to talk about some of the things that we've heard and bring some stuff together. So I apologize if we go a little bit off of our submitted summary with that. We have heard such diverse examples and stories. Sure, we have people who travel the Northeast and work with schools and districts all over, or people who work with a bunch of schools in Vermont, or students who are in the classroom, and then kind of everyone in between. Teachers who are at different stages with implementation, and then obviously with parents who have students either in or against, or in the system or out of the system. And so one of the things with those is I think it's important that we honor all of those realities. We are in a time right now where too often realities are seen as opposition, or it's right and it's wrong. And I think every person speaking here today is speaking of their reality. And I think that's really important for us to remember and to think about. One of the difficult things in talking about PBL, I'll use that for the terminology, reality, I'm going to use an example. If I was in London at a bar right now, which might be nice, I don't know, but and I was talking about football, and the person I was talking to, we were having a discussion about football. I'm talking about the Steelers, and I'm upset about how the season ended, but he's super excited about the fact that Liverpool is having a great year. But the problem is that because I'm using football and he's using football, our conversation might start to get muddled, and we start to get agitated with each other because our realities are very different and they get lost in the language. One of the recommendations, one of the things we think, for instance, that the state, schools, the state, the idea of language is a key thing that is keeping conversations from happening sometimes at the level that they could, a level and understanding about what some of these are. So our hope is to open with a quick metaphor that will tie again kind of what we're looking at as reality, and when we're talking about PBL, the intentionality, the responsiveness, and the simplicity that comes with it. And so the metaphor, when I was coming here today, I know we said no technology, but I'll just put it right here. We opened up the GPS, all right, and put in 22 Stratton. And the reason for the GPS, sure, it was directions, estimated time, see what traffic was like, if there was any detours. If I wanted to, I could hit some buttons to see about where gas stations are, or whatever I may want to look at. We look at PBL is based on the exact same principles of the GPS. These four kind of questions. where do we want our learners to go? What is the destination? For us today, that destination was this room. For a school, as David talked about, it might be the graduation proficiencies, or again, whatever term a school happens to use. For a teacher, learning target. Maybe it's providing evidence or creating a model. But what is that destination? The second one is, how do we know where they are along the way? This is where terms like formative assessment come to play. So if it's your GPS, it's the blue dot. Where is that blue dot in relation to the destination? And as a teacher, that is not something that I knew before this. And so very specific, and it's difficult. Again, and we'll talk about the formative assessment, but how do I know where they are? And then I think they're all key, but possibly the most important, how do I respond to that? Because if somebody was coming here, somebody who's already in Rutland, somebody who's in Montpelier, somebody who's in Ferrisburg, and somebody who has left Shelburne and is headed to Essex, they need different things in that classroom right now. And so it is essential that as the GPS, and in this case the teacher, that I not only know the destination, but I know where each of you are, and then I have to know how to try to get each of you closer to that destination or beyond that destination. And then how do we communicate with people? How do we communicate where that blue dot is in relation to the destination and to what stakeholders and to what time? And there are a lot, as I've heard people talk about, there's a lot of decisions that have to be made. What's the best way to do that? And when does a mom and dad need to hear versus when the teacher need to know, or the kids or the other stakeholders outside of the school? But when we're going to talk today, I think we're going to try to ground our reality, and I think the reality of these in this GPS and in this idea of a destination and communicating that destination.
I'm going off script. We've heard a lot about the difference between PBL, so the proficiency-based learning, and then PBG, proficiency-based grading, right? And a real distinction between those two. So in the 4 questions, the foundational questions that Stan talked about, a PBG system could be set up with just the first and the fourth. So where do we want our learners to go, and then how are we going to communicate that? But it's that middle section, it's the assessment instruction part in the middle that's really key to actually improving the learning engagement and equity that everyone's talking about today. So I think it's important that we believe really strongly in the importance of those 2 center questions and making sure we have the time to get those right as teachers for our learners. But unfortunately, one of the things that happens is most of the attention goes to that 4th one, that communication piece, the grading piece. That's where most of a lot of the complexities, a lot of the change for the community and parents and students comes in that last one. So that can sometimes overshadow the place where the learning is really going to change. We wanted to share a little bit of our own reality, which when I think about the realities, as Stan talked about, everyone having a different reality, but that's theirs. It's true. It's honest to what they're experiencing. In our reality at our high school, we have 1,400 student realities, and we have 120 faculty realities. So trying to sum that up as a single experience is really difficult. And we heard that today with you, Sabina, right? So the reality that we face in the same school can be very different than the reality you're facing, right? The reality of another student may be very different than your reality. But your reality is true, right? That is actually happening to you in your classes. You're feeling that way, right? So for us to argue that, because theoretically that shouldn't be the way she's feeling, does not respect that is your experience. We know that in our district, because of PBL, we have a much clearer understanding of our destinations now than we've ever had before. We have 4 middle schools and 1 high school, and for the first time ever, our 4 middle schools have consistent learning targets and can collaborate across middle schools. That's never happened in the history of our district
But
before.
that is not necessarily a product of PBL, is it?
It is, because it's that first question. It's that being really clear about our destinations and where we want our learners to go. So for us, we've got our graduation proficiencies in our district, and then we have what we call learning targets in the different courses in the different schools.
I'm just having a hard time understanding why a system of schools could not have set clear destinations.
Absolutely. They could have collaborated,
using any method
absolutely.
of instruction.
Right. I think the difference is the clarity of those destinations through the creation of the shared learning targets across our district. We could have had a shared some shared curriculum documents, but for I think it was the coming together around the creation of those learning targets which brought the district together.
Okay.
I think I'll quickly jump on it. I think we spend some time in the middle schools as well. So, where I think at times conversations now within school and then across schools, moving into how are we using, again, whatever the content happens to be, whatever the book we happen to be reading, the science that we're working with, but to progress the skills and discussions of those skills that we use the content to grow. Those are new and had never been defined previously. So I think that.
So, I mean, a couple of the other things, and a lot of people talked about this, so we're trying to not spend much time on these pieces. But we have much better ways to determine where our students' blue dots are now, right? So we've spent a lot of time thinking about how do we create accurate, actionable assessments that tell us where that blue dot is in relation to each of those learning targets for our students. And so the idea of the actionable assessments, when we know where that learning target, where the blue dot is in relation to that target, we now know what we need to do to help that student get to that target. And we still want to address something you said earlier, Sabina, so I think we're going to go off script a little here because it seems to fit. I'm going to jump to my notes I took on the back. So a lot of people have talked about work ethic and rigor. And I think that a lot of the issues around that in schools and the realities that students and teachers are facing come from a disconnect between the formative and summative assessments, right? So if a student can do nothing throughout a unit and then get 4s on the unit learning targets, something is wrong in that class, right? So we have fallen down as teachers if that is the case. And is that the case right now in some classes? Absolutely, right? We have inconsistent implementation in all of our schools right now, and we're getting better at that. But I think that the idea is that it's on us as teachers, it's always been on us as teachers to set the level of rigor in our classes and to set the expectations in our classes, and that hasn't changed because of standards-based learning or grading. So we, as teachers, we still have control over that rigor. And with the assessments now, we should be able to tell much earlier in the learning process if you're bored, if you are if you're just cashing it in, right? If you are not having to work hard early on, we knew that right away because we have much more accurate and actionable assessments. So our hope is that what you're experiencing in that class is not what you're experiencing in all of your classes, and that will continue to get better.
Board members, do you have questions?
I have a quick one.
Please.
Something came up earlier and kind of piggybacking on what you were just talking about. It was said earlier that if a student tries really hard, they should be able to succeed. I don't know if trying hard always equates to success. What's your thoughts on that? So Sabina's comment was, in one course she doesn't have to try very hard and she gets a 4, and her peers are trying really hard and gets a 3. I don't know, I have a hard time just saying, well, kudos to her, to some extent. And I also realize that in proficiency-based learning, for example, if you're doing algebra and you've mastered the topic, you should get pushed down to geometry. And I'm not sure that's always happening. I don't know what your opinion on that is, too, that my understanding of the topic is that as you jump higher, the bar keeps getting higher, as it should. Mm-hmm. That, back when I was in school, you just got, if you mastered a topic, which I never did, but you just get more worksheets.
Yeah, right.
That's how they handle the topic. They just give you more worksheets. And now, if you master a problem in calculus, you should be getting tougher problems the next day. Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts on that, especially the work ethic piece, which, everybody loves the person who works really hard. So it's hard not to, it's like the movie Rudy, when he gets out there at the end of the game, he
Yeah,
finally
you're
gets on the
cheering
field. Everybody loves Rudy.
Right, and right, who's the student we're carrying through the door at the end? Right, so there's, mind if
Yeah,
I start?
go for
So
it.
I'll start with the work part, and then one other, the worksheet part, actually. I just want to make a reference to that, and then I'll let you jump in. Our hope would be that, well, let me backtrack. We have often seen examples, I've taught for 24 years now, certainly earlier in teaching, where there was this student who worked really hard, worked so hard, but by the time you got, it was in this direction, or they had put so much, but they completely missed the mark with it, and that was always often the hardest, because that, oh my goodness, you just put so much into this, but wow, it is way off. What am I going to do now? That was also when I didn't have I honestly I didn't have a destination, or my destination was much too too broad, and I certainly didn't have a blue dot along the way as to where you were. So if a target stands still, and now there's still the route to get there, but that my hope would be that the student, that hard work is going to be rewarded, because that hard work is going to be directed in the direction that we're looking for. And so what I do find is that hard work is going to pay off. I think another part that, as we have disaggregated and kind of pulled some things apart, I look at, again, I don't know if this is work, but kids who are wonderful thinkers and who could see and could think and could offer ideas, but you know what they couldn't do maybe really well at that time when they were in 10th grade was write. And so often the only way we could figure out what you thought was how you wrote. And as we've been able to parse out and to figure out, and we created these destinations that are certainly some about your writing, but also about your thinking, we've been able to honor those kids, and this maybe isn't the hard work, but those kids who could have these phenomenal thoughts, but their output skills, their writing skills. And so we're still working on the writing, but figuring out that, yes, Peter has these great thoughts, and how to parse those out, and then to work with those thoughts in the writing. So I think with, again, the destination and that idea of the blue dot, we've been able to make sure that hard work goes in the direction that is purposeful for this student, but then also find out those skills that maybe were being hidden in the past. And I will go back to, you said that worksheet. Here's another worksheet. And I think that's another interesting thing when you talk about the idea of rigor, that complexity versus difficulty. I would say for years, school has done a really good job at trying to be difficult. I wouldn't say we've always done the best job at trying to be complex and adding complexity to that. And I think, again, that is where a lot of this work is going. I can say, hey, you read that book and read another one right now, or read 2 instead of 1, rather than actually trying to push your thinking or to push whatever it may be. And that's been another of the realities, is the increase in complexity versus just making it more difficult on somebody.
That was really nice.
I don't remember the last part of the question, so I'm handing it to you.
I just want to wrap that response up with earlier, I think it was Chris Whalen, who talked about mental sweat, right? And he had a superintendent years ago who had said that that's what we really want to see with students. And unfortunately, Chris was lamenting that he was not seeing that as much. In my own teaching experience, I see that more now. But that mental sweat comes around complexity, not around difficulty. So it's not that I think I used to think that mental sweat came when students had 4 hours of homework, and I'd ask them to close read 50 pages of, Anna Karenina for AP Lit. I used to think that was the mental sweat, and when I came in, when they came into class, if I could give them a 50-question test that had really specific details about that novel, and they could nail that, then that's the mental sweat. But that's just making things difficult at very low-level thinking skills. So I think my definition of mental sweat has changed, and I do understand the practical versus theoretical here, right? So, and in theory, we should be demanding more mental sweat now from our students, because we know our students better, we know their skills better. So when we know where those blue dots are, boy, can I push every kid to hit that mental sweat. But that's going to look different for different students in my class. So.
Good answer.
Can I ask about grading? It seems somehow to a complete layperson as sort of needlessly complex. I mean, it's hard to understand how going to 1 through 4 is an improvement over A through D. What's the diff? I told you I know nothing.
Yeah, and again, I think that's another when the term SBG, right, gets thrown out.
What's that mean?
Standards-based grading, sorry.
pardon me. Oh,
PBG,
okay.
sorry, right. You see, right, and I'm the guy who said we need to get better with our vocabulary and terminology. But that the reality, at all these schools, there is no one way. I think there's often a belief that that's a one system. You know, I can tell you, for instance, the current system, I got an email on the way here from my daughter who's in middle school. You know, our current system, a semester class has 4 to 6 learning targets. A year-long class has 8 to 12. And at the end of the school year, your grade is based on, well, in essence, where your blue dot got in regards to those, let's say, 8 destinations.
Okay.
So as far as that, and then those are still, it's CVU again, and I'm talking about our reality, those are still then combined into a letter grade. It is the result of, so Sabina in humanities class, right? Maybe, and I don't know, they could have anywhere from 8 to 12, but at the end of the year, maybe her 10 learning targets. Where that blue dot ended, that will be the letter grade. I think it's something that probably as we've been doing that, people are looking to alter and change, but that is the grade now. Rather than going back to kind of John's question maybe about did I do it, did I not do it, or the hard work, hopefully that hard work has meant that any student has gotten closer to that or to that blue dot, so that the grade, we still have a letter grade at the end, but that grade is now backed up based by where you are in regards to the proficiencies versus a lot of arbitrary things that are out there. I think one of the interesting things that we found, the intentionality that PBL and PBG require have pulled the curtain back on grading, and it has exposed inconsistencies. It has not created the inconsistencies. The inconsistencies have been there as long as any of us were in school. I think it looked the same at the end because I could wrap my head around a 98. I didn't get many of those, but I could wrap my head around that. But that it's pulled back the curtain on what was something that had never been talked about. I had gone 15 years without ever having a discussion about grading. You go to your master's program, you do not have discussions about grading. And so what this has done is this has forced some of those discussions. It has exposed inconsistencies, but it is working to shrink those as we go. So.
I have 2 questions. I may not get both of them, but in that sort of marrying of the proficiency-based learning and grading, and then a number or letter that is digestible in your community, do you feel as though that's sacrificing any of the efficacy of the either 1 through 4 or whatever that is? And if not, or if so, like, isn't that a good way to do it? Because people can still understand it and still see it, or maybe there are compromises.
And it's something we have been grappling with for years with this, right? So I think in theory, I don't think we should have letter grades. Like the idea of pulling, like we have much better information that's disaggregated right now, and yet at the end of the learning, we squish it all back together and it feels dirty at times, right? Because we have to come up with a way to squish it together, right? And we can do that in a variety of ways. We can average and then have a conversion to a letter grade, right? That's an agreed upon conversion. But then if we have an average, is it just a straight average? Are we doing a weighted average based on how important those learning targets are, right? So as soon as you have to bring something together to a single letter grade, it starts to lose the clarity that we have when it's disaggregated. And yet, in order to jump to that level, we risk so much that's happening and so many of the changes that are happening with learning in our buildings. So at our school years ago, we made the decision to hang on to what's familiar to families and kids. And that was a bit of a compromise of the ideal, right? But we said, we want there to be a GPA, and we want there to be letter grades at the end of the course. Because if we do that, we're going to have a lot more freedom, right, to be able to improve our instructional and assessment practices so we can make those grades mean something clearer. We can make them more consistent across the school. So we can change how we are getting to those grades. But we felt that hanging on to those grades and that GPA was going to allow us to make those other changes we need to make. We've seen around the state different schools who've taken different approaches to that. And I have a lot of respect for all the approaches different schools have taken. But I think sometimes we have to look at what will, as Ken O'Connor, the grade expert says, we have to look at what our communities will tolerate. And then we have to move within that in order to make change.
So I think this is a common concern about this issue of PPL and 77 is the grading system. And do you see this being able to, over time, I mean, the districts have control of their curriculum. Do you see over time that you can adjust or customize the grading system to your situation, or how do you think this is gonna work out?
Do you mean, should there be a common?
No, I'm just saying, however you think it should be just best addressed. How, if you were to just, a comment amongst, I would say comment probably within your union or whatever, however you're working, but how can this, I certainly wouldn't expect, and I hope the state doesn't come in and do that, but I would hope that it can be done at the local level. But
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things we're finding, so we've been at this for well over a decade now, this transition, and we have seen a significant shift among students, teachers, community members, parents, now starting to say, why are we bringing everything back together into a letter grade? Like now I'm getting all this great information, so why are we doing that? We really see it among teachers, and at first that was not the case. But now we have the majority of our teachers are saying, when can we get rid of letter grades? And really the administration is having to say, not yet, because we're not ready yet to do that. I think the push has to come from within. As you said, it can't come from the state. I think that's...
Really, what you've done. You said you're doing a very pragmatic thing, and that's very pragmatic. But as John Downs said a little earlier in the day, is that you can have greater validity, but you're going to sacrifice reliability. And maybe that's just something you have to live with.
Okay, last question to Kim.
It sounds you all have been in this for a long time, and this may that you might not even be the right people to ask the question of, but statewide, is there sharing best practice? This is hard work, and our districts sharing where there are successes. And
wow, it's almost like we paid you to say that. That was like our conclusion.
Well, hold on. Thank you, Kim. Well, I think one of what we had with our original script that I can now use it. That's exciting. I think one of the things we had at the end was, as a state, we need to communicate and collaborate better and more intentionally. And again, I think we often, what's been great listening tonight is it is easy to get online or to go somewhere and to share the yahoos and the successes and to hear about these, but to actually be able to dig in and to share the challenges and the work, I think, the strategies around implementation, the strategies around instruction, and again, depending on who you're talking about, teachers, administrators, or I think that's absolutely something. There are enough wonderful things happening in schools, every school in this state, but being able to know where those are and who do I go to with these questions? And then again, getting back to how do I even make sure I'm asking the question in the right way, that they understand what I'm asking. So I think that that does certainly happen, and there are people in this room who have done a wonderful job of bringing it together. But I think collectively, as teachers in schools, we also need to do a a better job of not always looking inward, but sometimes reaching out and understanding that it does take. I can't remember it with who talked about. I think this student who was sitting here a while ago did a great job
Trevor,
talking about kind of collaborating in that in that work. Yeah.
I spoke prematurely. There's one more question.
This is a whole other can of worms. I think I might leave it as food for thought, kind of. But I met with our school's ACLC club and talked with them about their thoughts on proficiency-based learning and kind of come to this meeting with a background from there. And one of the things that kind of stood out to me was looking at, in classes, you're assessed on can you select best evidence and can you analyze this evidence. And so your standards are not really based on the content, and it's more based on skills. And so is that moving into a direction where it doesn't matter whether you know when World War II started, it's, do you know how to please the teacher and give them the information that they need in the way that they want it? Yeah. And so looking at, is the fact that we're, kind of moving away from like units, and it's like every unit you're reassessing on evidence. So is it coming down to, are you really being assessed on whether you know the content, or are you being assessed on I can pick what you want me to find?
So for the next 3 hours, we'll answer that question.
or as I was going to say, Kim gave us that one, and I would thank you for that one, because I will start, because I do think that, and again, within our own, as we said, 120 faculty realities, we have those conversations of skills versus content, and I think often a misconception, and not a misconception of the student, because again, it's the misconception of it's the reality, would be that the content doesn't matter. Can I come in and can I make a claim about snowboarding? That's a complex claim. I've made this there. Can I take evidence about the Boston Red Sox and use that? But wait, I'm in a science class. So at our school, the curriculum document that we've used is the KUD, the everything you will know, understand, and be able to do. And so we have common course KUDs. We do not yet have common unit KUDs, but common course KUDs. So in that case, whatever class we happen to talk about, let's take, that's got to be done. You have to prove your ability to provide write a complex claim, provide evidence, and analyze within the content that we are using. Now, going back to a couple of the opening speakers, we have flexibility within the content. I think one of the great things now is we start to have flexibility within the content to push. And if I'm looking at Lord of the Flies and Enlightenment thinkers, I have an ability to push you if you're really interested in this utilitarian thought and applying it, and you're really interested in some other to applying it. But that you have to do it with the content of the agreed upon content of the course. Now, again, course to course, there are more opportunities for students to have say over what that content is, and I think that negotiation is happening in more and more classes. But for the simplest answer, it's got to happen within the content of the course. It's the definition of what that content is that I think is the evolving piece.
Thank you. We'll need to leave it there. Thank you both very much. I was just thinking about the U.S. Senate. They're meeting right about now. They have 12 hours of listening to complex testimony, but it's no more complex than this, so thank you very much for that. Board, we are recessed to have a meal. Let's just one more time go around and introduce ourselves, because there's a new gang of folks here, or at least some of them haven't had to put up with us all day. So, Kyle, would you go first, please?
Oh, yes. Kyle Coutois, Georgia, Vermont.
Kim Gleason, Essex.
Peter Peltz, Woodbury.
Jenna O'Farrell, St. Johnsbury.
John O'Keefe, Manchester.
Bill Mathis, Goshen.
Sabina Brochu, Williston.
And I'm John Carroll, the chair of the board. Yes, so we need everybody to project their voices, you to us, and if this lectern has an amplifier. Is it still on?
Maybe the mic's off.
While they're doing that, if you would like to be heard in the public shall be heard section, which we welcome, please be sure to sign up on one of the clipboards that says something about public to be heard. Because we use that to figure out how much time you get to speak, okay? So, and you should also at least sign one of the clipboards to indicate that you're here. I know it's kind of confusing and ambiguous, but that's what we're trying to accomplish. So if you would like to make a statement or something, you can use the lectern because it is amplified.
just talk into the microphone and then that will project.
Oh, how smart you are. Thank you.
Those are
Yeah, Bill's the tech one here.
Yeah, imagine that. That's a sorry state of affairs.
That's all in advanced degrees worth, so.
Please introduce yourselves.
I'm Jessica Carroll, Division Director of Student Pathways at the Agency of Education.
Right.
And Pat Fitzsimmons, Proficiency-Based Learning Team Leader at the Agency of Education. I have to apologize, I have laryngitis, so I will project as well as I can.
Very appealing.
We can shift this a little bit.
So who would like to speak first?
Sure, and we'll probably go back and forth a
Yeah.
little bit as we're
So
presenting together.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Sure. So I think we did want to just provide a tiny bit of background. With the passage of Act 77 in 2013, can folks hear me?
Just hold that
Okay.
right out.
So with the passage of Act 77, also known as the Flexible Pathways Initiative in 2013, it really was a result of over a decade of research and policy and statutory reform, including the High Schools on the Move, Future of Vermont Education, and Act 44 to improve Vermont's educational system. And then in 2014, the Vermont State Board of Education adopted the education quality standards to provide the necessary regulatory support to strengthen the implementation of Act 77. And really working together, flexible pathways to graduation with proficiency-based graduation requirements describe the clear expectations and the 5 attributes of a proficiency-based system that's personalized in Vermont. And that includes personal relationships, flexibility or flexible pathways, learner profiles, student agency, and proficiency-based progressions. And we've heard a lot of folks prior speak to the fact that it's not just one thing or the other, that it's these 5 attributes together that provide a really rich educational system in Vermont. But I do think it's important that we define proficiency-based education, and so in the education quality standards, it describes systems of instruction, assessment, grading, and academic reporting that are based on students demonstrating mastery of the knowledge and skills they need before they move on, and whether that's moving on to the next lesson or the next unit or graduating from high school. And I think it's really important to just sort of ground this in a practical application. I often think about proficiency-based education when I'm traveling for work and sitting on an airplane. And so when I think about proficiency, I'm really thinking about if someone told me that the pilot had a 72, would that really describe for me all of those attributes and those proficiencies that I'd want them to have attained to ensure that I'm landing at the next airport? So essentially, this means that proficiency-based education is honoring the commitment that we've made to all of our Vermont learners, that what they learn in school sticks, and that they can apply it outside of school, in career or in college. Proficiency-based systems are characterized by transparency, and we've heard from students and staff how important that we're transparent. A sustained focus on student learning, not necessarily student ranking or student scoring. Application of learning to new contexts, and enabling all students to meet high expectations. And that really means increasing opportunities for students to meet those high expectations, as well as providing students with an opportunity to extend their learning beyond some predetermined score or scale or cutoff. Now I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Pat.
Educational systems are very complex. There's a lot going on in them. Proficiency-based learning is one part of that system that is certainly a driver of the other parts. Let's just think about a couple of the things educators are working on in their schools. Coordinated curriculum, educational support teams, professional learning, needs-based professional learning, local comprehensive assessment systems, personalized learning. There's a lot going on in that system. I think the important thing about proficiency-based learning is that it's an adaptive change rather than a technical change. It's not a small tweak, it's a huge paradigm shift. Adaptive change requires new learning, as well as changes in behavior, culture, and beliefs. Adaptive change takes place over time and requires systems to evolve. One part of that system is the reporting system, and you heard a lot about that tonight. Grading and transcripts are on the minds of a lot of parents, students, community members, and educators. It's a technical change, though, the reporting system. So technical changes, such as proficiency-based grading and transcripts, seem to be getting the most attention in some parts of the state, not all over the state. These challenges can be resolved with guidance from experts, and solutions may vary depending upon context. We've heard that also a lot tonight, or today, that context really matters. The solutions, so let me share some examples. So we know here at Rutland High School, for example, they have a conversion scale where they can translate proficiency-based grades into a more traditional system. So, and I think the really important thing is, it's not the label that matters. It's not the A through F, 1 through 100, 1 to 4, beginning, expanding, whatever you want to call the different levels. What does that communicate to students and their families about what our students know, understand, and can do? And one of the resources, and that's what we try to do at the agency, is create resources for educators. So we worked on a research brief around grading practices in a proficiency-based system. And what we did with that brief was we looked to see what the research said. We share that. And then we developed some questions that we encourage community members, teachers, students to discuss, because it's important that everybody understands change. And you can't go anywhere unless you bring your community along with you. Another solution that Mill River has used with their transcript is on one side of the transcript, they have a proficiency-based system, and on the other side, they have the more traditional, so that admissions officers get to see both of those. And then a third, which we have some schools that are piloting this in Vermont, is the Mastery Transcript Consortium, which is doing some really interesting work across the country. The Mastery Transcript Consortium is modernizing transcripts by changing them from a flat to two-dimensional accounting of student time spent on single subjects and a listing of grades without context to an interactive digital transcript that highlights proficiency of both content and interdisciplinary skills. There are many strategies that supervisory districts and unions can pursue to address these technical changes. And I just want to share with you, a couple of years ago, students from Stan and Emily's think tank course came to the agency, and they wanted to share what they were doing, the research they were doing around transcripts. And one of the students said, why is it, with all the changes in technology, that our transcripts still look much like they did 30 years ago? I thought that was a great question.
So I think previously David Roof had spoken to INACOL, now the Aurora Institute, as far as having a map describing how proficiency-based learning or mastery-based learning or competency-based learning, they tend to be synonymous, is represented across the United States. And I think in materials you previously shared from 2018, there was a map from 2018. And I believe John Peltier had asked a question as to, are we still one of the few states that's out front? I would say that out of the 50 states, 49 are engaged in this work at some level, whether it's emerging or whether it's advanced. And in fact, actually, the number of states who have entered into that advanced realm have grown since 2018 when you had previously seen that map. And that's something we can share afterwards if people would like to look at it. But I do agree that this work is difficult. We are engaging in a big change, and there hasn't necessarily been a playbook that any of these states could turn to say, this is how you implement proficiency-based learning. I will say that many states who have used innovation zones in which they have not gone to a statewide policy actually find that when those innovation zones run out of funding, when those zones have grown dramatically, but surrounding areas do not also engage in that change, what they do is they bake in inequities. So there's greater disparities in those states.
So I believe John Downs talked about J curves. They're also called S curves, growth curves. So they're really a life cycle of an innovation. There's a clear pattern of slow start, growth over time, and then sometimes a slight decline before moving on to another S curve. At each phase, there needs to be a change in the innovation. Ray Prue, who was a superintendent for many years, he actually hired me as a kindergarten teacher at Berrytown a while ago. I believe he then came to Essex. I was taking a course with him, and he talked about growth curves, and I thought it was so interesting because I noticed there were teachers in our system who at one time had been amazing, and they were no longer amazing. And the growth curve explained that to me. You can't just sit on a growth curve. You have to climb up it and then jump to another growth curve, or what you do does not keep up with the times. So that growth over time is really important. It's important in business, and it's important in education. Our educators are currently working their way up one of those S curves with the implementation of proficiency-based learning. What we have done in the past was good. However, we continually need to improve, or we will not be meeting the needs of our students, and that's what's most important.
Can we make some, we've got about 5 minutes left.
Okay.
I know it's awful fast.
We'll get through
Can
it.
we make some time for some questions?
Yes. Okay, so raise your hands if you remember the Jetsons. Okay. Do you remember George and Jane talking on the television? I remember seeing that and thinking, wow, wouldn't that be neat if we could do that? Well, be careful what you wish for. We can now conference call, we can see, people can see you when you really don't want to be seen. That the iPhone is a tremendous change in technology. It's another example of an S curve, that the technology didn't stay the same. It had to change over time. And also that this one little device does not just let me talk to people. It has games on it. It has, it's my video, it's my camera. It's really replaced a lot of other tools that we used previously.
Mm-hmm. Just another example would be if we can think back to Blockbuster and now Netflix. So as another cautionary tale, to answer the question, why is PBL a necessary innovation? It's because a well-educated citizenry is essential for the health of our Vermont communities, regardless of the path students take after graduation, whether it's directly into a career or college. The world has changed significantly in the last 10 years, and our ability to predict change has also changed significantly. Technology allows us to do things we once only dreamed about, but it also requires our students and all of us to engage in greater independence of thought and to adapt to an ever-changing world. In Vermont, we need students to graduate from high school with the skills, knowledge, and abilities that allow them to continue their education, to enter the workforce, and earn a livable wage. Jobs that can be automated are disappearing at a rapid rate, and this increases the importance of a diploma that certifies a student has demonstrated proficiency related to graduation requirements. In order to succeed in a 21st century economy, our students need to be prepared to work in a global environment, communicate effectively through social networks, use technology to access reliable information, and problem-solve critical issues. Those are just a few of the challenges facing our graduates, and to prepare them, education needs to innovate and respond to change. And I think actually there was a scholar from Rutland who spoke very eloquently to the need to be courageous in encountering change.
So over a year and a half, we worked with educators, business people, students most importantly, across the state, a wide variety of people to develop a Vermont portrait of a graduate. In that portrait of a graduate, we describe the knowledge, skills, and abilities that we want all of our graduates to have upon leaving high school. They include learner agency, global citizenship, academic proficiency, critical thinking and problem solving, communication, and well-being. Well-being came from students. They thought it was important that that be one, not the only one of 6 attributes of the portrait of a graduate. And this can provide a lens for educators to revisit their graduation requirements, because there is a wide variety of variation in terms of expectations now.
One last, and then.
Yeah. So I think also folks were looking for some hard and fast data, and it is difficult. And I do think that there are some challenges that people have to contend with, which is there are ethical requirements. So certainly in educational research, there are some things that we can't do. But I did want to provide some data, and I think David had been hunting around for this. So In our 2018 Common Data Project report, Vermont, as compared to its New England colleagues, had the highest four-year graduation rate, the highest four-year graduation rate for students with economic disadvantage, the highest four-year graduation rate for students with disabilities, the highest four-year graduation rate for males, the highest four-year graduation rate for Hispanic students. It also had the highest six-year graduation rate for students, the highest six-year graduation rate for economically disadvantaged students, students who are English language learners, students with disabilities, the highest six-year graduation rate for females, the highest six-year graduation rate for Black, Hispanic, and Native American students, and the highest college completion rate. And while these numbers are comparing to other states, and certainly there is enormous opportunity for improvement here, I do want to just say that we need to recognize that since implementation of Act 77 and proficiency-based learning, these are the numbers that we have accrued, that we have actually even improved. So from 2013 to 2017, even though we had an 86.6% four-year graduation rate, we went up 2.5%. We actually decreased the number of dropouts by 1.5% in that short period of time.
Do you have data over, say, 15 or 20 years?
Pardon?
Do you have data over 15 or 20 years?
We could certainly get that. I just was basing
we'd be
it on the
interested in
Common
seeing the
Data
long-term
Project as
trend.
it compares to the
Yeah.
other New England states.
Can I just ask one?
Yeah, sure. Time for questions.
Couldn't the other way to look at that data is that Act 77 made it easier to graduate? I hate to say that if you look at the data from the other perspective, just playing the devil's advocate.
No, absolutely, and this is why this data is a representation, but you'd also look at the college completion rates.
Yep.
And
And NAEP scores, SBAC scores.
Right, and I think
All
someone.
of that, I think we'd be happy to see that data.
Yeah,
we can produce.
and I think someone previously referenced that, you know,
I
a
think
decline
SBAC
in
would
SAT scores. I think there's equally research that just came out in 2019 that actually the single biggest predictor of college success is actually the GPA. I believe the University of California system is actually exploring eradicating the use of SATs and ACTs because, in fact, actually there are incidences of bias. There's also research that might say something on the other end. Again, this is what we want to be vigilant to, but I'm not sure if what we want to do is make decisions based on conflicting data particularly.
Towards making no decisions.
Oh, yeah, certainly.
So a while back, maybe 8 years, whenever I was in the legislature, the dropout rate, college dropout rate was pretty high in terms of students not, you know, and with debt and whatnot. That's not still an issue?
I think that probably one of the biggest areas for us to improve across all student groups, and I think across even New England, and again, I'm referencing the Common Data Project, so that's where we're comparing all of the 6 states to equal measures, is around those retention rates in college, which is that not dropping out of college.
Yeah, I understand. I'm pleased to hear it. I mean, that's.
Kim, do you have something?
Yeah, I know that the range of implementation across the state leads me to sort of wonder, hope, or imagine that there should be some shared best practice, some professional development, some systematizing of the learning that's happening among those places where it seems to be going better than others. And I just am not sure that I completely understand what role the AOE plays in that, or other than the broader data, sort of tracking it more locally, how it's going.
So over the course of this year, we are providing 4 convenings focused on local comprehensive assessment systems because we really believe assessment is a key lever, and high-quality assessments are important in order to determine if a student is proficiency or not. So the big picture of assessment, of local comprehensive assessment, was the first convening. The second one is on performance assessments because we think performance assessments are essential in a proficiency-based system where transferable skills are also important. The one that's coming up is focused on student-designed assessments because that idea of students taking lead in their learning and helping to develop how are we going to know you're proficient, what evidence will you use to demonstrate that. And the fourth one will be system educators sharing what they're doing, because the research is extremely powerful that peers learn from peers, educators learn from other educators. So looking to make those opportunities happen is important.
As a convening, is like, are people a cohort in it? Is everybody invited? Like how does that spread, and how is it captured if you're not able to be there? And what other tools do districts have at their disposal from the agency?
Leadership teams are invited. We are also looking for other opportunity. We're tracking the state to see where educators are coming from and thinking of providing additional opportunities in parts of the state that don't seem to be well represented. We'll be doing these sessions at the end of June, the Best Institute, sorry. So we look for other opportunities to reach as many educators as we can. There are a lot of different educators that are being pulled in a lot of different directions, and they want to be in their schools. So there's that challenge. But we do have other people throughout the state, like Champlain Valley Education Development Center is providing some really strong professional learning opportunities. So we really believe in a culture of collaboration and working with other organizations so that our messages can be similar.
Okay, one last question from Sabrina.
I don't know if I would necessarily consider this a question. It's more of, again, food for thought for you guys as members of the Agency of Education. But you mentioned how there needs to be more innovation, like that's just how evolving works, that everything gets improved. So, we were given this proficiency-based learning and proficiency-based grading, and so it's more complex and it's more time-consuming on teachers. But then you come to the issue of that you still have the same types of classrooms. You still have students who are meeting the standard from the beginning and students who are not meeting the standard from the beginning. But all of a sudden, this teacher has to provide more feedback and put in more effort to grade formatives for these kids and give them feedback and help support them so they can become better. So it's looking at, is there a way to improve the way that we're preparing teachers to implement this? Because I feel like we're telling teachers here, use this more complex way that's going to help your students, but it's okay, but it's going to take more time because it's going to have a greater outcome. But like, how do you deal with that?
We actually convened a group of stakeholders from the field on two separate occasions to update our ROPA standards. So that's the process by which we approve preparatory programs in higher education to prepare leaders and educators to incorporate and represent a lot of these new initiatives and learning around Act 77 and proficiency-based learning. Absolutely.
Bill, you had
Yeah,
a question?
could you get us the data that you do have? The biggest problem is going to be attributing causality here. There's a lot of correlations that would go in there, but...
Yeah, I think that's like an overarching difficulty in educational research just generally. But one thing that Wendy Geller, who is the division director for our data and assessment team, and I have been engaged in is working with the National Forum on Education Statistics to tap into a national group in which we can actually start to get into those metrics very specifically around personalized proficiency-based learning.
With who?
Be happy to share that with you.
The other data that we're collecting that superintendents are turning in, most SUs and SDs have turned in it already, are how many proficiency-based graduation requirements do you have? What does your personalized learning planning process look like? What do your personalized learning plans actually look like? So that's information we'd be happy to share with you. I think you'd find it interesting.
Jenna has a question.
Just a quick one. Have you done any crosswalks between the data that you have in around the schools that report out being effective with proficiency-based learning and the demographics of the towns? And schools that are not and feeling like they've made progress? I mean, there's uneven implementation, and I wonder what that looks like based on the...
I just have a clarification. So when you're saying demographics of the town,
the student population.
Like the student population?
Yeah.
Okay.
That
So,
they're serving.
I mean, I do think that I don't want to lose sight of the annual snapshot and the fact that that's where you can get a lot of that demographic data. Obviously, there are some N sizes that are so small that that data has to be suppressed. But I think the other piece that maybe you're getting at are what are those essential attributes of schools that are maybe being successful, and how do we scale that? And I did want to get back to the question that you had asked, because I think it's really hard for us to, in a very succinct way, represent all of the professional learning and support that the agency provides. We also often partner with folks, so we co-facilitate those convenings of the League of Innovative Schools that I think has previously been spoken to. We have network improvement communities. We have tailored and targeted support for comprehensive schools. Just in my division alone, last year we did 200 instances of professional learning, because we're really talking about a complex system with lots of overlapping circles that I think Pat had been speaking to around how do you stand up a system. Proficiency is just one really small part, and in fact actually represents what we know has been best practice for hundreds of years. Whether you're going back to John Dewey, whether you're talking about relationships and relevance and rigor, we're simply describing that, but we've actually said we're going to embrace this, and we want to know that everyone is doing that so that no one gets left behind, that we close those equity gaps.
Team, we need to wrap this.
Yeah,
This
thank
was
you. That's
very
good.
helpful. Thank you both. Next, we're going to have a panel of 4 educators. I think you all know who you are. So come on up, and we'll pass the mic around. Thanks, Sabina. Are we? Yes, okay. So we're hearing from Adrienne Weld, Abby Brodowski, Michael Thomas, and Curtis Heyer. So the way we'd like to proceed with this, if we may, is to hear from each of you for about 5 minutes. Just give us what you want us to know in 5 minutes or less. This is your elevator speech. And then we'll double back, and the board will have questions, and you may have comments or questions for one another. So why don't we start at the end, if you would identify yourself and fire away.
Good evening, and thank you. Tech thing. Good evening, and thank you for inviting us. My name is Abby Brodowski, and I am currently the Rutland High School English Department Chair. I'm in my 9th year of teaching. I've been using a standards-based or standards reference system for the past 6 years, so I was in pretty early. One thing that is important for you to understand right now is that Rutland High School is achieving excellence with our standards reference system. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the structures that help us with that and some of the things we're still grappling with.
Can you just tell us, how do you know you're achieving excellence?
So we achieve excellence with, we are meeting or exceeding the SBAC scores on a regular basis despite some demographic and economic challenges. What I see on a daily basis, given my experience in the system for as long as I've been in, is that students are more likely to know what they should be learning. They are more likely to have their issues addressed when they don't understand, and they have opportunities to go beyond what is expected in this system more frequently than in a traditional system that I've also taught in. Our staff at Rutland High School know what they're teaching, and they work very effectively and efficiently in teams to make their instruction stronger. We're collectively at Rutland High School implementing some of the best instruction, not only in Vermont, but in New England. That's not according to me, that's according to our most recent accreditation visit from the NIASC committee. So the core question is whether or not this system is better. And my way that I approach it is to realize that it's just not complete. The word perfect in Latin, I'm an English teacher, means finished, means complete. And this is something that will never end for us if we're doing it right. So our process, if we're doing it correctly, revising, updating, improving is not going to be done. And we're always going to be grappling with things because it's an imperfect system. Because we're continually engaging in the refinement of this system, it's important, and I seriously caution against removing it right now and expecting better outcomes in Vermont schools. Some of the structures that I'd like to talk about touch upon the ideas of efficiency and equity that help us get to the excellence that we see in this building. And I wrote a lot more than I'm going to say, so you can take a look at that because I'm an English teacher, I love to write. One of the things that we really rely on here is our PLC structure, which allows us to be efficient, but it also provides clarity to the public about what students are learning in school. So our administration supports this with our Late Start Wednesday. We have common planning time when possible, and if we didn't have that, the system would not function very well. So schools that don't have that would struggle. As the English department chair, I'm always supporting course level PLC groups
We've created our standards and scales. We revise them regularly, annually. Those are published online. And we are working on common summative assessments that we do and scope and sequence documents. And we're working on individualized learning matrices, opportunities for students to reflect upon what they've learned. This is all going to be public over time for anybody who wants to see what anybody is learning in any course at Rutland High School. Also, our PLC teams review student data and plan interventions on a regular basis. So my point is that PLCs are efficient when they're used correctly, and to be used correctly, they have to be well supported. Right? It can feel annoying to be a teacher and have to work in a team because it's much easier to work in a silo. And it functions differently depending on personalities. But for me, the beauty of this system is how we are allowed to teach the way we need to if we stay in the lanes that we've agreed upon with our PLC teammates. And that still gives me the freedom to love teaching. It's not all scripted out. Also, we have a really robust MTSS, a multi-tiered system of support in the school, which answers questions about equity. So every staff person can use this system for every student that needs it. And that's really important to have those structures in the building, otherwise you can't catch the kids who aren't getting where they need to be. Most of our interventions, we have daily flex block, after school epic tutoring, education support teams, and credit recovery. That's not even our other stuff. But on a personal note, in the past 4 years, I have served over 100 freshmen per year in year-long classes because of my fidelity to these two systems and the relationship building with my students. So you can serve a lot of people well. So we do have issues. We have things that we have created goals around and are having conversations. Numbers are a big one. Averages, standard reference system, compiling and making averages and then making a score for a transferable skill is a difficult thing to do. Decaying average in our grade book, students report difficulties getting a 4, and our passing score right now is a 1, and we're in conversations about whether or not that's just too low if proficiency is a 3. So those are some of the things that we are constantly talking about, changing, updating, revising. We also want to make sure that every teacher is confident that the grade that they are giving is representative of what the student knows. So in conclusion, the things that we're working on, we're publishing that curriculum to make sure that it's clear to the public. We are supporting our staff to use all the interventions, to engage in conversations, to make sure that they are confident with what they're doing and what they're giving. And this system does allow for better learning for all students if the students are where they are able to be learning. It gives us that opportunity. So in my final comment, I would like to say that Rutland High School really is a role model. You're talking about where can you go to learn about this and see it in a more mature state. That's where we are. We still have things that we're working on. But I really hope that the board can recognize that the system it's a years of transition and it is never done. And I hope that we can commit to it. I hope that we can continue to invest in it because just like students, our schools need steady support and clear-eyed vision at the state level to make the excellence that we see here a reality for many more people in the state of Vermont. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Well.
Thank you. I'm Adrienne Weld. I have been teaching for 15 years. I've been in New York and in Vermont. I've been the department chair for PE for the past 4 years, and this is my 6th year with PBO. So overall, it's encouraged to be a more professional and personal growth as a teacher, and it's helped me to clearly outline my teaching. So I have had an opportunity to slow down, to look at the content that I'm teaching, and to be able to apply meaningful learning along the way. And what I mean by that is when students are in my classroom as a PE teacher, we're not looking at rules of the game anymore. We're looking at how do we develop healthy lives for students to become competent in how to stay healthy, not me planning a class for them and utilizing the class, but taking that information and actually applying it to real life. Thinking about goal setting is a project that we do. So goal setting along the way is the final outcome. But the things that we use along the way to teach that are at kids' fingertips. So we're talking about like level 2 information. But now we're really looking at applying goal setting later in life and making those connections. So students are set to leave long after graduation with the skill set of how do we stay healthy. And when we think about traditional PE, we think about games, team games, individual games, and that transition has happened here at Rutland, that we are now focusing on personal health. And so many people, so many parents will say in conversations, I wish I learned what my students are learning now in PE, because that's what matters. That's the most meaningful piece of our class, is students are taking that information and being able to apply it. So looking at, in terms of the scales, students have also had the benefit to have direct and healthy communication with us as teachers. So I'm now having more conversations with kids about how their projects are going that they're working on, what they need to be doing to achieve being proficient in my class, and looking at the ability to have those same conversations with parents. And one of the things at the high school level, we're always looking at getting more parent involvement. How do we get them? This has created that conversation of getting more people through the door. Previously, we've been looking at percentages, and that conversation wasn't there because everybody knew historically what a percentage meant. But now the changing of learning has changed in the meaning that we have to let kids know ahead of time what they're going to be learning, so their expectations are clearly laid out. Parents have access to that information. So now we're looking at this being more equitable for not just students, but also teachers, or our students. Also, one of the other large outcomes that I wanted to share with you tonight would be that students have behavior and academic content in my class, which is separated. In the past, students haven't had the opportunity to pass if they weren't prepared. So if they didn't have sneakers, if they weren't changed, and all of these things that allowed them had already set the path for them. Where now we're looking at what is being learned in the class, and that part of their grade, behavior, is now pulled and is part of our HOW grade, which is our habits of work grade. So students now are more successful in our classes. We're having less students fail, and it's not being held against them if they've struggled with identity, experienced trauma, have difficulties with socioeconomics, and we're creating a safer place for that learning. And just wanted to finish up saying that we provide all of these materials ahead of time for students, so the expectations are clear, they have the ability to ask questions, and then when that conversation, these real life conversations that they're going to be having at higher ed learning in the professional world, we're teaching them that communication, those direct, healthy conversations that we're having here tonight, because in higher ed and in the professional world, we're not going to be measured on our percentages in our performance.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Heyer.
Yeah, my name is Curtis Heyer, and I'm a pretty plain-spoken guy. I'm not going to use jargon. I'm not going to use buzzwords. What we have here is a Bill Gates-funded Great School Partnership organization from Maine. They're 501c3. They're not elected. They're not accountable. And we dance to their tune. Now, when these Gates-backed Great School Partnership staff developed their framework for proficiency-based learning, they were the experts. They knew more about PBL than I did. When curriculum directors and administrators across Vermont accepted their model, they became experts, and they knew more about PBL than I did. Now the teachers are the experts. The practitioners know more than the theorists. Actual classroom teachers have seen the challenges of implementing implementation, and they've seen the disastrous outcomes firsthand. The qualitative research is in. A Vermont NEA survey, which did not have a cherry-picked sample, said that 72% of actual classroom teachers think PBL is demotivating. Mr. Chairman, there appears to be no research that directly supports this model. No research indicates the Great Schools framework is particularly effective. No research indicates a 1 to 4 grading scale is superior. No research supports decaying averages. No research indicates extended deadlines fosters more disciplined work habits. A Duke 2006 meta-analysis indicates a positive correlation between homework and student achievement. Our schools are preparing students for college, the workplace, and the military. The practice of not counting homework, giving extended deadlines for papers and projects, and allowing retakes on quizzes and tests does not prepare students for any of these 3 pursuits. The GSP Gates model is demotivating, certainly because of not counting homework, allowing extended deadlines and offering retakes, but also because it is confusing. It's almost impossible to explain to students how their grades are computed. Some proficiencies get assessed many times, some once or twice, some not at all. The ones that get assessed many times, they decay. The grading system is like a convoluted Rube Goldberg contraption. Students don't understand it, so they don't know whether it's worth it to make an extra effort. Mr. Chairman, research does show that students do better when they know what's expected of them. But showing them dense rubrics with language-tortured proficiencies just makes their eyes glaze over. Nobody knows what a 3 is exactly. Is it an 85? Is it an 88? A 90? It's proficient, so teachers give lots of them. And many students seem content with them. And many students seem content with 2.5s. I guess at Rutland, 1 is enough to make you content. The past few decades have seen quite a few fads in education come and go, like open space classrooms. It was supposed to promote collaboration, but teachers were finally driven to distraction and erected bookshelves and crates, anything to block out other classes. Dividers went up, and soon rooms became evident. Whole language reading instruction in the early grades left high school teachers facing a string of students over a span of years who could not spell. They were casualties of the reading wars. But this is the absolute most destructive education fad in my lifetime, at least for Maine and Vermont. A generation or more of their students will have their education jeopardized by this reckless experiment. And for what? The new grading system has not changed how teachers teach or how they assess. The emperor has no clothes. The more traditional teachers still use tests, quizzes, and essays. Most any type of assessment can be aligned to proficiencies, although it can seem at times like pounding a square peg into a round hole. And all the benefits that proponents claim from PBL could be achieved without changing the grading system. We can have portfolios, we can have differentiation, we can work in teams. Furthermore, for all this upheaval, following the GSP Gates model will likely make schools out of compliance with the letter and spirit of the state's proficiency-based diploma requirement. Unless curriculum mapping is used, gaps and redundancies will mean no guaranteed number of proficiencies will be met by graduating seniors. And even with curriculum mapping, how many proficiencies should require of graduates? Meeting each one once would be unimpressive. Earning 24 credits with all it entails is more impressive. The credit system works. The idea that credits are meaningless is an insult to the teachers who have given them. Trust the teachers. Best practice? No, this is malpractice. Three points to leave you with. It's demotivating, number 1. Number 2, it's confusing. And number 3, instruction is the same.
Thank you, Mr. Heyer. Mr. Thomas.
Hello, my name is Michael Thomas. I'm Chair of the Humanities Department at Virginia Union High School. I want to emphasize here that I'm not going to be speaking about, or certainly not for, VUHS. As a 2016 Roland Fellow, I had the opportunity to spend, and still do spend, a lot of time in many schools with many teachers and many students, and I'm going to try to summarize my judgments about the collective experiences that those people have shared with me from around the state. Let me begin by saying that the basic principles of PBL, the basic principles, I find are not controversial. In that sense, I'm an advocate. They're the kinds of things that I think good teachers have always done, clearly, or tried to, the best teachers. Clearly articulate standards and goals. Be flexible with students. Give plenty of opportunities to practice new skills, the kinds of things that you've heard. I'm emphasizing that I'm an advocate of PBL, and I've been involved in PBL initiatives for 10 or 12 years now. Because I'm going to put my critic hat on right now. And I found too often that to do that sometimes gets me immediately labeled as opposed to the entire philosophy or something like that. And that has something to do with the tenor, the tone of the conversations across the state these days. The basic principles are not usually controversial. Where controversy appears is with specific implementation, with the nuts and bolts. That's where people get upset. Choice of grading scale, whether to, what sort of learning targets to have, what's the grain size on learning targets, what are the policies for extended time and reassessment, many of the things my colleague just spoke about, types and amounts of information and transcripts, are certain grades like 0 going to be allowed? A host of small nuts and bolts design choices like those things, or where most of the controversy lies. They provoke concern for teachers, students, and families, because these choices, if they're not made incredibly carefully, can negatively impact each individual student's learning and overall high school experience, including the record of their achievement. I feel like we need to spend a little more time. We've heard some wonderful visionary statements that I agree with, but that J curve, we need to talk about the flat part of that curve. There are real students at risk of being harmed in some schools by some choices, and we've seen some in the news in recent days, and I don't think we should pretend like that's not happening. I feel like some of the presentations here would leave you with the feeling that there isn't anger or controversy, and there is, and we need to look at that head on and embrace that dialogue. The controversy is worsened when any one version of PBL is idealized and labeled the true version. And in my experience, many advocates, while they would say they don't do this, in practice treat PBL like it's one clearly defined philosophy, and their version is the true version. Teachers around the state report to me that design discussions in their schools are made more difficult when someone imposes a litmus test as to what will be considered real PBL. Instead of thinking about the practical implications, the focus often becomes what expert promoted this idea. Another problem is when people transport a practice from one expert or from an idealized school. Oh, they're doing it, they're recognized. Let's take that idea here without considering, will that work in our context? Teachers tell me that's a huge problem. The fact is, and you've heard a few people mention this, the research support for any specific implementation of PBL is extremely limited. There is research for the broad principles, things like feedback improves student learning. I mean, we know this, and there's plenty of research to support that. But when it comes down to the specific choices, a 4-point scale, is homework graded or not, there's very little empirical research to support that, and what there is pretty poor, to be honest. That's a controversial statement to make. I'd be happy to talk about or share with people some of the things that I've looked into. I've been appalled at some of the things presented as facts in PBL literature that are based on appallingly little research evidence. This isn't to say we shouldn't be pursuing PBL. As I said, I'm an advocate. But it does mean that no one can really claim a definitive answer to what is considered best practice. There is not one best approach. General claims about the value of this or that specific PBL practice should be viewed skeptically. They have to be looked at in the context of a specific school with its specific traditions, histories, policies, etc. What I want to leave you with is this. All PBL systems must find balance between competing principles. There's not one right way to do that. Some of those risks, the things we risk in trying to find that balance, Unintentionally encouraging low effort and procrastination through extended time and low weighting of early assessments. And this is one of your colleagues spoke about that. That is a real risk, and some schools are doing that very poorly. There's a risk of masking fundamental needs in a system by focusing on grading scales or reporting systems without improving curriculum and instruction. I see some schools doing that. There's a risk of masking student needs and achievements by combining a wide range of ability levels into one category called proficient. And I think you brought up that question earlier. There's a risk of lowering student achievement and grade inflation if robust intervention systems to support students are not in place before transition to PBL. I would have thought that any serious PBL system would start first with the support and intervention systems. Unfortunately, that's almost an afterthought in some schools that I've encountered. There's a risk of inadequate college preparation by reducing subject area expertise to abstract transferable skills. That's a particularly controversial one for me to be saying, I think, with some colleagues. One concern I have, and again, this is not PBL in general, but specific implementations. A student, in fact, students at several of the more prominent model PBL schools have said to me, I don't feel motivated to work my hardest here. It's a good system for getting people to graduate, but it's not a good system for motivating people to learn deeply or to work hard towards that. Again, I'm not saying that's PBL, but certain choices and implementations about it. And real quickly, having talked about what's happening in schools, I've got 4 points I just want to leave you with. Statewide needs, if we're going to actually implement and improve PBL. School and district administrators and teachers need enormous training, not in PBL, but in how to facilitate and implement significant institutional change. Administrators tell me again and again, they're trained how to run a school, but changing the school is very different. Training and support must be long-term and more consistent than sporadic one-time grant-funded opportunities, which is what most of it consists of. And it should consist of teachers working together rather than outside experts coming in. Teachers need fewer general PBL lectures or workshops and more time to work with colleagues, especially within their subject areas, to develop and refine these nuts and bolts practices. And finally, in a PBL system, and several people have spoken of this already, teachers need significantly more time during the day under a PBL system to revise curriculum, provide detailed feedback to students, and to carry out the interventions to support students not yet achieving proficiency. If we can't find that extra time, we're giving lip service to something here. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Well, let's celebrate diversity. You are a spectrum of views, and that's very valuable to us and helpful to us. Maybe a bit uncomfortable at times, but that's the way diversity works. So we thank you for that. Questions? Yeah, hundreds of questions.
I guess, Mr. Heyer, how is it different to know what a 3 looks like with rubrics and otherwise versus an 82 or an 83? Like, how would a student know what that is and what they've accomplished in that?
That's a very good question. I think flattening out the scale is demotivating. This young lady was talking about getting a 2.5 with very little effort and somebody with a lot of effort getting a 3. And there was a young man here who said that could happen with a 100-point scale, and it can. But when you if you stretch it out more, you have more opportunities to I think, properly reward a student for his or her effort. When you flatten it out, I think it's demotivating because I think students see exactly what this young lady has been seeing.
If I just add to that, if one broad category is what you have to meet to pass or to graduate, there's going to be enormous pressures on the system to nudge kids up into that. If you have more gradations, and I'm not arguing a 100-point scale, but 4 categories, you're lumping a huge amount of skill into that proficient category. And what I worry about are the kids at the bottom end of that proficient category, because they think they're doing as well as the kids at the top end of that. But in a lot of schools, the bottom of proficient is not college ready, and the top of the proficient is college ready. But they're in the same category.
And I think I was more wondering how they know what they've gotten just and understand. Like, my kids went through the 1 to 100 system, and I didn't know much about sort of what that 95 meant versus what, I'm not sure how much feedback they got in understanding what they would have needed to have done differently to have been all the more proficient. And the only thing that in sort of taking in information seems to be more clear is the standards and maybe consistency in how those are applied from teacher to teacher for all students is that seems to have more information just listening.
If I may, the decaying system, which the Great School Partnership recommended, is confusing. Kids really don't know what they're going to get. If you do a retake and you go from 2.5 to 3.5, we have 0.5 increments on a couple of proficiencies, it may not move the needle at all on your grade. Decaying is confusing and it's unfair. I mean, how would you like to be penalized for taking your SAT a second or third time? That's what we're saying we can do to you is penalize you, because, you know, schools don't do that. They take your best SAT, and some schools will even superscore your verbal and math scores. But we're saying everything you did before, that just decays. And, you know, you don't need to know about Napoleon. Tell us what you know about de Gaulle.
I don't know much about either one of those guys.
Or decaying.
Are these retakes, are these usually the same test, or is it a different test? I'm just curious. So is it the exact same test that you maybe previously did poorly
In our
on?
school, teachers are given latitude about that.
Okay. I mean, I have a question for Ms. Weld. My kids call them specials. I don't know what the correct terminology is. But in talking to your colleagues, how did your transition from the traditional system to PBL system, how do you think that differed or was the same for math, English, social studies, science? Was it different or was it the same?
So are you asking if what my point of view is of other subject areas?
No, just how physical education as a department, how that may have been the same or different than the other departments that you might interact with.
It definitely would have been different in the fact that our class schedules are set up so that we have 8-week courses, so we have term courses. So the processes that we go through, we tend to be the guinea pigs. So we were one of the first to start applying all of this and walking through the fire with parents, which has only bettered us in our responses and helping kids to better understand it. So we do, in terms of, we would have had more practice rolling that out and getting everything aligned to help students and parents understand that. Speaking for others, it's difficult for them to make those transitions. So if they have a term course and it's 16 weeks and it's every other day, they have more leeway to be able to make changes, but it makes it more difficult for teachers who teach a year-long course. Like, they really have to front everything and be prepared and organized with that information because you can't make as many changes as we do. So
would you say that it sounds like there's more classroom and communication in the PE that you teach now compared to the one 10 years ago? Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I would think you'd have to have training as a life coach more than a.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like in some
a
cases.
jock. You know, it just seems very different. And
Yeah, it is different for students, and I think it's a bit of a shock, especially for 9th grade students who are incoming from different schools. It's basically they're like, we're doing homework in PE. So it is interesting, but towards the end, one of the great things is it helps us to promote that teamwork and collaboration with parents. And when we meet with them at open houses or calling home for great things, students now have their parents on board and saying, these are great things, we should have learned these. So it also not just with our students every day and asking like where you're at, but every day they come in and they'll say exactly what a 3 and a 4 are. So the students have the information that they need to know whether we're doing something cognitively with a rubric or if we're moving around in our classroom.
Other questions? Bill?
Mr. Heyer and Mr. Thomas and Mr. Downs, you said there was no research supporting this, and you lent yourself in the same direction as I heard it. One thing about the 4 points versus 100 points is when you collapse that scale, you collapse your variance. And you make everything into 2 categories, which no longer differentiates. But you had said there wasn't any research, and I would really like to see some strong empirical research by somebody somewhere that really deals with these questions. And so I'm asking you folks, can you identify such?
You mean the 4-point scale in particular, the 4-category scale? One of the main proponents of that, Thomas Gutsky, makes most of his argument on a logical basis about the difficulty of assigning scores to 100 different categories on a 100-point scale.
Right.
He cites one, I've only been able to identify one piece of empirical research he cites that he completely misinterprets. Basically, he says in it, this is a long point, but basically, he says it supports the fact that teachers with more than 4 categories can't make accurate assessments of student ability. And he says well-trained teachers. The study they referred to was a study where they took teachers through a 2-day workshop, asked them to write their own rubrics individually, and then go off and assess the same student work. When they came back, guess what? They disagreed. I mean, that's the level and now the person who wrote that research made no such claims as Gutsky did later on. So this is the kind of, and there are many examples of this where one piece of research is taken to support something. If you often trace the footnotes back, you'll find it really doesn't support what they're saying it does.
Peer-reviewed?
That study was, but it wasn't making any of the claims that Mr. Gutsky had referred to it to support.
Do you have a question? No.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So, going back to the demotivation, and so at our school we have a habits of learning grade, which is very similar to your HOW grade, it sounds like, except our habits of learning grade does not affect your overall class grade at all. I have a 2.5 in my bio habits of learning grade, but a 4 overall in the class. So, kind of a question to all of you as educators, do you see this shift amongst your students? Like, their students no longer striving for that 4, whereas in the previous grading system, there were kids wanting to get the 100 or the A+, whereas now they're like, I can pass this class with a 3, I'm meeting the standard. Because I know personally in, like, middle school, I was on a F through A scale, and I was thinking, I want to get that A+ because that means I did everything right. Whereas now, if I do everything right, I get a 3, and I have to go above and beyond to get the 4. So I don't kind of know. Do you guys see that, and if so, how?
Above and beyond means very different things to very different teachers.
Exactly.
The demotivating thing bothers me a lot. And we heard from a school psychologist who said that she's seen a lot of damage from grades. And my reaction to that is life is hard. College is hard. The workplace is hard. The military is hard. So I'm with you, exactly. But I just see the destructiveness of that, generationally.
I think we could go on
Yeah.
for a long time with you 4, because you bring such a rich diversity. It's great. We admire you each and all. So thank you very much for being with us this evening.
Thank you.
And to all of you, I apologize that we're running behind schedule.
Not at all.
Jen Staten,
So
I
what
think
did
you're
they say?
next.
Oh, completely. I would turn in my homework if it mattered.
We want everybody to be heard, so we'll just hang in
It's
there.
like hidden. You
Can't be
have a
that bad.
list of all your targets, and then habits of learning at the very
Yeah, you make that motion. Coffee, how about bourbon?
Kim's gonna second.
Followed by bourbon, if you will. We're getting a little punchy. Yes, please.
Is the coffee on the way?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, God. Well, the nearest Starbucks is in Manchester, so I don't know that we could get it delivered.
There's one here in town now, I think.
Okay, let's go. Jen, let's hear from you.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Thank you very much for inviting me tonight to provide testimony on proficiency in the state of Vermont, and thank you for your work in collecting this testimony. My name is Jen Stainton. I am the building-based curriculum coordinator at Woodstock Union High School and Middle School. That means as opposed to a district-level curriculum person, I am actually located in the high school and middle school. My job was started in 2017, and the first few years of my job was focused solely on the implementation of proficiency in our high school and middle school. So today I'm going to share with you a little bit of a story of sorts of how implementation of proficiency went at Woodstock Union High School and Middle School. And I shared with you in paper 6 points to my testimony, and I'm going to speak to each one a little bit tonight. First, I'd like to share with you that I am proud to be an educator in the state of Vermont with a compelling vision that you have set through policy. Act 77 and the education quality standards take two really important and usually competing parts of policy and bridge them together for something that's really powerful. Flexibility and accountability are usually sole factors in education policy. Whereas with Act 77 and the education quality standards, those two pieces are put together and blended. And it says that our students should have voice and choice and flexibility in their pathways. And at the same time, schools should be very, very clear about the standards that students should meet in terms of the skills, knowledge, and dispositions before they graduate from high school. I'd like for you to keep in mind that the decision to go in this direction from the state came from a long line of digging into the state of high school education in Vermont. High Schools on the Move took a look at what was happening at high schools in Vermont, and it said something needed to change. That was emphasized by the Transformation of Education, another document. And then it's actually been put into practice with our education quality standards in Act 77. I have to say, the pride extended for me over winter break as I had a conversation with my sister-in-law, who is in charge of mathematics for the Denver public school system, a school system with 92,000 students. And they are also working on competency-based education. And it was great for me to be able to share my experience with her and talk about how we're working on similar initiatives. I'd like to say that the policy has actually entered into the instructional core of schools. And few education policies actually get to do this, so it's really remarkable. And it's done so in positive ways. We're positively impacting student opportunities. We're positively impacting student and teacher relationships around learning. And we're actually positively focusing on outcomes instead of inputs when it comes to what our students are learning at Woodstock Union High School and Middle School. And I'm going to share some examples of that. Since the implementation of Act 77 and the education quality standards, we now have a new Center of Community Connections at Woodstock Union High School and Middle School. It's staffed by 2.5 educators, and this center connects students with work-based learning opportunities, internships, virtual learning, dual enrollment, independent studies, student teaching opportunities, and other new ways to earn credit upon demonstrated proficiency. Teachers are now working with students to help them attain proficiency. And once they've attained proficiency, work with them to design ways to extend proficiency, capturing their voice as a part of that process. Their conversations no longer sound like, how can I get a few more extra points so that I pass or I get that A? And instead, the conversations are focused on, you gave me some feedback that I don't know how to create a fair counterclaim accurately. Can we sit down and work on that together? And then once that proficiency is met, thinking of other ways together that they can extend that particular skill. Another positive piece is that outcome. Our district is now focusing on getting excellent data into the hands of teachers. We have invested in STAR 360, which is an external data collection mechanism for ELA and math outcomes. We can now put that in the hands of teachers alongside excellent professional development for summative assessments so that they can actually sit together and look at how their students are doing with both internal and external measures to try and help them meet excellence in their outcomes. As you've heard tonight and elsewhere, implementation can be messy. Foundational systems can be challenged, and equity can be impacted as we attempt to implement proficiency. For us, a foundational system of communication was a major problem. We didn't have a good way to communicate with our constituents, with our public. We didn't have a good way to communicate, nor did we have a good way to message. So a lot of the communication and messaging about proficiency happened over hockey games, as opposed to having educators working and talking with families initially. And that was a flaw of ours. Another foundational system that was challenged for us was a system for tracking proficiencies. I was lucky recently to sit in on a panel, a speaker panel, on the future of work and how that might impact education for students. Lindsay Blimes, the director of engineering for Wayfair, sat on that panel. And she explained something that was really interesting to me. And it showed me a conflict between the software industry and the education industry. And that is, iteration is readily accepted in the software industry. We went through several different types of grade books and grading mechanisms that in the software engineering industry is considered a least viable product, which is a regular thing that happens. They provide a least viable product to you, they get some feedback from you, and then they say, oh, we'll change this to make it fit better for you. As educators, we assumed that we were getting often grading systems or packaging of software that was already set, and we ended up shifting our grade books many times, therefore looking like we were not solid in our decision making. And what that was actually a cultural conflict between something that's totally acceptable in the software engineering world and less acceptable when it comes to tracking student grades. That was messy for us. The other piece that was messy for us was the decision-making of bordering schools, districts, and states. Woodstock is located close enough to private schools or other school districts that have not made the shift to proficiency. We're all struggling for students in terms of numbers right now. And there was a real threat to us of students making the choice, if they had the social capital or the financial capital, to leave our district and choose another school to attend. That was threatening for us in terms of an economic gap that already exists in our school district that could have been widened. And what we found throughout this whole process was the families that were most engaged in their students' education were willing to hang in with us as we went through this messy implementation. They were frustrated, but they hung in. And we found that those who were already feeling quite marginalized by an education system that hasn't been working for them in the first place felt even more marginalized. Implementation for us was certainly messy. In the end, however, after the messiness, Woodstock Union High School and Middle School came to a point of clarity. And many of these equity issues were certainly context specific and might not necessarily be located elsewhere around the state. We found that getting things right for us meant capturing the voices of all people involved: our students, our teachers, our administrators, our school board members, our community members, to understand what they value. And they expressed to us the following values: grades that reflect student growth in knowledge, skills, and dispositions that we value, and a transcript that includes a GPA easily understood by the post-secondary world, including the most traditional institutions. This led to our school board writing a grading policy, which at the time, after contacting the Vermont School Boards Association, I believe no other school boards at that time were attempting to write a grading policy. The grading policy makes it clear that we value a hybrid system that takes the best parts of proficiency that we value and allow us to still have a letter grade and a GPA for our students. This clarity was really important for us, and it allowed us to think about those equity issues and take those into considerations as we made these decisions. I want to make it clear that the education quality standards paint a portrait of what high quality education looks like for all students in the state of Vermont. State level policy was very important for Woodstock Union High School and Middle School to even attempt to move the needle towards a more standards-based, high reliability system. We now have a hybrid system. We know that measuring student achievement against standards is highly reliable, and it's something that we value. I personally feel that legislating proficiency as a choice would make the State Board of Education's vision for what education looks like become confusing to those of us attempting to implement this in the field. The last piece I'd like to share with you is there's a revised definition of competency or proficiency-based education from the Aurora Institute that I think captures all of those pieces that Woodstock Union High School and Middle School and the Windsor Central School Board values. And I'd like to highlight some of those pieces. Students are empowered in decision-making around their learning. Assessment is meaningful. School is differentiated and supportive of students. Students progress on the basis of mastery, and there are common expectations that are explicit, transparent, and measurable. We are at a point right now in our system, our proficiency system, where we have a clear grading policy. We are continuing to make sure we implement it with fidelity in the classroom, and we have a lot of growing to do. Statewide with proficiency, we have a lot of growing to do. And just as my community values growth in our students, I also hope the state of Vermont will value growth in our schools as we attempt to get clear on proficiency-based learning for our students. Thank you.
Very nice presentation. Yes, Peter.
So you detailed a long, I would assume it's a fairly long process. And it's still going on, I assume, to some degree, but.
Always, yes.
But where did you, how long did it take for you to sort of really have it sort of safely be implemented, or, to a degree, you know what I mean? It seemed like you were involving a lot of people with a lot of different, presumably.
We went through, I'd say, for education, in the world of education, fairly rapid iterations of proficiency in our school. It started around 2016, and the board policy was implemented this past fall. So we're still in the process of trying to make it work in the classroom.
Okay, thank you.
Questions? I'll ask if I may. You've seen or read that in many communities, there's a great deal of upset and consternation among parents in particular.
Mm-hmm. We experienced that as well.
You did.
Mm-hmm.
Have those concerns been sort of mitigated some by the school board's clarity about how the grading will work from here out?
It has to some extent, yes. That's less of a focus this year. We have a strategic plan that we're actually focusing now, as opposed to trying to get grading right. In the classroom, we're still having lots of work. Yeah. Right. But in terms of the community conversations, there were focus groups, there were surveys given, and
so when the school board did this, they did a lot of consultation with the community?
Yes, and with our principal in particular.
How long was the development process?
For the policy itself, or for the whole time through?
No, for the policy, the school board's work.
I want both.
Okay.
So we began the process of iterating ways to do proficiency in about 2016. The school board policy was deemed necessary based on community feedback in the middle of last school year.
How far have you gone in implementation?
in terms of, the policy is implemented. It was approved by the school board, so that is policy. And we're working with teachers to make sure they're meeting that policy. The policy also has outlined procedures, and the procedures is really where the nuances come in, and that's where we're trying to get teachers all on the same page and working towards that. We're not perfectly there yet.
I'd never, it hadn't dawned on me that this could actually have an impact on enrollment. So here in Rutland, Rutland Town at least has choice, and in my area, there's choice as well. Did you see, you said you were concerned about people leaving. Did some leave specifically because of this?
It was a factor, I'd say, in any decision-making around that. It was not the sole factor
Big
that
numbers
we
or
knew
small
of.
numbers?
Yeah.
Just
they're
a
small
couple?
numbers. Yeah, it's okay.
Can you see that it might become a magnet? That PBL could be an asset that would draw
Absolutely.
families and kids?
Absolutely. And the reason why is for the fact that it includes voice and choice. My own daughters are in a capital P proficiency school, I'll call it, where they're really implementing proficiency well, and they value that. That's my own anecdote, however. Yes, it can be.
Did you roll it out all at the same time, or you're a union district?
Yes.
Was it rolled out to all the grades at the same time, or did you phase it in?
No. Yeah, I work at the high school and middle school, so it
yeah,
was at
yeah.
that, yeah, we,
But it was high school and middle school at the same time?
this policy is happening for the high school and middle school at the same time. We
Did
had
you-
some iterations in each grade level, at each middle school and high school at various times since 2016.
How was it adopted? Did you see a difference in acceptance between the 7th graders that were seeing it for the first time and 12th graders that were seeing it for the first time?
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
Tonight, Pat Fitzsimmons talked about adaptive versus technical changes.
Yes.
And then we talked a little bit, Mr. Thomas started saying around
Absolutely.
institutional change and
Yes.
how a school's readiness to adopt new changes really has an impact on the success of implementing any initiative. Can you talk a little bit about like what tenets were already in place for your district to kind of move forward in a quicker way, maybe?
I think what we had was a group of teachers that were very willing to begin this process early on. So that small iterative group willing to take it on was something that we attempted in the beginning. It did not work well, however, because there were so many iterations and so many frustrated people in that process that what it really meant was that wasn't the best way to go about it, really. We really needed to get some administrators and school board members and actually a robust community group together to actually take a look at this as opposed to just a small group of students. And that's where we ended up eventually, more out of frustration than actually out of really trying to figure out a system to make adaptive change and consider all the technical pieces along with it at the same time. Bless you.
How much was the community input? Was that a critical component?
Absolutely. Yes, and a lot of that was gathered through school board members when they were in their towns, through people in their towns, and also through surveys at various times. The surveys last year were the most revealing for us because we knew the right questions to ask at that point to figure out which technical pieces were the most important ones for us to tend to at this time.
I don't know if this is a fair statement, but I would imagine demographics has something to do with all of this, too.
I would think so, and I'm sure as you're hearing from different schools, you might get a better sense for that, but I would think so.
Time, money, and professional development all have to be figured out if we're thinking this way.
Absolutely, yes, you're right.
Very good. Thank you very
Thank you.
much, Ms. Denton.
Well done.
You know the cost of time?
Oh, you want to know?
Yeah.
Lots? No. So we are realizing that we need more cohesive time for teachers to work together on this topic, and that is district-wide. So in order for teachers to have time to work together, we have created some structures within the school day, particularly at the 7th, 8th, and 9th grade level, where we have teachers in core classes teaming and working on this together. Right, so allowing for collaboration to happen during the school day, but we are also considering adopting early release days next year, which we've never had in our school district before, so that we can have groups of teachers come together and get some professional development that will help move this forward.
Or some time in the summer.
Yes, that as well. We have We have a plan for a curriculum camp this summer where teachers can earn either in-district credit or credit through college in order to have some time to understand this topic better and move their practice forward in a cohesive fashion.
Okay,
Very
thank
good.
you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't realize.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, we're going to hear from Melissa Connor. There she is. Ms. Connor, we thank you for hosting us.
Absolutely.
I think
You enjoyed your dinner?
you're responsible for the dinner, I think.
Personally, yes, I cooked it all myself.
Yes, yeah, well, we'll give you credit.
No, we had 2 incredible chefs, and 3 of our alumni actually came back to help
Oh, how
prepare
nice
the meal
is that?
tonight, so that was very nice.
Yeah, I'm sorry we missed the students themselves.
The students did the prep work today to get ready, and then they had many after-school activities, and so we were able to recruit 3 alumni to come back, so.
That's so nice.
Yes.
Well, it was a marvelous dinner that was far more ambitious than we had imagined.
Awesome, glad you
And
enjoyed it.
we thank you very much.
Absolutely.
So, please.
Yes, so my name is Melissa Connor, and I'm the director of Stafford Technical Center, and I kind of have a unique perspective. We have 8 partner high schools, so we're seeing 8 different ways of implementation and trying to figure out how do we work with 8 different systems. It's been a challenge. This is my 26th year in career and tech ed in Vermont, so I've seen lots of iterations of over the education landscape. Things have come and gone. The one constant for career and tech ed is that we have been a competency-based program for 30-plus years. So when the directive came to start looking for a proficiency-based system, for tech ed, it really wasn't that much of a change. We've been looking at competencies. We've been looking at students. Are they proficient? If you have an auto mechanic, you want to make sure that a car does not leave the shop unless the brakes are correct. When you have somebody coming to a dinner, you want to make sure that the students are safely preparing the food so that nobody gets sick after they leave. So these are things that we've been looking at. So proficiency is what we do. We are a career pathway for many students, so it's a natural fit for us. And so I'm very proud of the work that we have done. Tech centers throughout the state have taken a very different approach to how they've addressed the transition to proficiency-based grading and assessment. What we decided to do at Stafford is kind of get ahead of it. 5 years ago, as a faculty, including guidance, including our outreach, including our administration, we all took a standards-based class together so that we were learning together, and it was a year-long class. We learned the language, we learned the systems, we looked at different systems, and as a faculty, we decided on the system that we wanted to move in. We looked at our competency lists. We worked with our program advisory committees to make the decisions about what's important for a student in this career field, whether they're headed to college first or straight into the career field. What are the critical skills that they need? And looking at the competencies, looking at the input from those community members, we developed what we called overarching and prioritized standards. So it really shrunk down the competency list. What we tried to do, some competency lists for programs could have up to 50 different areas of assessment. Obviously, that's hard to assess on 50 different areas. So we tried to consolidate that. So that was the first step in the process. As being part of Rutland City Schools, as a district, we made the decision to move to a 1-to-4 scale. So we knew that we had some work to do in that area. So internally, we were looking at that. All of our teachers, they developed their standards for each of the prioritized standards that they have. We call them parent and child standards. We wanted to make sure that we had clear proficiency scales. What are we asking a student to be able to do or know when they finish this course and when they finish the standard? How will we know they've achieved it? And what are we going to do if they don't? So for each lesson that is taught, students are provided a proficiency scale. We start out with a 3, what's proficient? What is it that we're looking for them to be successful? And then we build off that. We work with the students. Some of our teachers have become very masterful at developing some of these scales with the students. We want to make sure that the language of the scales is in student-friendly language. There's no sense having educational and industry jargon if the students don't know where their target is. And that's how we look at these. These are the targets for the students. So we began that process. And when we finished that piece, we said, well, the next step for us is really to kind of do a gap analysis of what we're teaching in our programs. So we started a curriculum mapping, scope and sequence process where our teachers throughout the school year kept track of every lesson that they taught, and we had a chart, and they would chart it on that chart. They would look at that, and they would look at what program competencies from the state of Vermont were they addressing, We are required to do industry-recognized credentials, which are a third-party assessment. Which aspects of those were they addressing? We have many dual enrollment college-level classes that are being taught within our programs, which essential objectives were going to be. It was a long process. Then we started adding the academic proficiencies. Historically, within technical education, embedded academic credits have been part of it. So for instance, if you were taking our natural resources and forestry program, if at the end of the year you had completed 90% of the program competencies with a 3 or higher, because in tech ed it was always a 0 to 4 scale for grading, then you would receive the embedded academic credit. But we didn't have to show where that science credit. The experts at the AOE had done that. So what we decided to do for all of our programs is not look at just what the state was recommending for embedded academic credits, but let's really look at what academics are we teaching and assessing in our programs on a regular basis. So the teachers spent a lot of time really looking at the curriculum they were teaching, our cosmetology program. They do chemistry when they're looking at doing the different formulas for hair color and hair dye, for perms and things like that. We're looking at physics in our auto tech lab. We're looking at every type of academic. And so the teachers were charting this throughout the course of the year. And so at the end of the year, and this is a process that we're working on this year, again, this has been a 5-year process and we are nowhere near done. It is something that we are very proud of, that we can clearly articulate what program competencies we're doing, what industry recognized credentials, which dual enrollment is essential objectives, and which academic proficiencies are being taught and assessed in our programs. Why are we doing all this work? Well, as I mentioned, we have 8 partner high schools who are looking for 8 different things from us. And we could have easily said, you know what, we're gonna just do it here, you take our information and run with it. But we are a school of choice. And if we want schools to send their students to us, we need to be able to meet their needs. We serve 6 different school districts. In one of our school districts, there are 3 high schools within that district. They're all grading differently. We have some schools that are still using a 0 to 100 scale, where 65 is passing, some are 60. We have some that are using the standards-based grading on a 0 to 4 scale, some are using a letter scale. So what we have to do at the end of each of our, whenever we're reporting grades, is our registrar has a very impressive Excel spreadsheet where she has to do conversions. Why do we do that? The first year that we implemented the 1 to 4 scale and we sent off the grades, a 2.5 for instance, we have a very detailed, reference Marzano, and he has a very detailed description of what a 0.5 to a 1 to a 1.5, and what that would calculate into. What we're finding is our partner schools that weren't on this track with us, we're kind of taking 2.5, dividing it by 4, that must be what the average is. And so it was not really reflecting what the students were actually doing in our programs. We don't have any control over the transcript, so we wanted to make sure that whatever grade we were sending to that partner school in whatever format that they're doing is the grade we want a student to have on their transcript, because that was very important to us. It was very important to the parents. I want to tell you a little scenario of what we face on a daily basis. We serve, I'll just use Mill River as an instance. Mill River students, when they are at their home high school in the morning, they will sometimes take an academic class there. They have a grading system of 0 to 4. They have a passing score of a 2.0 with a require of anything that's below that they have to do remediation on those standards. They take the bus after their morning academic classes, they come to Stafford. Some of them will go to Rutland High School and take an academic class, because we offer the access to Rutland High School and they're gracious to do that, so some of our students can access AP classes if they would like it. So when they go to Rutland High School, you've heard how they assess. They're on a 1 to 4 scale. 1 is what is considered passing. Stafford, we have the 1.0 as the official passing grade, but we always tell the students, if you want to receive credit through the state and be a program completer, you have to be proficient in 90% of your competencies, or 90% of your standards. 1 student, 1 school year, 3 different grading systems that the student and the parents are trying to understand. So I would say, this is my first year as director here. I was the assistant director for 4 years prior. I would say probably 90% of the parent phone calls that I field are, I just got a report card in the mail from Stafford Tech, and I have this grade. It's passing at your school, but it's not passing at Mill River. And then what's this jump rope thing? Because it's 3 different systems, grading systems. So that, I don't think there is one grading system that is better than the other. I'm not advocating for 1 to 4 letters, 0 to 100. I think at least regionally, we need to have some consistency because I think it is creating inefficiencies. It's creating confusion, and parents and students are getting frustrated with that. So.
Very good. Questions?
Yes, if I've got this right, it's the number of proficiencies passed divided by the total number of proficiencies, which will give you a ratio which you can convert either into a number count or an ABCD count, as long as they pass 90% of them is your threshold.
So with the state board rules the way they are, there's 2 factors. For what they call program completer status, which is what the state deems as the point in which students can receive academic credits or embedded academic proficiencies, they have to have mastered 90% of the program competencies with a 3 or higher.
Okay. Well, my question really becomes, what did we gain?
I think in tech ed, there really has been no change in how we are doing things and how we are reporting out, because we've always been reporting on a 0 to 4 scale. I think what's confusing and where we've lost is when we try to take the the competencies that we've had, change them to proficiencies, and then try to fit it into 8 different systems. That's where it gets confusing. Whereas before, we could kind of just send, this is where a student is, and the schools accepted it as is. And now they're wanting, some schools are wanting an overall course grade. Some are wanting it broken down by program, academic, transferable skill proficiencies. We really have to be able to, if somebody says we want this, we have to be able to provide it. And I'm very fortunate that I lead a fantastic staff that is flexible. They understand that at the end of each year, we are constantly recalibrating. It's never going to be a done deal. We're never going to be finished with the work.
If you get your 8 schools together, would that not make for a regional curriculum and therefore a state curriculum?
That would be a wonderful thing, and it's something we have tried. But I think when you're dealing with, 8 different school boards with 8 different ideas on how things should be done, that makes it a challenge. I would love to see that, a regional approach with the tech centers and those boards at a hub. I would love to see that.
Peter.
I'm interested in 77 and regular ed kids accessing the tech program. Did that make any difference?
Well, we're the only tech center, I believe, in the state that actually saw an increase in enrollment. We are at capacity. All of our partner high schools are seeing a decline in enrollment, and we're actually seeing growth. I think there's a lot of different reasons for that. I don't think there's one. I think Act 77 has helped. It has opened up the opportunities for us to access students at a younger grade. So I think it's introducing CTE to students, at the middle school grade, 9th and 10th grade. We've been working with Rutland High School in what we call pre-tech foundations classes for 9th and 10th graders, and I think that's been a huge bonus for us.
But they're not necessarily on a tech ed track, or are
they're not necessarily on a tech ed track for, I always, when I talk to the students, I go out and I meet with all of the sophomores when we're doing our recruiting, if you will. And one of the things I tell them, you have a PLP, look at this as a career exploration. Even if you don't come to Stafford, if you're not going to enroll full time, look at it as a career exploration opportunity.
Thanks. Great.
Go ahead. One more question.
Your numbers are up, so
Yes.
I'll ask the same question I asked Woodstock. Have you seen any individuals, it sounds like you wouldn't because all of your sending schools probably would be as well, but have you encountered anyone that hasn't gone to Stafford or Spafford because of proficiency-based learning?
I don't think so, no.
Okay.
Thank you very much,
Yeah,
Melissa.
Thank you.
It was great, thank you. I'm sorry that we're running behind schedule, you all. You're being very patient with us, but now that we're behind schedule, we want everybody to have their time. So, Stephen and Greg, you come on up. And while they're getting settled, I just want to remind you that if you would like to be speaking in the public comments period, which is coming up after these two, please do sign. There's a sign-up sheet over there. We need to have everybody's name on there so that we know how much time to allocate to each of you. So, gentlemen, please introduce yourselves, and why don't you take each 5 minutes, if you would, to just sort of tell us what you want us to know.
You go first. I'm Stephen Dellinger-Pate. I'm the principal at U32. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you guys today about proficiencies, and I'm not going to go through the whole letter that I provided for you. I'm going to highlight one aspect of it. Try to keep this under 5 minutes is my goal on this. I want to highlight that you asked the questions, and I've heard them several times, is how are we measuring this? How do we know if we're improving? How do we know how the system is working for us? And I would say to you that we actually have been using a measure, and it hasn't been brought up in any of the discussions so far, but there is a document that has been prepared called Global Best Practices. And what Global Best Practices says is that it really allows you to self-assess your school and the things that are happening there. I would say that this is provided by NESSC, and it actually comes with a research brief as well. And our school sat down and we looked at these scales and we looked at it and said, okay, how do we stack up? What are we doing well and what are we not doing well? And I would say that it's a proficiency system, but it's actually on a 1 to 5 scale. So they have a little bit different on this. And they actually, when you're looking at this, they only have 3 levels that you look at. You look at a 1, a 3, or a 5. And then you kind of place yourself on this. And what I would highlight for us at U32 is when we first went through this, we realized that one of the standards, equity, which is the very first one that you look at, is where were we performing? What were we doing? What were we doing well? And what we realized is that looking at this model is that our students were performing below grade level, and then they were struggling to catch up with their peers. We had that group of kids. We had a discipline process that wasn't overly restorative. It was more punitive in its nature. And we really saw that our curriculum did not promote high learning for all students. And so there was our starting point. This had us down at the very low end of the scale, and we had to ask ourselves, okay, what does that mean? What do we do? So we implemented restorative practices in our school. And I would say now that we've reduced the number of kids who are in out-of-school suspension because we have an in-school restorative program so that instead of placing a kids out of school, they stay in the learning environment even if they need some time away from their classroom, but they're still learning in the space that they're in. We implemented interventions, and I know somebody spoke about this earlier, is that interventions are a foundation for a proficiency system. We really bolstered our reading and our math interventions at our middle school and in our high school, and we see a number of kids who have to go through this program. We're looking at our data for our incoming 6th graders, so we start at 7th grade. Our students who will be coming to us from the 6th grade to 7th grade, we see that almost 50% of them need some kind of intervention in math when they arrive to us. So when we look at that, we're actually not overly concerned other than the fact that we'd like to see it less than 50%, but we already have the systems in place. So when those kids arrive, we're ready. We just say, where do we need to put them? Where will they be next? And what can we do to make sure that they catch up with their peers? So in addition to their regular class time, the interventions are sitting there and waiting for them. It looks like we'll just need a few more next year, but we've also seen a decline in our reading needs as we get to high school because we've implemented more in our middle school because of this process. And so we really tried to look at our holistic system. The thing that I would point out too is that the curricula, when we actually looked at our curricula, our teachers decided that one of the standards that was really important in our global citizenship was that students must have economics. And after our first 2 cycles of scoring, as it came out, we realized that none of our kids were being scored in economics. And so we went back to the teachers, we said this was something that was really important. And everybody looked around and said, yeah, but we don't really teach it. And we said, well, that's a problem, because if this is something that's super important to us, so important that we put it in as our standards, we should be teaching it. And so we've revised our curricula. The kids are now getting this in several different classes, and it's woven throughout the entire school. Now, you asked the question earlier, is a proficiency system necessary for all of this? I would say no, it's not. But I would say that I arrived in Vermont for U32 from Connecticut in 2014. And the way it looked to me was that a proficiency system was the way that we were going to answer these questions. And a proficiency system was what we were expected to do. And so when you look at it from that perspective, the state said that this is the system that we're going to go with. We have to make that system work if we're going to make the reforms that we want to do. And really, what you've seen is we pulled back the curtain on a lot of practices in the past that weren't working for us. And now we have right out in the news at this point in time. And so I'd say that what's really important in this whole process is that we use clear criteria to evaluate our schools and ourselves in this process. We're not ranked against each other. U32 is no better than any other school. But we do know that against these criteria, we have areas of strength, we have areas of weakness, and we have areas where we can grow immediately. And I appreciate your time.
Should I jump right in? Wow, this is a really long day. So
It's a lot to take on board.
it is. So first and foremost, thank you for your service to the state. This is a lot of work, and I appreciate both the opportunity to speak today as well as your hard work in hearing all of this. I want to start with a quiz. The Vermont state flag has 4 words on it. I'll give you a hint. Vermont is one of the 4 words. Does anybody know the other 3?
Freedom and unity.
What is it?
Freedom and unity.
Freedom and unity. I am often struck by the fact that our state flag contains these words, freedom and unity. And the designers of the flag even went so far as to throw off the symmetry by including the conjunction and. It doesn't say freedom, unity, for fear that I think somebody might someday say, well, it's one or the other. The goal is freedom and unity. And I am often struck by the contradiction of freedom to do what each of us want, but unity, meaning we're all doing the same thing. I think this effort is an example of the tension between freedom and unity. The freedom needed by individual schools to carry out this implementation, which has been directed on a statewide, unified level. There's a tension there, and I've sat here today and listened to what all of the different presenters heard. In each case, what I heard was tension between freedom and unity. We all need to be doing best practices, but we all need to be doing it differently. That's a really difficult, messy, sloppy process. And what I've heard throughout the day is, but I don't like this part, and that's really messy and sloppy. That's true. I would agree with that. I will tell you a little bit about the process that we've undergone here in Rutland. You've heard already about how in Rutland we started the process as really what I would call a curricular process. What are our standards? What is the essential learning within each course? We then developed scales. How are we going to measure those particular standards? That was a really important process that was completed by dedicated and hardworking teachers who got into some knockdown, drag out, but really useful professional conversations about what's essential and what's not. That's a win. We're about 5 years into our work that could be encapsulated by this very general term, what I would call this constellation of practices called proficiency-based learning. The reality is that we started this process before the education quality standards codified the need to do so. We did so because examining practice and determining whether or not it is best practice is what schools are compelled to do in order to remain current. If we're staying the same, we're falling behind. We will continue to examine our practices carefully, collaboratively develop proposals on how to proceed, and then engage in the hard work of putting them into practice and communicating with our constituencies the value of that practice. We currently have a very much hybrid system. We refer to our system as proficiency referenced rather than entirely proficiency based. And what we mean by that is each course includes proficiencies. Students receive feedback on each of those proficiencies. We're referring to all of those proficiencies, but we're far from done our work in terms of ensuring that every student is proficient. There are parts of what we do that are controversial. You've heard repeatedly the difference between adaptive work and technical work. There are technical aspects of, and decisions that we've made that some people don't like. We have never striven for universal acceptance. What we have striven for is best practice. And you've also heard about you've also heard about implementing change based on what communities can tolerate. We've also implemented that as well. So as the board considers where the state educational system is and where we're headed, I believe that it's important to recognize the good that has come from the move towards proficiency-based practices. Schools across the state have re-examined practices that have been in place for decades. That's a win. Many of us have responded to that look by adapting what we've been doing to better reflect the educational practices that are supported by research. Looking forward, those of us who have undertaken this work, we need the continued and the unwavering support of both the Secretary as well as the Board of Education. By reiterating your commitment to the principles that you've already adopted, you ensure that the work that we've begun can continue without distraction. Of course, there are those who are opposed to this change. Change is, by its very nature, difficult. You will hear concerns about particular technical aspects. I can guarantee it. Individual schools will need to continue to adapt as they continue to navigate those needs, the needs of parents, students, as well as community members. It's a difficult process, but it's the process that makes for great education. Thank you.
Thank you both. Yes, Sabina.
So, you, at the beginning of your testimony, you made the comment that freedom and unity are opposites. And I feel like your definition of unity isn't like the universal definition of unity, because unity doesn't mean everyone's doing the same thing. It means like everyone's together. So I just kind of wanted to put that out there, that maybe they're not two, you can have freedom and have unity at the same time, and they're not causing friction when you have them together.
Very good, thank you. Other comments or questions?
I have one comment.
Please.
Since this is the last testimony we're receiving at this long day.
No, we have one more after public
Okay,
comment.
excuse me. But I've been on school boards since the early 80s, and at that time, there were schools some schools encouraged kids to drop out of school. And we've come a long way, and I think today's testimony is truly an indication how far we've come, that we don't let any kids go. And this is really important for us and for them. And so I just want to comment on that, because this has been a strong day in terms of particularly student advocacy, and thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to follow up on that and ask a question. I share Peter's sense of this, and I think one of the things that moves me most about what you're all struggling to achieve is that it shows promise of making schools a much more inclusive place where youngsters with for whom school is not a very natural fit can find their own place. And boy, that's worth the price of admission to me. So that's the promise, and it makes sense. I mean, I can understand how that ought to be happening. Are we far enough down the road that we can see that actually we've moved the needle for this 25% of our students who are seeking a home? Has this made an observable difference for those youngsters?
I would say yes. I mean, when I walk through the hallways of my school, when I'm in student presentations, I can go to a variety of places now, and I would speak to, I just saw a presentation from a young man who's in our, what we call our pilot program. It goes by a bunch of different names across the state, but essentially it's individualized learning, so the kid produces his own learning plan. And this is a student who has not been successful in school overall, but one of the most beautiful things I have ever seen in a presentation was his mentor in the program, and he had apparently been involved in a pretty heated debate about whether or not Noam Chomsky was an absolutist or not. And I thought, well, this is wonderful. Well, so what did the student do? He emailed Noam Chomsky. And Noam Chomsky, so it's, if you know the Woody Allen scene, right? I've got Marshall McLuhan right here. But he said, no, Noam Chomsky says that he is an absolutist, is what I said. And so to see this from a student who 3 years earlier was struggling to be in a classroom at all, is now more ready to learn. And we see examples of that throughout the school. And that's why, I would say this is why Act 77 was so important to all of this, which is the multiple pathways part of the what are we teaching part are super important.
Yep.
If I could add one other aspect to it, and I think, Sabina, this goes back to your point as well. I think to answer your question, the challenge for the students, and Rutland knows that demographic. The challenge for a comprehensive public high school, and I think where the tension between freedom and unity finds its balance, is in personalization. If we're able to find the personalized plan of education for that struggling student who is overcoming hurdles just to make it to school, we're going to do it on a personalized way. The challenge is we have students that are going on to Ivy League colleges. We have students who are finishing high school early to start college. Personalization, that's where the tension meets. That's where the tension, I think, is balanced, and that's an important part of Act 77 and an important part of proficiency-based practices.
Could I know I've spoken already, but I think this speaks to something Sabina brought up way early on with her graph, which is we have structures in place to keep kids in class, but those structures are old structures. If you're proficient in something, you shouldn't be sitting in a class for an entire semester to keep showing that you're proficient in something. There are other learning opportunities that you should be moving on to. And that's, I think, where we really run into the structural problem of our schools, is that for our most accelerated kids, we want to move them forward in ways that they can continue to learn and continue to grow, just the same way we want somebody who struggles to be able to continue to grow and learn.
Last question.
I'm kind of picking on you here because you guys are both administrators, but
Go for it.
When,
it's nothing new. We're used to it.
you know, we're all here talking about making sure that kids are proficient, and we want them to be proficient. And so looking at the 1 through 4 scale, you see proficient is the 3. So do you want, back to the pilot, like, do you want your pilot to be proficient in landing a plane, or be able to land the plane 100 times out of 100 times? And I feel like that's another thing to look at is, are we pushing kids just to get to the level 3, and then they're going out into the workplace thinking they just need to get the 3, they don't need to get the 4? And then do we really want, people who are going to the military, going into the workforce, going to college, striving for the 3 instead of the 4? And kind of looking at a way to see, what does proficiency exactly mean? And is it, in order to be a good citizen, you get the 3 and you have to put in extra credit in order to get that 4, or is the 4 meeting the standard? And it varies at my school depending on what class it is, so I don't know if you either have thoughts.
I think the topic that you're addressing is the meaning of particular grades. So what do grades mean at different levels? And that's one of those technical and local decisions that schools have to wrestle with. So to your point, the meaning of a grade, I think, is one of the most challenging issues. We, in particular, had 0 to 100. And one of the questions that I've frequently asked in terms of that transition from 0 to 100 to 0 to 4 is, I've asked groups of people to say, I want you on your own to independently write down the meaning of 87. And I've looked for unanimity in the answer, and there isn't. What we've tried to do is to provide a school-wide codified answer for what does a 3, a 3.5, a 4, what's the meaning of each of those representations? Now again, that causes some objection. But the reality is, I think to your question, what you're asking is, well, what does that representation, what's the meaning of that representation? And I agree with you. I think schools need to kind of wrestle with that answer. What does that actually mean? And can it mean the same thing across every classroom?
And across schools too. So like UVM's looking at someone from U32 and someone versus Rutland. And if you're reporting grades differently and say in the 9th grade humanities class in Rutland, if you get a 4, that means you did everything correctly and you met the standard, but you got a 4 versus here or at Rutland, you take 9th grade humanities and you get a 3, which means you did everything. And so they did the same amount of work, but one of them got a 4 and one of them got a 3. So I don't know. That's maybe not something that you guys have to answer, but just something that's come to light.
A couple of sentences on this is that I had this conversation with a teacher just this last week, and the question is also an instructional question. Do we teach to the 4? You know, it's not just that we teach to a 3. Do we teach to a 4? Mm-hmm. And so there's a lot of training that goes into that as well. So if we have a common definition for it, do we actually teach it? And this is another equity issue. If we're not teaching every kid to a 4, then we have a problem overall.
And I can speak from personal experience in my math classes at CVU, at least freshman and sophomore year, I've always been taught the 4. And then always on the test, it's been said, here's the level 4. You don't have to attempt it. It's not going to hurt you if you attempt it. But, you know, that's just from my personal opinion. So that's food for thought again.
Thank you both very much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Staying with us along. And Greg, thanks for all your support today here, getting this done. Thank you. So we have what we believe are 4 folks who have signed up to speak. Somebody from the Student Senate, Jenny Gartner, Shomari Aller, and Karen Rogers. We'll go in that order. Unless 2 of you wish to be speaking at the same time, you're welcome to do that. And you'll each have 5 minutes. And you 2 together will have 10.
We're Student Senate.
Great. Oh, you are 2 people signed up as 1.
Yes.
Okay.
With Student Senate.
Okay, so we have 5 speakers. Okay, so 5 minutes for you guys. Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
All right.
We have-
Thank you all
we
for
have a
being
big
here.
crew coming
Just the
today.
whole Senate?
No, other people are practicing.
This is the
so-
diehards right here. You're very patient. You've been here all afternoon.
We're waiting.
Very hot topic for us.
Good for you. Well, let's give it more than 5 minutes. Let's give it 10, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
So
We should just go across.
You want to go across? Okay, so Ethan, you go first. Just introduce yourself and what your position is.
Yes, so my name is Ethan Schmidt, and I'm a senior here at Rutland High School and a member of the RHS Student Senate. And so coming here today, we see that there are many positives and negatives here with this grading system. And it's been really interesting all day to hear the testimony on both sides, especially with the big picture, the rubric or the metric, or the matrices, everything that's been introduced that really is a good aspect of this grading system. But we really have to see that there are so many cons that far outweigh the benefits of the system. And I think we'll get more into that in a second, but I just want to outline the fact that we're looking specifically at the way certain grades actually do matter in the way we view the motivating or demotivating factors of this grading system and what really needs to be improved as we look more into this grading system with the Board of Education.
Let's hear about it.
Yeah. So let me start. So we are representatives of the whole student body, and we're appointed. And we'd like to address the concerns surrounding proficiency-based grading rather than the proficiency-based learning system, which we feel are two distinct different systems that often get kind of confused and put together. Throughout today's testimonies, a common thread has been the difference between proficiency-based learning and proficiency-based grading. Proficiency-based grading is a problem and this whole initiative gets damaged when this is implemented, and the ideals of the system are affected. In theory, the system sounds really good and sounds beneficial for students, but when put into practice, it does reduce student learning. And this is not the opinion of us or the Student Senate, but we are representing the whole student body, and this is a common problem throughout the whole school.
So we would like to start by saying that there are many good aspects to proficiency-based learning. We think that rubrics and overarching standards and proficiency scales, we all think that betters our education. It gives more clarity. We are able to understand more. We like the flexible pathways to graduation, dual enrollment, going to the tech center. But we'd like to highlight that rubrics and matrix, a lot of teachers have used those in both grading systems. Before we switched over, they outline, this is what we're learning, this is how you're getting graded. You do a presentation, you have this big grading system. For the most part, we believe that we've gotten the same amount of feedback in the old system compared to this new 1 through 4 grading system. We think that the feedback is the same. You have a great teacher, they're going to give you as much feedback because they want you to succeed. So, although these concerns have been brought up to us at RHS, we feel like that there may be a certain amount of carryover into other schools in Vermont that will also be implementing these systems.
So one of the first points we'd like to talk about is the 1 through 4 scale. We find it very vague and subjective, and it kind of clumps the good, the okay, the excellent students all into one category. We no longer receive grades, we receive categories. And that kind of demotivates students, which we'll get into later. But these categories are not allowing students to know exactly what they are to accomplish.
You don't think a B or a C was a category?
We never had a letter scale at RUTLAND.
So you had a number?
We had a 1 through 100 scale. So say it was in math class. You had one problem. Let's just call it a 2-point problem. You had 1 point for setting up the problem and 1 point for getting the answer. Okay. And if you got that correct, you'd get both points, and then that'd be throughout the test. Now we receive level 2 problems.
So it's a less difficult question.
Less difficult
the teacher
question.
deems it less difficult, it's level 2.
Level 2. Do we know exactly why it's level 2? Not all the time. And actually, recently, there's been teachers that have taken level 2 off their quizzes because students would look at their quiz or test and say, oh, level 2. All I have to do is do the level 2, and then I can hand it in. Because,
Which is a demotivation factor.
And that.
Can you explain that in terms of how you're actually responding to the exam and in terms of? Are you saying the exam is made for that purpose, or are you saying that that's the way you respond to it?
Some teachers, what they do is, and they're trying to do their best to clarify to students, okay, you get a rubric, these are your level 2. So for calc, it's okay, you can do a basic derivative, that's a level 2. You can do it in a word problem, that's a level 3. You can do it in a real world application, maybe that's level 4. So if you were given a test on derivatives, you would have, here are your level 2 questions, here are your level 3 questions, and here are your level 4 questions, and it would label them.
And
it goes so beginning of your test, that's level 2, you move to level 3, you move to level 4.
And oftentimes, the level 4 is very, very difficult to reach. So before, in a 1 through 100 scale, I would get a test, I could get the whole thing correct, and I'd get a 100, right? Now, I can get the whole test correct and only get a 3, which is not the maximum I could get. So this is also kind of affects students where we're doing everything we've been asked to do, but we're not being rewarded with what we did.
Especially when the level 4 is something that you have not been taught. You've been taught aspects of it, but you haven't been taught the whole thing.
Exactly.
And this is more common in math, that's and math and sciences, and you have to do maybe a real world application, and that's technically the critical thinking, that's how you're overreaching the standard, but if you're not given the tools to actually complete the problem, that's unfair to say you didn't exceed the standard when you got everything. You know, if you took a quiz, you can only reach a level 2 because it's just a quiz and it's a vocab quiz. Well, 2's technically, isn't it like an 80?
Well,
It's technically a 70, but yet in the old system that would be 100 because technically you got everything right. Technically, I was 100% correct, but yeah, I was still below proficient because it was just a vocab test.
and this brings us into the decaying average, which is we use for an averaging system. So if you have, say you're a really good student, you have 4, 3.5, whatever, and you keep going, and then towards the end of a standard or the end of the course, you receive a 2, that affects your grade dramatically. And it devalues earlier coursework, and this has been brought up today. You know, like what we learn in the beginning year doesn't matter, but especially in math and science courses, you need to know how to take the regular derivative in AP Calculus before you can move on and you know, and do a relative extrema, for example. Like, you need to know that, but that kind of discredits what you learned in the beginning of the year, so kids tend to blow it off and be like, oh, we don't really need to know that, but in reality, you do need to know that.
This is pretty interesting.
Yeah.
To the end of, yeah, to the extent that I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. And I just want to, so the decaying average, so we took a quote from Jump Rope, and it even says in their like overview of what each
decaying average is.
What it is, it says it's technically impossible to get the highest score on a standard. Like that's what it says because.
And that's according to the grading system. So you're saying it's impossible to achieve the greatest that you could.
Could, yeah, with the decaying average. And then this brings us into the final exams. So before, the final exams were worth around 20% of your grade. Now, depending on how many assignments are in a standard, like, for example, this is the number I can remember, if there are 20 assignments in a standard, your final grade is worth 30, or your final exam is worth 33% of your grade, which is...
And to have 20 assignments in a standard is quite a lot.
Quite a lot. And in Rutland High School, the minimum in a standard is 5. So I know for the math department, or some classes in the math department, there's only 5 quizzes in the standard.
Okay.
So, and as you get a smaller amount of assignments, the weight of the final exam does increase. So this does affect students.
I think you've succeeded at causing us to have some doubt about how this is working and how effectively it's working to reflect what you're talking about. But I think we need to probably ask you to end it there.
Can I just ask,
yes.
as a student senate, how have you presented this to your administration, or how have you addressed this in the school?
We've pretty much for the probably past, I don't know, 1 or 2 months, we've had meetings, weekly meetings with them.
Good for you.
We've
Good
been
for
going-
them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We try.
good for all of you.
Can I have one last?
Yes.
Yeah, I think to pull it back to a sort of general sense here,
Yeah.
I think there are just so many consistent problems that we're seeing with codification, and I think improving on just the way our grading system across the state looks, not just at Rutland High School. We see that there are many problems when we look at the micro examples of Rutland High School, but this is occurring in so many different systems across the state. And returning to sort of what Mr. Schillinger said during his testimony about the unity that, the freedom and unity of our state, I think it's important to see that the unity really needs to include togetherness and some commonality between grading systems and commonality between departments. It's really important that we reach that goal.
I love your presentation. You've gone from the general to the specific and back to the general, and I think that's terrific. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, take care, Kyle. Safe journey home. So next is, sorry, where's my list? Jenny, yes, Jenny Gardner. Hello. 5 minutes, please.
So my name is Jenny Gardner. I'm a social studies teacher at Rutland High School. I've been teaching here for 15 years. And this is a collaborative statement, so I'm speaking it in the we form, but it is me talking.
And are you collaborating with whom?
Many of our
colleagues.
Faculty. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. First, as members of the Rutland High School faculty, we want to thank the State Board of Education for holding this public forum on the issues of proficiency-based learning and grading. Because this is a complex issue that profoundly impacts a school's instructional practices and culture, we believe all voices should be heard, especially those on the front lines. We do not speak for the full RHS faculty, but we represent a sizable group. We are committed, open-minded, and thoughtful educators who understand the important role we play in the lives of our students, our schools, and our communities. As experienced professionals, we are not afraid of change. We consistently innovate and implement new strategies to improve opportunities and outcomes for our students. Therefore, we hope our observations based on years of classroom experience provide a realistic appraisal of a system based primarily on theory. As daily practitioners, we believe that the system in practice falls short of its theoretical claims in numerous ways. We support the foundational practices of PBL, and we recognize that RHS is on the leading edge of these practices in many cases. However, we hold serious reservations about the system of PBG. Here is a general outline of our concerns. The 1 through 4 numerical grading system is too vague and fails to differentiate student performance. It is at its core more subjective than the former system in which a certain number of points were awarded based on different types of performance-based questions. Because at Rutland High School a score of 1 is passing, many students have little incentive to strive beyond a 1. They will do the bare minimum to squeak by. The PBG system enables students to pass with little effort, skills, or knowledge acquired. The 1 through 4 grading system may hurt students who apply to competitive colleges, especially out of state. Because there are fewer increments in grades, students get clumped together into broad categories. For example, though a difference in mastery exists between an 84 and a 92, both students are given a 3 for proficient. This frustrates higher level students and reduces their motivation. They ask, why strive for excellence when proficiency is the target? Because many college admissions professionals are unfamiliar with Vermont's PBG reporting system, Vermont students may be at a disadvantage. There is no evidence that the proficiency-based transcript is either beneficial or works in favor of an applicant. 3, separating habits of work grades or how from overall grades may make sense in theory, but it creates significantly more apathy and mediocrity in the classroom. Because missed deadlines, low homework completion, and assessment retakes carry no grading consequences, students have little incentive to meet deadlines, complete homework, and put forth their best effort on assessments. In the classroom, it is challenging to review material and help move students towards proficiency when a low percentage have completed work by the suggested deadline. As an aside, dozens of my former students have said that while they were well prepared by RHS, and I speak personally now, in terms of research, critical thinking, and writing skills, they faced a major adjustment with hard deadlines and no retakes at the college level. I asked one of my former students, who is now a college professor, what her policies are. She wrote, quote, "Deadlines are firm unless there is an extraordinary circumstance. I have a metric for percentage deduction for late work, again, unless there was an extraordinary circumstance," end quote. In addition, a colleague of mine who teaches at another high school in Vermont that uses PBG told me, quote, "This is actually a large influencer behind our graduate success or lack thereof at the collegiate level. I've had numerous former students tell me they dropped out of college because they could not handle the work or meet the deadlines." Obviously, the ability to manage time efficiently and meet deadlines are essential to post-secondary school success. Whether in college or the workplace, many students in a PBG system may not be adequately prepared for the rigors of an increasingly competitive society. 4, the system harms students who do not do well on high-stakes assessments. Because the final exam carries extra weight, students who test poorly for a variety of reasons will see their earlier achievements evaporate. Ironically, this contradicts the retake philosophy advocated by PBG proponents. They claim students should not be punished if they have a poor result on an assessment, but should be given multiple opportunities to demonstrate their learning. But then, on their most important assessment, the students suffer the consequences with no opportunity for correction. Again, we appreciate the opportunity to speak. We are proud of our many accomplishments at Rutland High School, but also are concerned with the impacts of proficiency-based grading. This is not a matter of poor implementation or a lack of commitment by teachers who have collectively spent thousands of hours developing these systems, but rather a flawed grading system that leads to a less engaged student body and greater mediocrity from students in our classrooms. Thank you for considering our viewpoints.
Thank you very much. If you have a copy of that to spare, would you be willing to give it to Ms. Sprague over there?
Yes, sure, absolutely.
Thank you very much for that statement.
Can they tell us how many teachers they're speaking for?
Sorry?
Can they tell us how many teachers they're speaking for? I'm just curious.
Yes.
I think that would be helpful.
Ms. Carter, we're asking,
Oh, sorry.
that's all right. I'm just asking a question. Can you give us some indication as to the number of teachers you might be speaking for?
More than 70% of the faculty.
Thank
In
you.
terms of the numbers of people I spoke to.
Thank you. Sean Marie?
I apologize.
Not at all, not at all.
Hello, I'm Sean Marie Oler from Bennington, and right now I have my citizen hat on and that I work for the Tutorial Center in Bennington. There are 4 adult ed centers in the state of Vermont, 4 hubs. We are the smallest down in Bennington, and I waited to speak because I thought maybe adult ed might be represented in your day-long testimony. Adult ed has been using proficiencies-based education for at least 2015. I think there were 2 years of training, 13 and 14. Our students right now in Bennington, we have, I think, 87. 13 or 14 of those are on the PBGR graduation plan. The others are ABE, which means that in order to qualify for a high school diploma through adult ed between the ages of 16 and 60, 90, whatever, you need to score a 4 or a 5 on the TABE tests, which are the tests of adult basic education. Now, many of our students come in and their skills are not at a 5-6. So we work with them continuously, till they get to that point. And I thought that it might be informational for this board to know that there are many adult ed centers that do use proficiency-based, and we collaborate with the high schools. So we are not a diploma granting organization just like the CTs. The local high school has to sign off on the graduation plan, and they build a portfolio, and I won't get into all the details at the end of the day, but it is something that you might want to consider hearing about from the AOE or from the adult ed centers, because this is something they've been doing with many people who are disenfranchised by the high schools end up in our adult ed learning centers.
Just order of magnitude, how many students do you have in a year?
So right now, in this current fiscal year, there's 87 in Bennington, and that doesn't include like the students we tutor through MAU or the supervisory union.
So maybe 100.
Or from Manchester.
And there are 4 of these centers statewide, so
Well, there's actually more than 4, but there's 4 hubs. There's 4 executive directors.
so would you guess that we're talking about 1,000 students statewide?
I think you'd probably have to ask Jess or Robin.
Okay. Well, thank you for giving us, yes.
You're here for just telling us that you're not asking for anything, you're just.
I waited
She knows better.
to see if anybody spoke about the adult ed centers before I spoke in the last
Thank you,
public
you've had a
Thanks.
long day to do that.
So,
Thank you very much.
and it's a very interesting approach, because many of these people who come through our doors were not successful in high school.
Yes, indeed.
And many of them maybe didn't get out of the 9th or 10th grade, so they're not going to score a 5 or a 6 on
Yes.
these tests of adult
Yes.
basic education. And so, well, you know what, the AOE could explain it probably a lot better than I could in terms of graphs and numbers. And But it is something, I will say editorially, that in the 6 years I was on the board and the 4 years or 3 years plus, I've never seen it on an agenda item. And I wouldn't have known to ask before, because I never really knew much about them till I started working with them.
Good.
So,
Well,
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Next is Karen
Hello.
Hello.
Thanks for having me here.
I am both a parent and a teacher here at Rutland High School.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you that my first exposure to standards-based grading was when one of my child was in elementary school. I can't remember if it was first, second, third grade. And we had a parent-teacher conference where we get the report card. And the report card was probably at least 3 pages long. And it gave me so much information. I loved it. Like, everything was so detailed. Like, whether my son or daughter could do addition, subtraction, I don't know exactly, I don't remember, but if it was like multiples of 10, proficient. Multiples of 11, not proficient. Or addition up to this number, proficient. Addition past this number, not proficient. I went home that night with the report, and I was able to sit down with my child and say, okay, we're going to start working on addition, past 10, because that's where you're not proficient yet. It gave me so much information, and I was like, this is great, I love it. Now, I am a teacher, so we went right to work with that addition, or whatever was not proficient, right? Now, years pass, and different teachers and different systems, the elementary school that they went to used that. Then my child got into the middle school. And I remember one time, one of my son came home, and he had a 2, I think, on a Spanish quiz. I'm a Spanish teacher. And I was very disappointed. I was like, what is wrong here? You're getting a 2. You should be meeting the standard. And he had a 3 in social studies. So I was like, oh, good, we're good to go with social studies. Great. So we then had parent-teacher conferences a few weeks later, and I was able to look at that assessment for Spanish because I was concerned that my son was not meeting the standard. Well, that teacher had given an audio recording of a native Spanish speaker with maybe 8 questions, and my son had gotten 1 wrong, and he had gotten a 2. So I went home and I said, you know what? That's perfectly acceptable. I don't know why it's a 2, but if you get 1 wrong, if you answered questions in regards to the audio recording it heard in Spanish from a native Spanish speaker, and I said, you got 1 wrong, that is perfectly fine. I'm not going to worry about that. The teacher deemed that, earlier we heard another teacher say it's very subjective, right? What makes a 2, what makes a 3? That teacher decided if you didn't get them all right, you got a 2. The highest grade you could get was a 3, and you had to get them all right. So I was not concerned about social studies. I then went and met with his social studies teacher because it was parent-teacher conference night. We went and meet with all the teachers. So I was like, oh, he's doing well. He's got a 3. Can I take a look at that essay? Well, you could fall anywhere. The teacher was still using a percentage. So they could fall anywhere between a 70 and a 92 and get a 3. And my son was, I don't want people know who my son is, but he was at the very low end. And I went home and I said, wow, I'm disappointed with your 3 in social studies because it was really a 70-something. And I'm fine with your 2 in Spanish because it's really, you got 1 wrong. And so that's how subjective it is. As a parent at home, I don't know whether to say, hey, it's okay, that's a good grade, or wow, we really need to work on that. The 3 is what we needed to work on, and the 2, to me, was perfectly fine. Very subjective. Now I am a teacher, and my child is here at the high school. And I know we've heard tonight that, I think proficiency-based grading is great in theory, and there are really, if it's done right, it can be done really well, and it's great for the student. But the implementation matters. The technical matters. And I heard the students talk about a level 2, and I know that can be confusing, but if my standard is to talk about parties and celebrations using the past tense, that's my standard. But I may give quizzes before that, right? And if I give a straight out vocab quiz, that is not ever meeting the standard because standard is real communication. And translating one word to another word is not communication, that's just pure translation. They talked about a vocab quiz maybe being a level 2. So technically, according to what I believe standards-based grading would suggest, is that if you're giving a straight-out vocab quiz, the highest grade you should get on that is a 2, if you get them all right or mostly right, because I believe you can get 1 wrong and still get a 2. But that is going to hurt the student with this decaying average because what's going to happen is it's still going to show. So you're going to take lots of little quizzes that are level 2. Maybe you're going to learn direct object pronouns. Maybe you're going to learn indirect object pronouns. The highest you can get is possibly a 2 on those. So you get a 2, 2, 2, and then you get your chance to show that you can really put it all together and communicate, and you get a 3, maybe even a 4. But all of those count. They're not average like they used to be, but they're still in there and they're still counting. And that student's not going to make the 3 or make the 4 because those 2s prior to that 3 are still there.
You could be perfect and still not make a 4.
Yes. You could be perfect and still not make a 3 because some teachers don't even tell you what a 4, like I've had my own child here at school not have the opportunity to get a 4 because the last few assessments in that standard they weren't given the opportunity to get a level 4. There was no student, not like, oh, go above and beyond. It was just, this is the highest grade you can get. I've also had where I've asked a teacher, because I saw my son got a 3. I said, oh, what could he do to try to get a 4? And the teacher was like, I don't know. And I'm like, what do you mean you don't know? I said, you have a proficiency scale? She goes, well, let me pull out the proficiency scale. And then she's like, well, I just leave it up to the student to come up with something that they can show me that they can apply it to their personal life. I know when I was a student, I wanted to know in black and white what I need to do. I don't want to have to be able to apply something to my personal life and come up with my own plan to be able to get past a 3. The technical matters, and it's affecting kids, and I heard talking about demotivation. I know my son worked really hard early in the semester, and one opportunity where they could get a 4, and he worked really hard, got that 4, but mathematically that 4 no longer counts, because as the students mentioned earlier, when you have 20 assignments, the first 11 assignments, each one counts less, according to the decaying average, less than 1%. The first assignment of those 20 counts 0.01%, 1/10 of 1%. So if you worked really hard and did well on that, great, you got yourself a 1/10 of a 1% towards your final grade.
Gist of it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah. We got it. We got the gist.
Okay, great.
Sabina, you have a question?
The
or
other
comment?
thing is someone was talking about jump rope and how there's like 8 different methods you can choose. So the other thing is like you can tell schools, okay, we want everyone to use jump rope so you can show proficiency-based learning through grading. But then it's like then there's 8 different versions. So some may have the decaying average, and then others are like, okay, you just took, you wrote an essay and you collected evidence, you got a 4. Now you wrote another essay, collected evidence, you only got a 3.5. All of a sudden your evidence grade's a 3.5, and that 4 you got doesn't even matter. And then other schools, it may be, well, you got a 4 there and you got a 3.5 here, so we'll average the 2, and you get like a 3.7. So a lot of discrepancy.
I think thank you very much, Ms. Rogers.
Thank you for listening.
And so, team, we're almost there. We're at the last stop. Mike, you're the only thing standing between us and...
And a long drive home.
Well, and while Mike's coming up, I want to have you all recognize that Chelsea Myers, sitting next to Suzanne, and Mike have been furiously documenting what we have been hearing all day long. Chelsea is on loan from the Vermont Superintendent's Association and Mike from the Vermont Principals Association, and we're grateful to you both. We really are. And you, Miss Suzanne, this is not your ordinary assignment. And this has been
We'll
a...
give you tomorrow off, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We'll send a message down.
Oh,
Yeah.
Exactly.
So Mike is, as you know, former principal at Montpelier High School. He's now deputy director or something like that at VPA. That is on, and you're on.
Thanks, everybody. Genuinely, it's amazing. This is one of my favorite things about being in Vermont is that people will do this. They will go all day. I've been
It's your favorite thing too, isn't it?
and learning and talking about proficiency for 4 years, and 5. Somehow today it feels longer. It's been a long day. I really appreciate the folks that are still in the room. I appreciate Rutland High School hosting, and all the students that spoke, and the parents, and everybody for being committed to education. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. My name is Mike McRaith, and I'm the Assistant Executive Director at the VPA. I am a former high school principal. I was the high school principal for the past 4 years in Montpelier. I was also a high school guidance counselor in Enosburg and did a bunch of stuff before that. I want to reiterate a few of the points throughout the day. I think it's really important that we draw a distinction between proficiency-based learning, proficiency-based assessment, and Act 77. Those three things overlap. Those three things are often intertwined, but they're not the same. One of the things that I feel like I heard throughout the day was universal acceptance, even from our strongest no's that we heard today. Even from our students here in Rutland, they identified 3 things that they felt were positives of proficiency-based learning. We heard over and over as people started to talk about, I agree with the tenets. I agree with the tenets. So what are those things? To me, it answers the very first question of those really important 4 questions for schools. What will students learn? And I heard this board sort of scratch their heads a little bit collectively. It's like, well, wouldn't we have that anyways? Well, the reality is that a lot of times the answer is no, and it changes, right? So the state and schools and teachers have had this rich experience, in some places more rich than others, and in some places more smooth than others. But they've had this rich experience of trying to answer that question. What is it that students will learn? So we've relied on national and international standards to identify those things. And something else is happening when we do that, when we answer that question. The world has changed. I do this thing sometimes when I present on this where I ask people the atomic weight of something. And nobody knows it. It's not off the top of your head, unless there's somebody that's in chemistry right now. Yeah, you might know it. But otherwise, we've forgotten. We are now walking around in our pockets with the world's most advanced library that has ever existed. We are in a different time of information. We are operating in a new way. We have more information at our fingertips than we could have ever imagined, which fundamentally changes school. It means that we have to be really good communities. It means that we have to help students be really critical consumers of information because there's so much information out there. And we continue to have to give them some sense of the latitude and longitude of where they are in the world, in time and in history, right? And that's why there are important pieces of content. Their content is essential as we work to develop these skills. One of the things that EQS has brought us since 2014, and I don't want to lose this point either, is that it has an addition to the more traditional topics that you'd see. We're working on math skills, we're working on English skills, we're working on social studies. The piece that's new is the transferable skills. And we hear time and again from our business leaders that our economy is dynamic and that the skills that they need are really strong communicators, really strong readers, really strong writers, really strong critical thinkers, really strong problem solvers, right? Some version of that. We can think of the 4 C's or the 6 most important things. The World Economic Forum has a list of skills that they feel are most important for students. That is another big difference in this work that the EQS has given schools. The opportunity to wrestle with what does it mean to be a strong communicator? How do we go about teaching that? How do we go about assessing it? And then how do we go about reporting it? So I think that we heard universal acceptance that it's a good idea to have standards, that it's a good idea to be able to answer the question, what will students learn here? The second big question is, how will we know they've learned it? Age-old question. If we had sat down my high school teachers right here and we started unpacking how they were determining how they were assessing me, we would have found all kinds of variance. We've heard all kinds of things. Quizzes counted this much, quizzes didn't count for that. If you bring in, something for the class party, you get a couple extra points. If you do something, if you know the answer to, who's going to be in the Super Bowl next weekend, 2 points on your math, right? We would have heard all kinds of different things. And we would have heard people that would have been able to take issue with those things. So the variance in how we're determining a grade, and we heard this over and over today, is there's a little bit of a reveal, right? We're pulling back the curtain because maybe for the first time we're really thinking about what it means to do assessment well. I mean, I know that that people have been working at this for decades, for centuries, right? And we're really taking a close look. The variance in reporting, I think we just haven't really thought about this. When we started doing this in Montpelier, we recognized that there was variance already. You sort of think of it, there's an A through F, and that's kind of the traditional model. We all know that. Well, we all knew our version of that. Because in some schools, 4.33 is the top of the scale, in a traditional scale. Sometimes it's a 4. Sometimes it's out of 100. Sometimes it's out of 105. Sometimes A pluses count. Sometimes A's count as the top mark, right? Sometimes you have honors. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes honors weighted. Sometimes it isn't, right? So the idea that there was a traditional system where everything was sort of created equal before proficiency-based reporting and assessment is false. So we're pulling back this curtain and we're starting to look at what does it really mean to assess and what does it really mean to report. Now, that second question, how will we know what students have learned, is much of what consternation has been about. And a lot of it is about technical changes, right? Small choices. We also heard almost universal acceptance that having a rubric is a good idea. Now, to me, that's a core piece of proficiency. It's knowing what the standard is and working backwards from there in a course, and then having the opportunity to invite students into how that assessment is going to look, so that I don't have to guess what's on the quiz. I don't have to guess at what we're supposed to be learning. I'm able to go in as a principal or an observer in a high-functioning, proficiency-based classroom, and I say, what are you working on today? And you can tell me, not only because it's in your course catalog, but because it's in your course syllabi, and because it's on the board. This is what we're working on today. This is the goal. This is what we're working toward. That is the hallmark, is one of the hallmarks of good teaching, and it's universally accepted by almost all teachers that that's a good thing to do, to have an idea of where we're going. The question then becomes about how to represent that. So the idea that, I think we have two things that are established, right? We should have standards. It's a good idea to have rubrics so that we know how we're going to assess kids. It's more clarity in that. And I love what you said, Melissa, about inviting students in to make that language student-friendly. Absolutely. It is for them. It's for them to understand what we're doing. Yes, we absolutely want to partner with them to be able to make high-quality rubrics that are understandable and fair. We've also heard many times that how we represent this learning probably doesn't matter as much as we've made it out to. What we don't want to do is confuse people. And there's been variance in that implementation and choices in technicalities. And I think one of the things that we've missed in the conversation today is that every school district was starting in a different place. Some districts have been at this for 10 years, maybe longer. Others was brand new and maybe had changes in administration. There's also a couple of little small laws that happened for school districts as well. I don't mean to be flip. They're big laws. They were big laws. Act 46 and Act 166 also were coming in at the same time. That is part of what has created variance. There are some schools that just had more capacity to be able to concentrate on it, to be able to put in the professional learning, and to be able to put in the time over the summer, while others were just simply too busy with other really urgent needs. Somebody said throughout the day that systems that are really serious about this should start with the intervention. I disagree. I think you have to know what it is you're trying to achieve before you can decide whether or not you need to intervene, right? To know what you're going to intervene on. One other thing that I want to highlight from today, well, two more things, and then I'll let you ask as many questions as you want, because you haven't had a chance to ask that many. Kate Toland was one of the first teachers that spoke today, and she said something that I hope you didn't miss, and that was that when a new teacher comes into the school, whether they're changing schools or maybe they're coming in from a teacher program, she said now we can tell them where we are, what the goals are. They're not just walking into an empty room thinking, okay, I guess I'm the social studies teacher. We value the talents and the skills of our teachers, and we trust them. I trust them. But I also want to know that that if my son gets Mr. Anderson, that it's going to be something like if he gets Mr. Johnson. And that the scoring in Mr. Anderson's Algebra 2 class is going to be something like the scoring in Mr. Johnson's. We all have that experience, right? Where you might be so proud of a C+ that you've earned because you know that was the toughest teacher and they graded really hard and it was super difficult content for you. And we also know times that we've skated through courses with an A. As we work towards this, as we think more deeply about assessment, and we think more deeply about having consistency across our courses, for vertical alignment for districts, for districts that have different schools at the same grade levels, we want those things to be more and more consistent for equity and excellence, to be able to intervene when we need to. The last thing I want to highlight is the power of Act 77. I heard no ill words towards Act 77 all day. I have no ill words for Act 77 either. I think it's incredible. It's actually really unique in Vermont. A few times I've had the good fortune of being able to represent Vermont either officially or unofficially in education circles in the country. And when I get to Act 77, that's when people's eyes light up. It is unique that we have standards paired with this opportunity to be flexible about how we meet them. I'm just going to give you one small example to illustrate that. We know we have students engaging in dual enrollment, in more independent studies, all of those things, early college. When you have an idea of what's in a course, what the standards are, I'll just say biology, then it gives you the opportunity, it gives students the opportunity to say, I see those, and I think I can get them at the farm. And we still need to verify, we still need to support those students. We're not just dropping them off. It needs to be rigorous. It needs to have assessments. They need to have science teachers supporting them, and that means disrupting all kinds of things and systems and schedules. And our schools are taking on that challenge because they see the promise and recognizing learning anywhere, anytime. I've got many other things I could say, but I'm curious about what your questions are.
My comment would be that was a very eloquent statement.
I've got practice.
Yeah, that's called two prospect.
Yeah. I haven't been there very long.
Something that when you stated that, you can walk into a classroom and you can, know exactly what the goal is, it kind of made me think, after today, as a board, we should start thinking, what's our goal? Where are we headed? Where's our blue dot and where's our destination, Yeah, do our own proficiency,
There you go, John.
Sabina, I'm going to
proficiency
tag along with
learning.
that. And what are our measures of success? How will we know we're getting there?
Right.
And I think that there may be a lesson with PBL for our state, and tell me if I'm overstepping my bounds, but I think the idea of how do we operationalize these things in an effective way. We see variance across the state when we enact what we know are good ideas. And it's the ability to operationalize those things in a universal way that is acceptable to everyone. One other thing I would regret if I didn't say, we heard that this is an iterative process. And we heard from Woodstock, Jen, I thought summed up what I've heard from around the state really eloquently when we say that we have a hybrid. We listen to our community. We brought in stakeholders. And David from Great Schools Partnership also mentioned the importance of a tidy, understandable, clean transcript, right? We heard that. These are some of the things that school systems and as a state we are improving upon, and we need space and time and support to continue to do that. If we don't want to get knocked off course, because of challenges, we want to double down to make sure that the areas that need support have support, and we stay the course with what we know is the right direction. Yeah, Kim.
Last question.
With universal appreciation, I think, for proficiency-based learning, and I believe that our rules speak to proficiency graduation requirements. Can those things be reconciled without a 1 to 4 system or a 1 to 5 system?
Absolutely. Absolutely. The Marzano 1 through 4 scale is one choice. Decaying average is one choice. There are many high schools that have not chosen to use the decaying average, and many that have, and they have their reasons for doing that, and I understand that and can support that. And there are, you could do it by colors. You could do it by, lions, tigers, and bears.
Right.
You know, one example we haven't heard is the International Baccalaureate. For years around the world, they've used a 1 through 7 scale.
An AP 1 through 5.
Right.
And it's
Thank you. Yes. So the actual representation is somewhat arbitrary.
Right.
What is behind it is what's important.
Right.
And the people behind it understanding it well and being able to utilize it well is important.
And if that grading piece is so distracting to the success, then I think as a parent and maybe more broadly caring about equity in general, having our educators have common expectations of our students so that it feels as though those standards are being achieved in each of the classrooms trying to cover the same content. I'm appreciating hearing these things don't have to be in conflict with one another and can be appreciated through the pieces that are so valued and
Yes.
articulated in a lot of different ways.
Yes.
Okay, then I got it.
And people can make a strong case for 1 through 4 as to why that is, and people can make a strong case for why they chose colors. You know, it's, yeah, I don't think that it matters as much as the core tenets of identifying what students will learn and how we know they've learned it.
Mike, thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. Thank you all
Terrific.
for
And thanks
putting in the time.
All you've done to support this project, you and Chelsea both. Well done, team. Long, hard day. Well done. Go home and watch the U.S. Senate at work.
Oh, thank you. Move to adjourn.
Consider it done.